Hey everybody, just giving people a chance to get in. I'm going to do a little update tonight and just going to hang out for a little bit. So feel free to jump in with me. I'm just going to give people a little bit of an update about an olive branch I offered off today, because there's a guest I got to talk to about a lot of things on a previous podcast, and it was at my kind of my younger times. I'll explain it, like younger times, and the ideas of how my channel's been put together. And I'll explain it more in a minute, but I give people a chance to hop in. And if anybody wants to join, you're more than welcome to. I got the link in the description, and I'll probably end up putting it in the chat here soon. Let's see, just get some things set up and should be good to go. Share it out a little bit. Hey, Olivia. Yeah, finally got up there. Moving slowly. It's nice to have you. How are things going? How's the whole, life situation? Without getting too, in depth. I'm not trying to pry too much, but with the last time we talked, I think we were talking about lockdown stuff, and there's sirens going on in your area, and made me kind of nervous. So I hope you're doing well, and hope things are going well. Let's see. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick, get everything set up. Ooh, actually, I want to share this with somebody who might be able to help me with this update if they have some time. So let me see if we can share this out. Give people a little update. Life's pretty good. Things are getting worse and worse by the day, but I don't live in the North Island, and that's there. That's where all the issues are. Well, I mean, it's good. You're a little separated from it, but I'm glad to see you're doing well, and best wishes. Wish the best for you getting through everything. It's a lot of fun getting to talk to you. I don't want to make sure you're still there. I appreciate the company and everything else. It's a lot of fun, and you're probably going to be one of my. Olivia, you still got the wrench, don't you? The blue wrench. I am. Things are definitely starting to change in the U.S. I would say the biggest thing that's changing in the U.S. and gosh, such a great proponent of it. What I would say is the new interview with Joe Rogan and Dr. Sanjay Gupta from CNN. I think discussions like that making their rounds are very, very helpful in not only calming society, but also showing that these discussions can be had, no matter how stringent they may be. It's interesting just to get the base level of it. I'm sorry if my mic's turned up too loud. I was just on another podcast. That's what I'm going to talk about a little bit. And a guest that I reached out to that I had on before, he had, I'm assuming he had reached out before, and just kind of had an open platform like this and was giving people a chance to join in. And he joined in, had 4 questions. I was on with Mr. Pena, and I didn't conduct the interview as well as I wanted to, and I wanted to go over that with some people. I reached back out to him since I think it was like 5 months ago that we actually did the interview, and I listened to the interview again today, and that's kind of what made me reach out to him. Is I realized I was like, man, we were talking for over an hour, and I liked 50 minutes of the conversation, and I didn't want 10 minutes of it to take me in the wrong direction. I wanted to make sure my message was put across right. So like I said, we got 3 people in here watching now. If oh man, I should probably actually let me share this out to the person that I'm actually referring to, just to give them a chance to join me if they get the chance. Oh, and the reason I was asking Olivia is because I don't see a lot of my regulars in the chat right now. I appreciate you being here, but if you're the only moderator, I would like you to hang out. If you need me to, oh, hey Tiffany, nice to see you here. Sorry, I wasn't trying to pull away the streams. I don't mean to divide. I just wanted to give people a little update on the show I just did and a guest I'm gonna have on. Hopefully, I wanted to talk to him here soon and kind of do a little update. But I'm gonna send him an email really quick because I don't like talking about people that much without them here. But I just talked to him about this stuff. I'm gonna reach back out to him again and see if he wants to either come on the show or what he wants to do from this point. But I think I offered out the olive branch well, and hopefully he feels the same way. But it seemed like it. So hopefully I conducted myself well. I just don't think I did. When I was first starting out, I'm starting to learn the platform a little bit better, and I don't know, get kind of used to what I can say on here and what I can't, and what is considered publicly acceptable. I've not been active as I have been because I've had school and such. I join in whenever I can. Have notifications and stuff on. Yeah, and I know it's also hard. It's also hard with the time difference. I mean, it's not often that we probably match up on times for when I'm streaming and the crossover. I would say, hey Jesse. I don't know if I said it already, but hey Jesse again. My goals for the channel are to build a really strong community that is really engaged and likes to talk to each other. I mean, we're not going to hit on all topics when it comes to, like, no one's going to want to talk about all the topics that we talk about because we are kind of, broad. But I don't know. I'd like to build a strong community in the sense that everybody just respects everybody else's opinions, and I hope I've showed you that since we started talking to Olivia. I don't like anybody's influence weighing too heavily on others. I'd rather hear about other people's experiences and, their personal truths and what they've gone through, rather than other people implementing what they think's right on others. And I'm not here to judge people on what I think's right and wrong. My job is to just hear about it and learn more about people. And I feel like that's the kind of community I want to build on my channel. I'm not really about sharing it and making it too busy. I commonly talk about the fact that I don't want the community to grow faster than I can keep up with. I want to make sure that I can still have these kind of personal conversations with everybody on the channel if they want to talk about anything or want to come on. I try my best. I mean, that's also the one thing I do. I try to keep it in these long format interviews, podcasts. I don't know what the hell you call them, but just the idea that you can figure more out about a person if they're open and you're talking to them in a long, like, you can't do sound bites in a 2 to 3 hour podcast or interview, whatever you want to call it, live stream, and beat around the bush for that long. Like, eventually you're going to be made to address the topics at hand. And I feel like that's something I like about it. Is I might not agree with a lot of the guests that I have on here, but I do respect all their opinions, and me getting to talk to them makes me better understand why they think the way that they think. I'm never going to fully understand because I've never lived their lives, but it just gives me that little bit of middle ground where I can understand it a little better. But yeah, um, I started it because I like talking to people. Um, I've started to learn that I got to have a healthy balance between my internet life and my regular family life because I've tried to narrow like this really long time that I'm on the internet down to like twice a week. Like I think today I've been on for 6 hours on lives, on different people's lives and bouncing around and supporting everybody and trying to build a community that I am interested in, and not just like the sub for sub stuff where you just get your count up. I'd rather have a strong community of people that support each other and I don't know, protect each other more than anything. And this was actually something I wanted to talk about. The guest I was talking about today with um, was I wanted to ask him what he's dealt with trolls. So the chat I was on today had 35,000 subscribers, and he had reached out to me before, and he came on the show and he said, I usually go to these people that have their live streams and are willing to have guests on and talk about different topics. And I said, I'm happy to talk about any topic as long as it's something I would consider YouTube appropriate. And me being new to the platform, when he came on, I think I was about 3 weeks in on the platform, and I said, I'm new to this. He goes, oh, you seem like a nice host. He goes, I don't agree with your co-host, and he was actually talking about Mr. Pena at the time, which Mr. Pena I think would agree. He might have been answering emotionally, but I do think that the guest that came on, he was asking those questions to draw that out. It was a triggering question. I understood why they were addressed that way, and he even called me names specifically to try to get me to react emotionally. I think he called me at one point a LeBron sexual, and it's because he came into the chat with the argument Michael Jordan fans are the worst fans in NBA, and basically talking about how Michael Jordan could never be argued to be the best player in the NBA by any way, shape, or form. And I liked it. It was a good argument, and I wanted to hear him present it. And so he came on with that question, and then we evolved into a more deeper discussion about it. And I'm hoping we can get to readdress these 4 questions. I got to address them tonight with him and some of his guests that were on. They are more of a sports channel as well, definitely more on the basketball influence, but at the same time, the host, he used to work at ESPN, so I understand his sports knowledge behind it, but I don't know, it made me interested in some of the topics he wanted to talk about. We got into a topic about factory farming and food and diet, and these are all discussions I love having with people, and just seeing how they got to the same conclusion they have about their own bodies. And just like politics, I've always thought it was interesting that people will try to push any lifestyle choice on another, whether it's factory farming, whether it's their lifestyle that they think is more acceptable. I think it's interesting to hear those perspectives and see how they got to those points. Yeah. Okay. So let me give you a little backstory. I went on, and so when we ended our last interview, we touched on a topic that I didn't, with my new time on YouTube, I didn't think was an appropriate topic to talk about. And we were talking about it at one point, and there was a lot going on. There was a lot of crosstalk going on where a lot of people weren't getting to talk very much. My guest wasn't getting to talk very much. Penny was getting to talk quite a lot, but I don't think we were staying on topic. And when this topic got brought up, I said, I don't really want to talk about this topic. And it got brought up again, and there was an acknowledgement in both parties where I feel like he said, okay, I won't talk about this. Tried to move on to a different verbatim way of explaining it. And it eventually made it back to that path, and I kind of disconnected the call. and I ended up putting the video to private because I really was nervous about the topics that we were talking about when it comes to the platform. I don't talk about minors and kids on the platform just because I think it's a dangerous path to go down. And I understand if people want to judge me because I have a daughter and I might have an emotional response to that argument. But I just also, on top of everything, don't think it's a healthy topic to talk about on the platform. And unless you're talking about, man, I mean, there's ways you could talk about it, but I feel like it's a delicate argument. So I often just leave that argument alone. And so I ended up taking down an hour and a half podcast that we did, or interview, whatever you want to call it. I never know the phrase or terminology I should use for that. I ended up taking down the whole thing because I was more worried about it being brought up on a community guidelines strike basis, and it wasn't anything personal to anybody else. The way I thought the argument was going, which I think it was an argument based on the fact that 18 being adults is definitely a social construct, which I can agree to. What I can't agree to is changing it to a lower level. If anything, I would consider raising it to a higher level when the brain is fully developed to consider somebody an adult. But the stipulations with that would be not giving children the same rights as adults, whether it's driving, whether it's smoking, consuming alcohol. I think you should do all of those choices when your brain's fully developed. And I think the laws that we have in the states are a baseline, and I wouldn't want them to change from that. That's like the safest way I could tackle that argument without taking it too much into detail. But well, and for me, it's just it's not even me looking out for myself. I don't make any money doing this, but I do like doing it. So and a couple of people have reached out to me, and it's helped. And if I can't help anybody, it's nice. But at the same time, I do this because I really like doing it. Like, I have a regular job. This is something I like to do on my free time because, I don't know, I meet a lot of new people and get to talk to a lot of people. Hey, Jesse Jess. Jess. Thank you for coming back. I don't know why I just said that, like, weird, but I enjoyed it. Hope you did. So I preferenced why how that call ended, and we separated after that topic was brought up again, because I came onto his channel today. I'd reached out to him by email, and the last thing he remembers is me disconnecting from him on the live chat, and he was no longer watching with us, and he was no longer on the screen. He was kind of in the background for a little while, and my guest on wanted to talk about it more with the person not on there, and it was just I tried to readdress that it just wasn't a topic I wanted to talk about. And then I also addressed that and I think Mr. Pena also realized it, was that he was trying to get an emotional response with some of the questions, and it played out just like he wanted it to, because he knew. I think he had Pena's card at that point when it came to politics and how he could get him to react. And that was the game that was being played in the verbology of it. But he wasn't lying about any facts. Everything he was stating was true. He wasn't coming in with any disinformation or anything like that. And that's why I never had a problem with it. It was just touching on a topic that me being new to the platform, I'm glad I kind of avoided. And then, I mean, I can also understand why it's, I don't know, why it's also, sore on his part. He knows the platform better than myself and what you can talk about. I just, I get a little nervous about talking about certain stuff like that. India. It's an interesting topic. I was looking at a YouTuber that I like. He's talking about going to India because that would be fun. There's a YouTuber that I follow that he's been talking about going to India recently, and he travels the country all over the time. His name is Dakota of Earth, and I'm a big advocate of his content and things surrounding it. So if anybody gets the chance, he's my favorite hippie out there. I like to point him out. Let's see here. Hope everybody's doing well. I'm going to check the chat here in a second. I was just checking some messages I have sent out. Sorry for the delay, everybody. I bet my mic's all goofy too. Is my mic too bad when I was off? Olivia, one of our guests, our regular guests, Michael McIntosh. He's in Ireland right now. He just bought a new studio out there. He's been mining Bitcoin out there and been hanging out there for a while. He really enjoys it. He's also an Irish citizen as well as an American citizen, so he's able to travel between, and he's really enjoying it. He's getting to spend a lot of time with the family as well. He's been working on music a lot more, and yeah, I was glad to get to do a little update with him recently. Mm-hmm. All right. Sorry about that. Bet the accent is incredible. Yeah. Who the fuck is that guy? I like Conor McGregor way too much, though. That's the only thick Irish accent I think of most of the time. Except like a horrible Shrek impression, I guess. Well, you have a good night, Olivia. Thank you for stopping in. I appreciate it. Get some rest. But yeah, like I said, just giving a little update. If anybody wants to join me, they're more than welcome to. Otherwise, I'm probably going to hang out just for a little bit longer and give people a chance to hop in. But probably will also be disconnecting soon. No hurry, but just kind of hanging out, giving another person a chance to pop in. I was kind of curious too because he's very private, so I didn't know if he was. I was trying to establish a time zone in my head by the time the person was on the internet. It was just, I don't know, overthinking. But yeah, I was just on a podcast with him about 45 minutes ago, something like that. It was not too bad. I enjoyed it. Excuse me. But yes, Tiffany, I also have to get some rest. I've been up for 3 days, something like that. I should probably sleep soon. Getting to that point. I was a little wired today. Got a little extra energy. I don't know what it was. Ooh. I was on with April for a while earlier. Oh yeah, no problem. You don't have to explain. I appreciate it though. Yeah, like I said, I'm just hanging out. It was kind of just open in case that one guest that I was talking about wanted to pop back on, but it's no biggie if they don't make it. I just didn't know if they had gotten disconnected earlier, so I thought I'd reach out and also give people an update that me and that person might do a little update interview or something at some point, maybe on his channel or mine, just to kind of, I don't know, kind of clear the water because I wanted to talk to him a little more one-on-one I like the conversations we were having, and we got to talk about a lot of different stuff today. Not the regular topic, well, not the usual topics he talks about because it's things that he didn't have as much experience in. So I felt like I could talk about those a little bit more. But man, gentleman's got me beat when it comes to NBA stats. He is an expert on that. He's been studying it a while. No, I believe he told me he used to work at ESPN. I gotta double check that, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. Let's see. Actually, I'll pin that to the description just so everybody knows. Oh, Ryan Rising. Hey, how you doing, man? I just got done doing a podcast with this gentleman that used to work for ESPN. He does he runs this interesting site, and it's basically he runs two sites, but he goes by the name God, now I'm not even thinking of it right. The Galaxy, man, god damn it. Sorry. It's gonna bug me now. Gotta look it up. The Universal Galaxy. Okay. So he has a site called the Universal Galaxy, and he has about 35,000 subscribers, and he popped on the channel with me and Mr. Pena one time, and we were talking, and we had a pretty good conversation. It was triggering questions, trying to get to certain answers, and he only came with facts, and so I gave him the benefit of the doubt, and I was happy to hear his argument, and it was a good argument, and it was talking about how we should get away from factory farming, come up with other ideas. He made the argument that Michael Jordan fans were the worst fans, and also just in general knew the least about the NBA if they were Michael Jordan fans, and especially if they put him in the GOAT category. And he made a really good argument about that. I can't remember what the other one was. There's three arguments that he regularly goes with, and it was just nice getting that debate from a different perspective. But we ended up talking about a topic that I didn't feel was necessary online, and so we eventually got disconnected that day. And I reached out to him today with the olive branch, and he kind of kept me in the background for about 45 minutes to an hour, and he kind of ripped in on me. And I had played back our podcast that we did together, and kind of went over it with him once he eventually let me on, and got to kind of clear the water a little bit, and better understanding of each other. And so we're gonna hopefully reach out and do something together soon in the future. But just got done doing a podcast with him. It was nice. I like getting to talk to people that make me question my own ideas a little bit more, and why I feel the way I feel about things. And we just kind of came to a conclusion about a lot of things, and it was nice to get that open dialogue. But yeah, so happy to have you on, man. Haven't had John in a while, but like I said, anybody's more than welcome to come. I know you're always busy too, Leo. You're a heavy working man. Oh, and by the way, beard's coming in nice. Santa's gonna be looking good this winter. Costumes coming in nice. Do you ever have it come in early and you get to do it for Halloween too? I'm just curious. That'd be fun. Get the beard to come in a little bit earlier and have it looking nice. A little early. I appreciate it, man. I was talking to Pena about a time after you had me on. I think me and you touched about it a little bit, and Pena goes, "Yeah." He was like, "Guy smokes a lot of weed," because at the time you didn't know that I smoked tobacco, and I do like now. Yes, I do like now. Yeah, so I figured it was about at that point. It was looking good coming in. I wish I could grow facial hair like that. Man, props to you. It looks good. And God, I forgot where I was going with that. But we were talking about I think we were talking about a subject. Oh yeah, we were talking about the fact that I smoke online all the time, and I never really address all the time with all my guests that I'm smoking tobacco and marijuana. So it looks like I'm consuming quite a little bit of you know uh, products of smoking, and I could see how that could come off a little wild. But I hope in all of our previous talks and everything, navigated it well for the circumstance. Usually I'm sitting here drinking a little bit and kind of enjoying the chat and hanging out with everybody. And I hope I wasn't too abrasive with anybody. Oh yeah. No, I get it. It definitely looks a little intense sometimes. But hope the family's doing well, and hope everybody's healthy and doing good on your end as well. Cheers. But yeah, besides that, just hanging out. Don't know how much I want to be on longer. I don't know, 15 something minutes or so, just depending on the status. If the conversation keeps going, I'll probably stay on. But yeah, too much dead air time, I'll probably wrap it up. I know when they're giving me the hook. But I appreciate everybody catching me. This isn't my usual hours, so I understand the time lapse. Oh yeah, it's up to you, Leo. If you got the time, yeah, I'm always happy to talk. I don't know if you got to catch any of the Peter Moon interview. I wanted to talk to you about some of that. I wanted to pick your brain on it because I believe you follow Peter Moon's information a little bit too, and I was interested in to hear your take on Steve Meyer too when we talked about it. I think I was glad that I actually ran into a community that you were involved in as well. It was cool. I shared the link in the description. I can share it in the chat again to make it easier to click. But yeah, feel free to pop in whenever you want. I'm definitely here. Hope my mic's not coming off too loud. I had to turn it up on the last one, so it's not doing the auto adjust anymore. I was trying to make it so I could talk a little quieter without it coming through too loud. It also helps me calm my arguments when I get a little emotionally attached. Oh man, I would love to talk to you. I don't know if you've talked about this very much. I don't think I saw you talk about it, but you might have. I would like to talk to you about the interview with Sanjay Gupta and Joe Rogan if you have the chance. I feel like Orion Rising has definitely tackled that topic and could be a good one. Oh, thank you, Tiffany. Appreciate it. Sorry, everybody, for not sharing all the all the chats. I'm a little lackadaisical at the moment. Like I said, I've been up for 3 days. I apologize for my slight delay in breaking content. But yeah, no hurry, Orion. Whenever you get a chance. Like I said, I'll be here for a little bit. Might as well get it going because I know he'll like this on the bottom. This is for you and for everyone else. Leo knows what I'm talking about. 3 days and counting. Yeah, oh yeah, I guess I just passed. Yeah, I'm coming in to almost halfway into the third day. So yeah, depending on how long I go into this one, should be interesting. Or I'll end up sleeping all day Sunday. Huh. But I feel like I don't know. I got quite a bit of second wind today. I even got to work out today. I haven't worked out much this week. It was nice to actually get that chance and get had a good meditation day. I talked to Tiffany about it offline, but I have my meditation days every few weeks, and it was nice getting to talk to everybody that I like to talk to. I felt really comfortable, and it was nice getting that feeling. She probably knows what I mean, but it was a lot of fun talking to our little community and getting to reach out to everybody when I was in that, I don't know, that meditative state where I was learning more in my head and getting also to talk to people at the same time. It was a lot of fun. Yeah. Um, my meditative state is it's a strange practice. I put myself into a state of panic to remind me that nothing in the regular world is as important as I make it out to be on a negative or depressive stance. I think sometimes we overthink things, whether it's money, like what bad things are going on. I feel like I come out of these meditation experiences being happy to be alive, being happy to see the sun the next day, and a lot more appreciative to what I have. Makes me enjoy the small things. And I think if you're getting that from any type of medication, not medication, sorry, meditation, I think it is the best form to go with, because it's about that self improvement and understanding what you have and pulling yourself out of negative thought. I feel like, because it's just too much baggage to carry around. And like I said, I have to do it for me every 2 to 3 weeks, 4 weeks at the latest, and just kind of balances me out. I don't know. It's my balance, I guess. I'm a weird one. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Sometimes, with we've talked about this before. I feel like how you protect your soul and what you do to make it vulnerable are different between a lot of people. And sometimes I've asked the question to myself, if I make my soul more vulnerable in these states of meditation, because I could see why it could be more vulnerable. It reminds me of cases of possession. Without without tying too much to religion, I do think there's things that can occupy the same space that aren't necessarily tied to religion and explained away that simply. But I don't know. That's just my deep, own belief on it. Not necessarily right, just what I've conjured up in my own head. But yeah, the meditation, I think, is definitely necessary, and I don't know, just balancing things and keeping your mojo right and moving right. And for me, it's also my encounters with others. My social awkwardness has improved a lot. Could be, but at the same time, closer to the angels. Yeah. I don't know. I think you can. I think you can reach. I think you can reach for lower frequencies as well. Second American Revolutionary War is coming soon. Gosh, I hope not, Shane. I also think there's a possible uh, scenario that I could see that could be just as beneficial, where we don't have to get to that point. But I do think we are a country divided, and we could do things on a bigger stance to connect us more. I think there are things that are happening. mm, Um, Shane, you just came in. I don't know how long you've been tuning in. I brought up the debate with Joe Rogan and Sanjay Gupta, Dr. Sanjay Gupta from CNN recently. I think that was very healthy in order to separate some of those things that are causing that divide, especially with what's going on in society. And I do think those are important discussions. I think the more we're having discussions about, I don't know, nuanced ideas or the touchy subjects you're not supposed to talk about at the dinner table with your family, I think when you're doing it in a healthy way and you're not getting in an arguing match, I think that's what gets us farther away from the idea that we need to be in war against each other. But you know, time will tell. I'm curious to see. I know what route I wanted to go in, but my personal beliefs aren't others. I just hope we don't get to where we have that much of a divide where we have to go to war with each other. If there's bad ideologies that are endangering the public, I could see how it could go to that point. For me personally, it would depend on the ideology that was threatening society and the severity of it. I mean, which could also be undetermined until a too late of a point. But just a random thought. I feel like that's a very it's such a wild topic you could get into. The root causes of what you think it'll get there on the Second American Revolutionary War. You want it on Facebook, or you want me to do it on? It's on YouTube too. Here it is. Should be able to click right in. Not sure what you saw, but if you can, yeah, go ahead, Tiffany. If there's anything bad, I haven't seen anything too crazy. I like Shane's discussion. I wasn't offended by that. I don't know where if any. I can only see so much on my end, but thank you. But no, I like all these. I like all these topics. Yeah, let me message you on Messenger real quick, in case you can't get it on there. Yeah, I'm pretty open about the topics as long as it's as long as it's YouTube appropriate. Politics aren't too dangerous to talk about. If you talk about like reasons of that, and if you start making racial claims, then yeah, of course, I'm gonna have to part ways with you. But as long as you're making a nuanced argument about something that's debatable, I'm happy to. I'm usually open with most people about it. Yeah, I just sent it, Orion. Leo, it just got sent out. But yeah, no, I appreciate it, Tiffany. I never know how that conversation could go a lot of ways, and so I appreciate the eye out. But yeah, as long as it stays on the hinges, like I said, it could have went off the hinges, and you could have got it before I even saw it, and I wouldn't have known. But I appreciate it. I don't know if it's my delay on my end, but yeah, no, sometimes I don't even see him come across because Mud Rabbit's so goddamn quick with it most of the time when she's on. She's got the fastest hands in the East. I can't deny. Tiffany's on fire too. She be working it. She knows how to handle that wrench. Oh, Leo. Howdy. How are we doing?
Oh, brother. Sorry, it took
Nice
me a
to have
while
you,
to get
bud.
through here. I was on my laptop, the old one, way in the dining room, so I had to come over here and start the computer just to get on here. What's up, my brother?
Not a lot of. How you doing tonight?
I've
This
smoked
morning for you,
smoked
probably.
2 bowls. I've smoked 2 bowls of pot.
Give us a
Oh,
little
wait a
more
minute.
insight. Are we talking
Hold on, I
sativa,
got something
indica?
else
What
on
kind of mood
that
are
you're
we in?
supposed to be on. Wait, hold up. I'm turning everything off because we had an echo. It was me. All right. So I smoked a couple bowls already. It's not like, it's not the indica. I'm not like tripping in the couch. Right?
No,
So
I
it's
feel like
cool shit.
the
So it's
sativa
cool
gets me
shit.
ready to
And then
talk.
I
I
got an
like that.
ale in me right here. I'm double dipping. I got an ale and I got gin with a punch flavored non-sugar beverage. And so I'm not here. You have me exclusive for the first time under the influence on the air live. Just so you know, Jake, I have never done this before until now.
You've had a drink with me before,
Right?
and it was an off-air one that Pena ended up putting on his podcast, and then it eventually got taken
Oh,
down.
school. Okay, so it was aired before that we were drinking together, but I'm
Well,
high as a
yeah, and then he
motherfucker.
was like, "Oh, I'm recording," and he was
I'm
like, "Do you guys
recording.
mind
I
if I
didn't
put
know
this
that.
on?" And I
That's
was like, "You know
hilarious,
what?
bro.
Honestly, I was kind of off the hinges on that one."
Right? You were like fucking tripping, dude.
I was in the mood. We'll give it that
You were in the
much.
mood that day. You were in the mood that day. So those of you who are out there, you guys catch this. This is me for the first time on air in 5 years since I've been on air, where I am literally high and half crocked from drinking alcohol. Right. So you guys are witnessing, and Jake has an exclusive of this man having a good time.
Yeah, we're live with the happy juice. We're
We're
flowing.
live with the happy juice. Look, I even show you that. 1, 2 double dipping, right? And I already smoked 2 bowls. I might even go grab that shit and go over here and hit that shit on air, so you guys know that I'm doing it.
You know how we do it over here, and I know
Right?
you're in a nice legal state where you're allowed to as well. And I
Right,
always
I'm in
tell people,
California. That's just
as long as you're
legal
doing it
here, bro.
responsibly,
I could
I'm
grow
all
that
about
here.
it.
If you smoke that stuff responsibly, just like drinking alcohol, you do that responsibly. It's all good,
Yeah.
right? Don't do dumb shit.
Oh yeah,
Don't get yourself
like for me,
thrown.
my daughter got a slumber party tonight. I got a little light to stay up tonight. Girlfriend's passed out, and she's having a good night rest. And now I get to do some online time.
I get to have
Enjoy
some
some
meat
happy
time.
juice, a little bit of the devil's lettuce, and a good
Right?
conversation.
Right? I get to have some me time. Okay, so where are all the people? What are they doing? Are you guys out there anywhere? Is anybody paying attention to what we're talking about, or is it just Jake and I just like chilling?
Hey Abby,
No,
hey Tiffany,
it's not. There's people
hey
out there that are
Amanda.
saying stuff.
Yeah, no, they're all in there. Hey Jesse.
Yeah, right.
Hey everybody
So
for hanging
so
out. Like
where
I
are
said,
you
I'm a
guys
little
at?
lazy on it. I'm about
Everyone,
6
I
hours
see
in
a
tonight.
whole bunch of people in the crowd. Where are you guys at tonight? Where tell me? Say hello from whatever state you're in. You don't have to tell me what you
Yeah, if
city.
you don't
You don't
mind
have to
giving
tell
your shout out.
Yeah, give a shout out. Say hi, hey from, and tell me where you're at, right? Because I like to know
That's how
where
you connect
everybody
to
around the world
subscribers.
are, right?
That's how you know where your locals are at. That's how you figure
That's what
out
I'm
where your
saying,
friends
bro.
are that you didn't know about.
Right? No joke, right? No joke, brother. So you know what I was doing? I was actually prior to seeing you live, I was tripping, and I started with Joseph Campbell, bro, and the virgin birth, and he was giving his it's like a 5 minute thing where he was giving his story about the virgin birth, and he was talking about the Kundalini energy, and he was going all crazy. I mean, it was cool stuff, but I realized it was like the key, dude. Those of you who are listening right now, this is the keys to the Porsche that you can these are the keys to the Porsche. So Joseph Campbell his explanation of the virgin birth. It's like 4 minutes and like 48 seconds long. You guys need to look at that, pay attention to it, and listen. Because everything that Jesus was trying to tell you, because of Jesus already telling you everything he was trying to tell you, with Joseph Campbell in this video, gives you the tools to the key to the door. And if any of you have ever listened to, read, or otherwise studied any of the Gnostic Gospels, you understand what I'm saying. If you have never, then you don't. I would then say to you, if you're a Christian in any way, go back and read Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. The only 4 books about Jesus left in the Christian Bible after the Council of Nicaea. Not just that date, but that was when it was started. And the 150 years after that, when they decided the modern Bible that we have now, today.
The more white male version that we were fed.
That we were fed.
In my perspective.
No, you're absolutely right.
Thank you, Amanda, for sharing our video. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. Everybody who shares this, I love you. Right? Share this out, share this out. It's only with you guys. You guys out there, right? Jake, myself, and anyone else who does this. The only way we can continue doing this is that you guys who are listening to us share this. And then gain other people that might pay attention to us.
You'll be able to add to this with what you were just saying. I think the last time me and you talked.
Yeah.
On my own podcast with Pena, he diminished my channel. He goes, "Oh, you only have 32 subscribers." I have to thank everybody out there today. We passed 100 today for the first time. we might be teetering at 99, 100, but I appreciate it, everybody, because it's a community that I built that is so interconnected, where everybody jumps in and it's good conversation. It's not that subscribe bullshit where people drop in a message and they're not here for 3 days and don't want to talk about anything. Like, most of the time, our community is so interactive. Like, this is a time I'm never on, and we got 4 people in here hanging out. It's a good time. I can't complain.
Right. Well, here's the truth of it. I was just talking to a buddy of mine that I've known for years. I've never met him in person, right? Just on Facebook and all the whole genre. His name is Aaron, right? And we've worked together. He's a shaman. We've worked together for a long time. But we were just talking about, Facebook and YouTube, and how, 2 years ago, we had 1,500 fans by the, 1,500 views by the time we were done after an hour or 2 hour show. And now we get like 30 or 60 or 100 if we're lucky. Facebook was the same. We used to get 1,000 views. Now we get 20 if we're lucky, right? And it comes down to, and I know that people don't want to hear this because they don't want to buy into it, but those narratives which you paint like I do, where we're trying to raise the vibration of the human race on this planet and make people a little bit more spiritual, or at least a little bit more awake, that is against the norm to those people who are the powers that should not be, who have put themselves in power in the places that control the narrative of what goes out to the world. So we get stifled, and everyone thinks that we're like insane and trying to make up some shit about that happening. But the truth is, we all know that that's real, and it's really happening to us, right?
I have to thank you for the perfect transition.
Yeah, right.
So while you were getting set up, I wanted to talk to you when you came on.
Okay. Keep
about
going,
the interview with Dr. Sanjay Gupta and Joe Rogan that recently happened.
Now that was I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it. I should have watched it because I told you I was gonna, but I didn't before coming on here, right? But I know Sanjay Gupta. Now Joe Rogan, I know what he would ask.
Hey,
right?
April.
Go ahead.
I was just giving a shout out to April. Just popped on. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, April. Oh, I didn't see you. I'm sorry. I was looking at the camera, so because I didn't see the monitor, I didn't see you pop on. So I apologize.
I like to come in stealth.
Thank you. Yeah, right. The
And
comments are
in case
cool.
anybody didn't know, we have the "Let's Go Brandon" chant going on the
Oh,
bottom.
didn't see that. Let's go, Brandon.
I know the
Right?
crowd likes to hear it, so we got to keep it there
I
for him.
love that hashtag. Let's go, Brandon. I'm about to type that. Good stuff, right? Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like
April,
go crazy.
did we get? No, you're fine. April, did we get a final product? I had to pop out a little bit early of tonight's drawing.
Yeah, but it's on the other side of my room, so I don't want to get it. If I
Okay,
get up,
no problem.
I'll give it over.
It was coming out. So Leo, April does a lot of painting, and she's amazing
Nice.
at it. By the way,
Nice.
if anybody gets a chance, check out Ayla Productions. You know, her link will get shared in the description here at some point. Her link tree.
Look at that. There's a cat.
I don't know him well enough.
That's a kitty cat right there.
That's
hogging that side. Look at you like, what are you doing? Why are you bothering me? I'm right here. This is my space. What is that cat's name?
Smokey. Smokey.
You know what's crazy is that I literally have a cat called Smoke. That's why I said Smoke. I literally have a cat called Smoke, and he is like the black smoke color, which is about maybe one shade more dark than that cat, and he weighs like 50 pounds. He's a big old fat cat, and that one looks like he's pretty good too, right? He's probably 40.
He's always been on the thin side.
Well, good for him then.
Yeah.
I have one cat. His name is Patch, and he's all white except for the black patches that he has. And his name is Patch, and he's the same. He's skinny, but he's a Siberian cat, so he's like 3.5 feet long, and he stands almost 3 feet tall. He has these really long legs.
Oh, like a Savannah.
Yeah, he's huge. He's a Siberian, which is the second. The only bigger cat is the Maine Coon, right? Then him domestic. Anyway,
what about a lynx?
So,
there's a lot of
the lynx. Now I have a Maine Coon, which looks like the lynx, right? Looks just like the lynx.
The one that do the chirp by the call,
Yes.
rather than the meow.
Yes. And
Yes.
my
Yeah,
lynx,
I'm a big fan of the
name,
lynx.
or my
and,
Maine Coon,
the
which
serval
looks
cat.
like the lynx.
I
Her
also like
name
the
is
serval.
Squeaky,
Have you seen those?
because she doesn't meow. She only squeaks, just like you were talking about with the lynx, where they don't meow, they squeak, and that's the Maine Coon. She only squeaks, and so we call her
Maine
Squeaky.
Coons always sound like kittens,
Yeah.
right?
Right.
I also like the serval.
That's
It's another
I have a black
or the caracal. The caracal is
got a
also
black-
another good one that people don't touch on enough. It's another middle ground between the lynx and I'm such a big advocate for smart cats. I became a cat fan with my significant other. She got me into them. I was a dog fan before, and now I'm the cat and the rabbit guy. Because
I'm both.
I like the
dog,
personalities.
cat,
in
rabbit.
cats.
I grew up with rabbits. I grew up with cats, and I grew up with dogs. So I'm all three because they all have a job, right? The cats take care of your soul. The dogs take care of your physical body, and the rabbits take care of everything in between. No joke.
It's true.
Yeah.
No, I have a healthier diet because I have a rabbit around. I've never had so much kale in my house.
Rabbits love that. They love kale, by the way. You're right.
Oh, yeah, just to have some fresh veggies around.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
I
funny.
got a black and white cat. I don't think he has any Maine Coon in him, but he kind of has he doesn't cry that much, but when he does, it's kind of like, did you just make a noise? did you just squeak? He has a very light cry, so when he does cry, you're like, was that you?
My other rescue cat has one of those flat faces where the nose doesn't protrude a lot. Yeah.
This one though,
The public perception I can give is the ugly cat. I can't remember the grumpy cat. They have a flat face, so their eyes actually drain by their nose, and they make this like rumbling noise. Sometimes you got to constantly clean their eyes. It reminds me of a pug when you're talking about
Right, like a pug, exactly. Right.
the breathing things that are a little bit louder than other dogs. Yeah, it's interesting. My rescue cat's a little wild. She was born with 2 deformed front legs, and they're just sideways, and she kind of just walks on her forearms. But we pulled her out of her house like 2 levels that she had to climb all the time.
Smokey, he talks up a storm. He had a fit when I locked him out of my room a few minutes ago.
Is he a long meower or a cute meower trying to get your attention?
He's a panic meower.
Oh, okay.
Mom, are you seeing this?
Yeah, so he has a love-hate relationship with one of my brothers, and he stands off with my brother, like literally they'll stand in front of each other, and he'll just start like he'll do the long cries with him. He'll be like,
that's funny, right? Right, that's funny right there. I love it.
Yeah.
Cats are so cool, man. They tell us everything. We just need to interpret what they're saying to us, right?
He literally has arguments with my brother. There was one time I was in the.
He's like, dude, don't piss me off, Mom.
No, so
right.
One day I was using the bathroom in my brother's bathroom, and I hear outside the door my cat Smokey starting to cry, and I hear my brother says, "Go," because he's not supposed to be in my brother's room. So he's like, "Go, just leave." And he's standing there going, "Wah." I was like, "Kids, you really have an argument with my brother?" I finish what I'm doing. I open the door, and they're literally standing in front of each other. So now that I got the bathroom door open, my brother goes, "Leave or go to her." And he's still
go to her, man. What are you gonna do, bro? I love it.
It's wild. Like to think that this animal made up this whole noise just to interact with humans. Like they don't meow at each other. It's not.
No, they don't, bro. You know,
they developed it.
Many people that actually recognize that. I like that you said that. They don't meow at each other except for the when they're ready to fight, right? But they don't do that other stuff. They do it only for us. And there's only like a 1 or 2% of humans who actually get that, dude. And you just actually got it. I want to acknowledge that, right? Because most people don't realize that they're doing that for us.
Yeah,
they're meowing or whatever language for us. Yeah. Dude, I love Jake that you got that, dude, because that's important. Not a lot of people, those of you out there listening, listen to what Jake said. They meow for us only, not for each other, because they don't talk to each other that way. They have like eyes, and there's like, I think, a telepathic thing, because I've watched cats. I have a female and a male, and they look at each other, and like all of a sudden they do crazy shit. There's no meow.
There's also something to the Egyptian culture and their worship of felines.
Right. Listen to what Jake is saying right here. Go with that, brother. That's like really important because they protect our souls. They see shit we don't see. Cats, right? Dogs protect our body. They see what we don't see in the physical. Cats see what we don't see everywhere else, where our spiritual aspect of our souls rely. That's just what maybe I'm wrong.
I think humans, more than anything, they try to put human emotions on animals. I think you get it with dogs, you get it with cats. I think dogs are a lot more of a needy creature when it comes to attention and what they need from their owners.
Yep.
The other thing that I always like to point out with cats is, yes, it might be comfortable with you and allow you in its life. If you're to die next to it and you're the only food source, it'll eat you.
Yeah, that's the truth, bro. That's the ecosystem.
You have to have respect for your cat too. They
You're absolutely right. A cat will eat your shit, brother. That's like a monkey. Well, you know what? You're ripe. I'm gonna have to chew on that.
Yeah, it's a wild thought to think about.
You know, that's the way the universe works. Survival of the fittest. So if you're dead, everything is a carrion. The definition of a carrion is anything that would wait for your dead ass to get ripe and then eat you. The bald eagle, by the way, is a carrion, right? And there's many things that do that in the water, on land, whatever, right? So those are going to wait for you to get ripe, and then they're going to eat your nasty dead corpse, right?
Oh yeah, and I think there's a lot of species like
man.
that. Just those, those scavenger animals.
Yeah,
I mean, you framed them in a nicer way than myself, but I kind of consider them like scavenger animals. They're going to look for the first available food source. If you're dead in the house and the dog has gone through all the cabinets, it will never eat you. It'll try to break out of the house.
Yep.
It won't think of you as a food source.
Cat's going to eat your shit quick, like.
A wolf, on the other hand, or a coyote, they think a little bit different. It's weird that their evolution has been bred out that far. Yeah. And that's so short term in dogs because of our breeding. Like,
I mean, that's just
to see where
that's just the way nature works. You know what I'm saying, brother? Nature is that way. It doesn't take long. It takes 10 to 20 years. Survival must happen.
Think about how long we've had cats on a domestic level. It's interesting that cats haven't reached that same point where they're that disconnected from their actual.
You know what's crazy about that, bro? Is I've watched many. Many. I don't know how many times I can say that to accentuate how many times. Experiments with that. Like cats, they can see in darkness where we cannot. And even if you turn on, a strobe light, so you have this flash of light every half second or every quarter of a second or every eighth of a second, just speed it up as much as you want. Cats' eyes can immediately, in that time period, adjust light, dark, light, dark, light, dark, light, dark. And their darkness ability is 100 times more than ours. We can see stuff in almost pitch black. They can see stuff no matter how dark it gets. So you have to understand that with what's going on in the universe, there's a difference between, we all equate, you said this before, we equate everything to us and how we react to things. What we don't realize is that everything else has their own set of rules that they apply to.
I think the big one I see
right? So they can change everything quickly in their perception where we cannot. And that is in everything that happens in every single different event, which would be the different races of a cat, a dog, a bird, a blue jay, a raven, right? A crow.
The other one I see in pet owners more than anything else is dogs. And not understanding the alpha structure in dogs, and like the idea that a lot of humans like to have their dog sleep in the bed with them. They don't understand that depending on the dog's size, they think of that as a sleeping position and may consider themselves an equal or higher than yourself sometimes. And you'll see them they'll actually take combative positions with their owners, and it'll almost get to a point where you actually have lost control of who's in charge, because people don't respect these boundaries, and
absolutely,
they don't know about them, and they put those human characteristics. Like, I want my dog to lay in my bed with me. He's
perfect. You bring that up, bro. That's perfect. You bring that up. Thank you for bringing that up, because I actually went to my wife used to work at a place over in Walnut Creek, California, where they had all wounded animals, and they took care of them there. And so because of that, they used to teach people about the world and how things were. And you're absolutely right. There was one guy who brought a wolf who someone had got as a baby and thought they could raise it, and the wolf became a real wolf, which was, wild, and they couldn't take care of it anymore, so they let it go. But because they were humans and they had raised it, the wolf did not have normal wolf wildlife upbringing, and so therefore it was not going to be able to survive on its own. And they realized that, so they captured that wolf and brought it back into society. But the wolf was 3/4 wild. But the guy wanted to show people and teach people about the wolf itself. So he had to dominate this wolf. And we don't think about stuff like this, but when the wolf would think it was in charge, he had to grab the wolf with his mouth on the back of the wolf's neck and bite onto him, and then grab him and throw him to the ground on his side and pin him to the ground and growl at him to then dominate him so that the wolf would then be subservient to him.
And it's weird how those structures develop. And I could understand that people that don't understand them, they go, "Oh, that's such a weird situation," and I get it. Like,
Right, and I get
it might not make
agreed.
sense.
Yeah.
But and
But
it doesn't
to
make sense
us-
from an outsider's
to
perspective.
us,
But that's
that
only
is
because we try to
foreign.
put those human characteristics on these animals.
Right.
Why
to
we
us,
have
that's
that disconnect.
foreign because we don't do that to one another, but we do. We won't get involved in
Yeah,
that right
that's a
now.
different one.
Right? You only know this because we've talked about this off air. We do those things. We just don't do them that way. So we won't get involved in that right in this second.
But no,
Right?
but that position that you talked about, like the tuft to the back of the neck, and
Yeah.
knowing, like, the knowledge of animals, you know that even cats, rabbits, like certain animals, when you
Yeah,
grab
the
that
mother
tuft to their
picks
neck,
the
there's a certain
babies up
instant
by the
where they
back
just
of the
kind of
neck.
go into a fetal position where they're actually comfortable. That's how they would be carried
That's
as an
the
offspring,
mother
depending on their species.
dominating the child. The mother picks up the cat by the back of the neck. The dog mother picks up the dogs by the back of the neck. That is so you then go into the posture, like Jake just said, of submission, because the mother, who is your creator, is now the dominant, and she's picking you up, and and you instinctively go with, I am now protected by the creator, and the creator is taking me to a safe place. So
Yeah.
then they
I feel like
automatically
it's like swaddling a baby, though. It's
Yes.
you know what I mean. It's like
the
swaddling a
same
baby.
thing
It's
if
that
we-
comfort
thank you,
blanket.
Jake. Yes. If we swaddle a baby, it's the exact same thing. Thank you, Jake, for making that an analogy, because that's exactly what it is. We swaddle a baby, they feel the same. It's the same as the picking up of the animal from the back of the neck by the parent, the mother or the father. This is the beginning of your consciousness as a soul. And you trust in your creation, in your creator, to protect you, and then you start to become. This is what it is to be birthed or born in this reality, where here we are young souls who for the first time know that we are. Welcome.
I mean, and I think it's that same idea when you think of a baby, of when they figure out what their fingers do, and figuring out their surroundings and their immediate. I think sometimes it takes a lot of people a long time to get to that point, depending on how it's presented.
all the
and
process.
nurture and nature are a big play on it, but how you get to that point is hopefully all the same destination for everybody.
Oh, it is. It's all
Without
the
learning
same
more.
process. All of it is the same process. Each of us do this in our own fashion at our own time. There is no race. No one is keeping track to see who is going fastest or slowest. No one cares. That's not important. The important thing is the experience itself and you experiencing the experience and learning from that. That is what is important. Everything else is your ego trying to tell you, oh
Trying
no,
to block
there's
it.
other people that are doing it faster than me. We have to hurry up. That is bullshit. It's the ego. The ego is trying to slow you down and make you not ascend and make you not learn what you need to learn.
Abby, that's another very like when you're talking about household cats and pets. Maine Coons are very long and by their size when it comes to regular household cats. Not with the
Yes.
wild in them. Maine Coons are quite
Maine
long.
Coons are very trusting.
Trusting? Is that what you said?
Oh yeah, very trusting. You can pick them up, you put them whenever you turn them upside down. They're so trusting. They don't care. They love you.
No, the
They
Maine Coon
love you.
that I play with, I also lay him on his back. He likes that for some reason. He likes going backwards and upside down. He reaches his legs back and does kind of a back stretch, and then
That is a cat who is awake, my friend. That is a cat who you have woken up and he understands that he is someone. And that's why he's doing that. And after his life ends, this time as that cat, he will be born on this planet as a human. Because he's awake, man. He's doing shit we do. When they start doing stuff that humans, that we know, I think, therefore I am, when our animals and our friends and our trees and our plants and our, especially cats and dogs and fish and all of our pets, when they start acting like humans, it's because they are aware of themselves. And this is when they go from the 2D life to the 3D life, which is the beginning for us as a baby soul. I am now aware that I am something. What does that mean? And then I have to learn all of that. And that's what's happening in this place that we occupy right now.
Well, I think there's a lot of things that animals pick up better than humans. Sometimes I think you see it in cases of paranormal cases. Sometimes cats and dogs can pick up these senses before humans do. Sometimes an interesting real life. I know it's anecdotal, but my cat picks up when I'm tripping. She doesn't want to be around me when I'm tripping. Like she just senses it off me. I consider myself more compassionate when I'm under
the influence.
I
have a cat. His name is Patch, bro. He's my Siberian. And he's all white, and he has an A that literally has black that goes up like this and over like that. So it's the old style A. It doesn't have the thing in the crossbeat, but he's got black in other places on his body, right on his butthole, like God said. Right? And then his tail, like a quarter of his tail is black, and then like one leg down the leg from the hip to the knee, and the other leg like to the ankle. Weird shit, but stuff that you would laugh about. On his right ear. Over here, he has a little skin flap, and there's a little black dot in there like he has an earring. It's hilarious. So I look at that and I laugh. We called him Patch because he has patches. But this guy, every time I smoke a bowl, he goes nuts. He comes over to me, and he's like, dude, oh my God, I love you. He's going to rub all over me for like a half hour, dude. And I know this because my hands smell like pot. Because I was just like dealing with that and putting it in the bowl and smoking it. And he's like, oh shit, bro, I love you. So every time I'm high, that cat gets high off of my shit.
Well, for my cats, when they first were getting accommodated into my house, my first one wasn't so difficult, but they used to hide a lot in the beginning. And they used to kind of get tucked away, and you don't want to drag them out too much. But when we would smoke, she would come out and kind of hang out with us and enjoy the smoke. The first cat that we got kind of grew out of it. The other cat will come from across the house if she thinks we are smoking and just come and sit in the room with us. And she's the one that we also, because I have medical CBD for both of my cats. One of them because with her being deformed differently because they could have got her braces when she was younger and it would have fixed a lot of that. But I feel like she has more pain walking on her forearms than most cats would. So we try to give her whatever health benefits we can that she's happy to take. And she, for some reason, just lops up the dabber of CBD. She loves the animals.
Well, when I do, that I do really super spiritual events. And I have noticed, this is no joke, they are very in tune. All animals, all life is very in tune. Cats are really in tune to your energy. I have 2 here where I'm at right now. My wife has 4 where she is at. Actually, she's down to 2 now because we had a couple of them that we had to put down. They were very, very old. However, when I do my shows, and I think you've known this because we've talked when I've been live on yours or you've been live on mine, and we've talked, and I was like, well, here's my cats. They're so in tune to our energy, man, that when we get in dogs as well, which is hilarious because I've done shows with Tony Taylor. If you don't know who she is, you should check her out on YouTube. And she has a dog named Leo. Affectionately, not because of me. We met and she had a dog named Leo, and I said, that's my name, right?
Hey,
so she laughed.
Pena, just to give you a little heads up, Pena's got a bird named Jake.
Right, I know he does. Right, that's
Jacob.
hilarious. Right, right. So there's a dog named Leo and a bird named Jake. Right, we named the monkey Jack. I love that line from the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah.
So my point here is that they're so in tune that it's not just that they're getting a contact high. A lot of people would say, well, they're smelling the pot on you and that's making them high. And so therefore no, it's not that at all. This is the same thing that has to do with the creation stories.
Well,
If you
and it also
read the
takes a lot to
creation stories,
recognize.
right?
It also takes a lot to recognize, like, the cat's personality. Cats have very specific personalities based on the cat themselves.
Yes,
You
they
don't get a
do.
universal personality with cats.
Right. If
They're
you
all
actually
different,
ask a
and
cat what
some of
its
them like it,
name
some of them don't.
is,
But if they don't like the smoke, they'll walk away.
they'll
They're
walk
happy to.
away. Right. Same thing with if you're eating something and you go here, they go, what the? Oh, that smells nasty. They walk away. Jake's right.
Well,
They'll walk
and that's one
away.
of the one things I've always hated. Whenever I see people that like trap their animals and like blow smoke at them or something like that, that really irritates me. It's like
Right. That's
having
not
your,
cool.
your kid around and blowing cigarettes in their face.
Right.
Like,
I did
to
that when
me,
I was young. When I was like 15 or so, I remember, this is no joke. I really did this. I went over to my buddy's house. I'm not going to say his name just because I didn't ask him if I could tell the story. And we got high and we found a bunch of the seeds for pot that his mom had. So we were feeding the seeds to their macaw. And the macaw became very aggressive, but not in a bad way. He was tripping and having fun, got high, and he was having fun chasing us, and we were running for our lives. and the
I
bird
feel
was
like that was a panic attack going through
right.
the bird.
It was
though.
right, and eventually, his mom came home from work, and we were trapped in the bedroom, and the bird was outside, and she was like, "What the hell happened?" We're like, "Well, we were feeding him your pot seeds, and he got high, and then he was chasing us, but he wasn't trying to kill us. He thought it was funny, and we could tell that, but we were still afraid of him. That's just crazy when we were high as well, but." They have a consciousness, is my point, even though it was crazy. They have a consciousness and it's affected by things that affect our consciousness at the same time. But their consciousness is more open and honest than ours is. We try to tend to hide behind emotion. They don't have that, so they're honest.
I feel like they don't have
right?
they don't have the great filter. They
Yeah.
deal with their surroundings, no matter
Yeah.
what's around them.
It is
They
what
just
it
kind of-
is to them. It is what it is. They don't have the thought process or understanding of, well, if I took an aspirin, this wouldn't hurt. They don't have any of that.
Well,
So
I
it is
noticed
what
it
it
on
is.
small scales with just my rabbit. My rabbit has a little bit of trouble controlling his temperature. They can't get wet all the time. They clean themselves more than cats do. But
Yep.
if you were to get them wet, they would have and it was cold in the room, they would have trouble controlling their body temperature because they're not used to getting wet.
See?
And it's an interesting thing that you see in certain animals. And I don't know. I think it also ties into cats a little bit and why they don't like to be in the water. And,
Right?
how long it takes them to dry, how uncomfortable they are. I've given my cats a bath just because every once in a while, one of my cats needs one. But I'm very. It's a long process, and they're comfortable with it now. So they'll lay there in the towel and let me dry them long enough where they're not walking out cold. But yeah, a lot of people will
Right.
just
When I grabbed my this was 2 years ago now, we got infested with fleas. I don't know how it happened, but we were all locked down with a flea. Oh my God, what do we got to do? So we bombed the place. So I had to grab the cats and take them out of here and go and drive around town or park somewhere for long enough for the guys to come in and fumigate. So I come back home and now you can't let the cats go because they're infested, man. You got to give them a bath. So one of my cats, Patch, he's used to that, so he didn't fight anything. So I knew he wasn't going to fight me, so I did him second. The first one was Squeaky Squeakers, who is the Maine Coon, whereas she's a big cat, right? She's a big cat. She's not a full-blown Maine Coon because she's a mix with something else, a tabby, I think. So she's not as big, but she's big. So she's not as big as the Siberian, but really close. She's heavier. So I don't cut the claws of my cats. I allow them to have what nature gives them, and nature will take away from them. So therefore, if something happens and they have to survive, like something happens to where I live and there's a fire and they get out, they'll have total access to being able to survive.
So
they
what?
won't have no claws.
I gotta pick your brain on that. I gotta pick your brain on that thought process.
Right, we'll talk off air about that. So I do that, which means they have big ass claws, because they do. So when I was going, I had to put on a flannel with sleeves and gloves, garden gloves that were leather, because I wasn't sure which cat was going to fight me while I was trying to hold them under the water. Right. So the Maine Coon, she wasn't having any of me doing this.
Oh yeah,
she was trying to claw me to death. Right, she was totally against it, and so she's clawing at me. And good thing I had multiple layers on, because that would have really shaken my root. She would have racked my skin bad. So I was holding her under the water. It was warm, of course. And I was putting the soap, and the soap was the soap that kills the fleas and their eggs and all the whole nines. And the only time was when she complied was when I was done, and I put her in the towel, and I wrapped her, swaddled her in a towel. Getting back to the swaddling of babies, I swaddled her in the towel and started to rub her. And then all of a sudden she was like, "Oh, this is helping." And she totally just relaxed and was happy that I was doing what I was doing, because she understood at that point that I was trying to help her.
Yeah.
Now, Batch, on the other hand, was totally agreeant. He was used to it. And he was like, when I grabbed him and pulled him out, he didn't even fight me. And I stuck him under the water, and he was like, "Shit, what are you doing?" Water, "Oh, okay, it's warm." And his whole bath and shower and toweling went good. And she was not happy with that, because he had a better experience than she did. And she was up on the bar looking at him while I was drying him. She was looking at him like, "You suck."
You're getting all the attention.
Right? Because he was like, "Oh yeah, all right, cool, yeah, get that part behind my ear." And she was freaking out the whole time. So it was hilarious how the personalities, getting back to what you were saying before about every single entity, every animal, every whatever having its own distinct personality. She had a personality, and she was like annoyed with him because he was used to being manhandled and having a bath and being, that way, and then dried afterwards. He knew what was going to happen. That was her first time. And so she was upset and freaking out. And he was like, "Yeah, this is the shit that happens, bro. Get used to it." And I love that, because you touched on that about how they're like individual persons, and people need to understand that about their animals.
Oh, yeah. And I always think maybe it's just my experience, but I think cats, when they're in a family, they like to pick one human as their own.
They do.
They'll tolerate other ones, and sometimes they won't like other ones, but at the same time, they'll pick one human as their own, depending on how large the family is that they're around.
Now, it's cool that you bring that up, because that has to do with paganism and Wiccanism.
But
give me
2 minutes. I gotta cross streams, April.
that has to do with familiars. If you don't understand what that means, right? Familiars are an animal that becomes attached to a human.
Whether you're talking bats, cats, or anywhere in between.
Cats, dogs. Usually it's cats, though. In Wiccan ways, it's usually cats, because those cats are the ones who protect our souls. So in Wiccan religion, or the pagan religion, or the Druid religion, it's usually cats. Although in the Druid religion, it's a lot of times birds, right? So you have a parrot or a parakeet or an owl. Right. So there's two differences between those two ancient religions. The Druid religion was a masculine religion that split off from what became the pagan religion, which is the feminine. There was a religion before those two that was androgynous, male and female, but because we are split into male and female, there was a problem that happened, and the human race came to this a precipice where they needed to choose. So they chose separate ways, and you had the pagan religion and the Druid religion, and the Druid religion was mostly masculine. Now everything has gone back to both. So in the Wiccan religion, you have both the masculine and the feminine, and in the pagan religion, you have masculine and feminine. That's happening in Christianity. That's happening in all religions at this point, because what you will find in the text of the Gnostic Gospels and all other Gospels that were taken out of all Bibles, you will find that the creator of the universe was an androgynous being, is an androgynous being, a father, mother, or mother, father character. That couldn't be left into the Gospels when you had a male dominated society, when at the time you had Constantine starting the councils of Nicaea, which after 150 years, they changed the Bible completely politically to what they wanted the narrative to be.
That's the one thing I think paganism got right, is that respect for Mother Nature and the balance in seasons, and the connection.
And if you look at all native religions of the North American continent, the South American continent, the Central American continent, they in total had the same ideology about nature and everything. So you had 3/4 of the planet thinking the same spirituality. But what happened was the invasion of the West by Europe changed the narrative, and the society that we have on the planet became less reliant on spirituality and got away from that. So we as a society got away from spirituality to a point that it was crazy way away from, so far that in the Bible, that would be considered hell. Hell is the lack or disassociation of the creator, complete disassociation with. That is close to where the human race was about 25,000 years ago. Since then until today, there has been, and if you read any gospel that we have currently on this planet that goes back to the 25,000 year mark, you will hear the creation story of everything and understand. And if you don't, I will explain it to you, not on the show, but when I put out my documentary, that the creation story is the entire story of our existence from the creation to you, me, and everyone. Okay? Including a warning of what is happening to us now, literally, with all the disinformation trying to stop us from waking up and understanding what goes on in the universe.
Well, I wanted to pick your brain about the hell concept. What do you think of the modern interpretation between Christians and just public interpretation of what hell is? And do you think it's depicted in the Bible the way that we think of it, or do you think it's more of a construct that we kind of created?
No, it's actual. It is.
I don't hear a lot of fire and brimstone where a horned being lives. Where I see that in Dante's Inferno more than I see it in our biblical Bible.
I agree with you. And that's because the Bible was warning of a place that was to become. The Bible was written before that place was actual. Okay, so what we need to understand is, here's how the universe works. There are certain planes of existence that all of us live on: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? 11, 12. And we are in the third dimension, third density, right, of the universe. So we are 3 steps, 1, 2, 3. Third step from the bottom. The first run is first dimension. The second run is 2 dimension. The third run is 3. The fourth is 4, and the fifth is 5th. We are achieving the 4th and the 5th and getting close to the 6th in this dimension.
Let's just unpack that little bit right there.
Mm-hmm.
so I kind of have, like, without tying too much to religion, I kind of think people have to go through these levels in order to get to a higher plane of existence, whatever you want to call that higher plane of
Yes,
existence.
and it
whether
has
it's
nothing to do with religion.
well, it can.
So you're right.
Religion
No,
can be
no,
that
no.
higher plane of
Religion
existence that you're
works.
putting.
Religion works for those of you who are religious. It
Yeah,
has more to do with the personal spiritualism.
and intent. I think
Right?
intent is very important when you're
It's
talking
all the
about
same.
people.
It's all the same. Your intention. Thank you, Jake, for saying that. Intention. If you, what we're here to do is we just woke up. We're baby souls. I am. I think, therefore I am. What does that mean? So we have to be taught that. So you're born as a human in this place. If you were born somewhere else where three-dimensional life is there, you would be born as a lizard person or a gray alien or a blue electron or a bird like whatever is there. Okay, in this place, in this
Thinking
solar
of the
system,
blue avians when you
yeah,
said
or the blue avians, or the whatever. Yeah, all of those races were in corporeal three-dimensional race.
Well, and before you get too far with that, what I was going to ask with that question, because I kind of see how you feel about the different levels of existence.
Right.
Do you think the lower levels are animals and species that aren't on our level that are also on this planet, or do you think they can be other beings and entities that are also on a lower frequency or level than ourselves?
Ooh, good question. Because like dolphins and whales have a bigger brain than us. They're more awake than we are.
I would see them at a higher level.
They are at a higher level, but then you do have other, dogs,
Well,
cats,
and then
birds.
when you're thinking about demons and entities like darker entities, and they say that they operate on a lower frequency, do you have to be more perceptive to a lower frequency in order to tap into those lower frequencies and be able to communicate with those? Is it the opposite of excelling to a higher point?
No, the answer to that is there are beings, good and evil, on every frequency. So when you think of evil beings, they're not on a lower frequency, but there are some on a lower frequency, because we, as positive beings, are on that lower frequency as well. So you have evil that is in this dimension, the third dimension, the third density, and you have them in the fourth and the fifth and the sixth. But what happens is, halfway through this,
so I see the above as below
Yes.
argument in that.
It's actually as below, so above. It's the backwards.
But I depict humans as corrupt by nature, and I don't think of them as being.
Actually,
I want the most out of human society, but I think they're flawed as a power and I think power is just the base power species, where that's where that's what you strive for. You're more worried about that. Whatever gets you to that point, whether it's relationships, money.
Hold on one second. I need to go use the restroom because I have.
Oh, you're good.
Beer,
I'm
and I'll come back and answer
bit.
that. So I need to go use the restroom. I'll be right back, and then I'll answer your question.
All right. Religion is one of the things. Being truly spiritual minded is another. Yeah. But I think they do. But I do think they tie together. I think it's an interchangeable thought that has specifics in both areas. I think it's interchangeable in certain stances. It's a bigger brain than us. Did I say that? I don't think anything has a bigger brain than us, but I think different brains operate on different levels. When it comes to communication, I think dolphins are actually better than us. When we talk about ways of sonar, ways of speaking with their own chirps and noises that they make as well, clicks, I think their interpretation of language is very advanced for what we would consider a not intelligent species. So yeah, I do think they're operating at the same level, if not higher than us. But it's a good question to wonder if brain size can be equated to Sentience, I guess. If brain size is equivalent to sentience, that's a good question. I don't think brain size is necessarily the arguing factor. It's just brain's capability for me. I mean, what they're doing with that brain, because I feel like there's a large portion of our own brains that we don't use, and there's a very good chance that if we used more of it, we'd have more capability. But if any creature was maximizing the potential of their brain, they could get to closer levels than us if we weren't using the same capacity in the long sense. What do you think, Leo? Do you think it's necessarily based on brain size for sentience in that idea of being on a level of consciousness like our own, or because we were comparing dolphins at first, and I pointed out significantly their ability to communicate with each other. Like that to me is a significant stride above humans, whether you're talking about sonar, clicking. There's not a lot of other animals in our existence that we know about that have that type of communication.
Well, brain size means ganglia. Glia is the brain cells that transmit thought. So the amount of glia that you have in your brain decides how intelligent you are.
Well,
Albert Einstein.
Brain fluid also determines that as
and
well.
brain fluid, because if you have more glia, if you have more glia cells, you have to have more brain fluid to service the glia. So absolutely, you're right, Jake. So when you have more fluid,
my significant other has hydrocephalus, and her body produces too much brain fluid, and she has a shunt, and it constantly is draining.
So she doesn't have enough glia for the fluid, so you have to drain the fluid, right? And that's okay.
And it also has to do with
I'll bet she's really smart.
Thyroid deficiency, I think, as well.
Yeah, that's part of
regulating the body.
Yeah.
But a lot of the times when they find specimens of humans that developed hydrocephalus, it's a rare case. But what they'll do is they go, "Oh, look, it's an alien. It has a large skull that formed that way." And I'm like,
right.
Well, no, there's these cases that a lot of people don't know about that, they're rare, but they are a thing. And I think it
that's
does
because part of her
DNA,
thing. My friend, part of her DNA is part of that DNA of the Luciferian peoples that had the elongated skulls. And in that adds itself to, if you look at here in the United States, and you look at humans that were born on the East Coast, Boston, New Jersey, New York, that area, Pennsylvania, you see they have larger skulls than the people born on the West Coast of America. That's just a thing. So
and
is
I
their
think there's
brain
a big difference
slightly
between
larger?
elongation and shaping is a big thing in that.
Well,
because
people do
the
that.
patterns of like shaping when it comes to overproduction of brain fluid, you get more of a round shape. When you talk elongated, you're getting more of that old school Egyptian shape.
Yeah,
but not because of boarding.
No, I agree.
It's you got to be very specific about it, because I feel like you can get so many different outcomes where you're talking about elongated skulls.
No, I agree with you.
So yeah, I do think there are a race of beings that are a middle ground, even between what we'd consider like the Cyclopses, or the middle ground between God and men, because I do think that's a thing. Whether the Bible's depicting it, whether you're talking about Nibiru, or however you want to accept the story, the Sumerians, they talk about it as well. When you're talking about these people that came down, or these beings that came down and mated with humans, and they created these creatures that were on the earth, whether you want to call them red-haired giants, whether you want to call them Cyclopses, whether you want to call them whatever you want to call them. I think these creatures did exist on this planet, and we do have records that I wouldn't say were too public, but of larger beings operating on this planet at different points in time.
Well, I will agree with
David
that.
and Goliath stories, I think that the giants eventually died out. I think it was interesting that they were noted about.
Well, I will agree with that, but there's a realization that you need to look into and possibly understand, that I say this on my show a lot. So if you listen to my show, I say we are the microcosm to the macrocosm. And what you need to understand is when you look at the golden mean ratio, right? That is the natural spiral that is in the universe. It is in everything. The only thing that it's not in is the opposite to that golden mean ratio. So the golden mean ratio, for those of you who don't understand what that is, you would call that the Fibonacci sequence. Although the Fibonacci sequence is not the natural spiral itself, it is the triangles, and in the natural spiral of the golden mean ratio is the
And I
arc.
think it's measurement between those.
Yeah.
Those
Yeah,
things
so it's still
that
the
you would
same
identify.
equation, right? It's still the same equation.
Yeah.
One is the spiral itself, and one is the actual inside of the spiral being the.
There's a lot of equations that will give you pi.
And there's
that-
a lot of equations that
I
will
think
give you
that
that, right? When
there's
you
a lot
look
to that.
at anything, if you draw a circle and put almost anything in that object, like you have the pentagram where you have the upside down star, so the 5-pointed star is faced with the star facing down, and the pentacle, which is the 5-pointed star with the star facing up, or the Star of David, or the pyramid in the star, or the Vitruvian Man, where you have a human standing inside the circle. The mathematical equation is the exact same. There is no difference. So all of those represent
I
different
want to pick your
religions.
brain on that one. What do you think about the pyramids? You've heard a little bit about Peter's work, and I took kind of Peter's work in. I liked his take on the placement of the main pyramids that we talk about, the Great Pyramids,
Right, the
and-
three at Giza, right?
and the public perception that they fall on a lineage of stars, and that they're meant to point to a certain direction.
Well, I've
feel
literally
like
named
in
my
my head, I
show.
feel like time
I
based.
named my show Orion Rising and my book Orion Rising because I believe that those three pyramids at the Pyramid of Giza, when they were built above in the sky, directly above the pyramids at that time, was Orion's belt.
And you made a good point that I would agree with. What I was saying was I think it's time based. So it comes
Yes.
down to, when do you think these structures and these people existed, and when it was constructed? Because
Agreed.
I mean, I think it's public knowledge to when we found the Sphinx, when we found these pyramids, and we already saw things crediting other people when we found them. But a lot of people like to get their names on things, and
Right.
it's not necessarily the person
Humans,
attached to the building. of it.
Egoic, thinking, striving humans want to get their names on things. Correct.
Weird how that works in this
Right?
this corrupt human society.
Right. So yes, agreed. And if you look, we first thought they were in the post dynastic era of Egypt, and that was the time of the pharaohs. But then you have Robert Schoch and other
The
people.
water
who are-
erosion and
water
I think that's so
erosion in the
significant.
Sphinx area and in the pyramid area would suggest that they were about 125,000 years before that. So it would be in the pre-dynastic area.
And thinking
or
about
further back.
Egypt in that tropic state, you know what I mean? Like
Right?
thinking about it in a state that no one
not a
could picture
desert at
this
all,
desert
but a
like it is.
green, plush, grassy tree environment with rain like the equator
Oh yeah,
of the
And
planet.
maybe even a layer of water to a certain extent. Like
right?
you're talking about almost like a Florida type situation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Agreed. So
And-
you have to envision in your minds. Thank you, Jake, for taking us there. You have to envision in your minds the fact that say the Nile itself, which most of you think that the Nile flows from the ocean. When you look at Africa, you immediately think that the Nile flows from the top down. It does not. That is below the equator. So what you need to understand is the Nile flows from the tip of Africa back up to the ocean of what you see in Africa. They're below the equator, so everything is flowing the other direction. Most humans don't understand that, especially if you're born in the Americas or in the Russias or anywhere in the northern hemisphere of the planet. You think of things in that respect, that everything flows towards the equator. It does. But when you're in the southern hemisphere, it floats towards the equator. Okay. So first of all, you have to realize that, and then you can understand what happens in that region every year, and they have floods and this and that and this and that. Now, go back in time to Thoth, who was in Egypt, who was one of the gods of Egypt, who gives the knowledge in the Emerald Tablets, and he talks about there where the Atlanteans are screwing with the 3, 6, and 9, which is what we know now, and what Tesla started talking about, the energies of as above, so below, which is a lie, and it's as below, so above, because we are part of the creation. We'll go back to that.
So without thinking about it on a religious sense, isn't it equivalent as above, so below, without associating a higher power with it? Just the process of evolution?
Yes, thank you. Because religion versus
I think they're
spirituality.
interchangeable.
Religious versus spirituality is the same. Religion is the spirituality that has been corrupted by evil men who want money. So you have the Catholic religion,
I've always just thought your doors of perception are different than mine. And I traveled down different paths to open mine, and you probably traveled down different paths to open yours. But as long as we end up with the same goal and end result, I feel like there's nothing wrong with people taking different paths.
Absolutely.
And I respect everybody on their
own. It is literally what you're talking about. It is literally the choice of each individual, which path they take. My father, I told you that story earlier. My father said, choose your path, find your path. He was being literal and understanding, which I didn't know at the time, how the universe worked, that literally what Jesus and Muhammad and every single prophet has ever been trying to tell us all is that we are the savior. We in us, we can only save ourselves. So we have to then look into ourselves so that we can love ourselves and admit to ourselves what our problems are and fix them. So then we die of the flesh, or we die of the animalistic instinct, which is the first 3 energy centers of the body, and then we resurrect as the God, in a sense, because we're resurrecting as an adult.
And which I think immediately reflects back into being one that is in God's image.
Absolutely. At that point, we are becoming.
And you can reflect it. These ideas bounce back, and they're healthy between each other. I think they bounce back perfectly.
Absolutely.
And a lot of people like to overlook them.
Absolutely. Everything balances everything in this place, in the universe. Everything balances everything. So nothing is ever wasted. When we think something is debunked or wasted, it's not. Jake is on to the truth of it. The truth of it is that everything counts. Nothing is wasted, and everything circles back to the one, or the consciousness of the all. Jake is so onto it. Listen to what he said.
This is one of the nuanced questions we got when I was talking to a guest I was chatting with earlier. Was we were talking about, he presented the idea that it's more healthy to have a vegetarian lifestyle. And I said, I can't argue that it's not. I said, but what are the sustainable things that we can do to get to that point, to better society as a whole, to get away from factory farming, things like that, where we know we are clearly doing harm to animals, like on a large scale. Like, a lot of people like to have the disconnect of how they get their ground beef from Walmart or wherever they go and pick it up at. But there is a process that's happening that a lot of people don't like to know about, that I feel like we could do a better way. And I even, because I told the person that I was talking to, he's a vegetarian, and whenever it's just, I guess it's my over compulsiveness. Whenever I dive into something, I dive into it wholeheartedly. And I had a friend of mine who is vegetarian, and he's dabbled with veganism, and I decided to wholeheartedly jump into veganism to try it. And he set me up with a diet and made sure I was getting the right nutrients. I was also on minerals just to make sure I didn't throw anything off switching my diet. And it wasn't something that was sustainable for my body. I actually realized from it that I had a gluten allergy, and realized that I couldn't take bread and carbs in the same way, wheat specifically, as I thought I could. I actually breathed better when I wasn't taking in bread and pasta and all these things. And I eventually switched to a whole keto diet. And he looked at me like I was crazy, because I told him, I said, honestly, I wouldn't be able to do the job I do and live the life I live on high protein beans and supplements. It wouldn't get me to the point that I'm at right now. And I was like, I work a landscaping job. It's a highly manual labor job, and I wouldn't be able to function and do it if I didn't have the protein to keep my body going. And we eventually got to the argument where I was like, well, I don't think factory farming is the right thing. I've been around farms my whole life. I worked on a pig farm when I was younger. I helped out at a chicken farm when I was younger. I worked at an egg plant where we packed eggs, and I didn't work at the egg plant. I built the robots that packed the eggs. I did the fabricating for the robots, and I learned like most of the semantics around animals and farming is to make society more comfortable with the idea. They were like, because I asked, I said, "Oh, why do you guys not have free range chickens here?" The farmer looked at me like I was crazy, and I was like, "Because I thought free range chickens were a good idea." And he goes, "No, not in these numbers." He goes, "They'll attack each other and kill each other in large numbers because they're not used to being in a group like this." It comes back to humans not understanding the idea of how animals work. We get to a factory farming where we're breeding them for food. And so I presented the idea. I said, okay, well, a safe alternative where we're not totally pulling everybody from eating meat anymore. What do you think about lab grown meat? Do you think it's a sustainable way where we could have one cell where we're reproducing it and feeding the whole world with one cell? We could just keep reproducing it, and we don't have to murder animals anymore. And if everybody actually supported that process, it would be an affordable process in the long term. If we keep supporting both processes, it'll break up, and one will be more cost efficient than the other. And that has to do with our society. We were talking about that as well, with the fact that you can buy a 2-liter of pop for 99 cents and maybe get a small thing of water for $1.20. And it's like society is set up in this way where they want to feed you the bullshit because it's cheaper, it's easier, it's the quick access. And we eventually got to two terms where we agreed on each other. Like, we knew we had different diets, but what I said is, I think we'd be better in the U.S. society if we moved out of these stacked up cities where we're on top of each other and just spread out, where we could all have our own gardens in our backyard. I grew up in the Midwest. I grow all my own vegetables and my own plants in the yard, and I utilize it. I have great soil in my backyard. I don't have to do anything. I don't have to add anything to it. The water comes in naturally, and seeds are a lot cheaper than going out and buying vegetables every week. And so when you're talking about a poverty,
Right.
when you're talking about people living in these cities that can't afford, whatever's at the local grocery store, it's a more sustainable way to get to an end result that's better. And that's what I was trying to do. Rather than telling people their lifestyle was bad because I didn't agree with it, I was like, okay, well, how do we get society as a whole to a better state where everybody's healthy, everybody's at a better state, where they can all get to a higher plane of existence? And that was more what I was worried about in the esoteric conversation of it. And
Right. Well, let me interject there. Let me interject there with you're absolutely right. That in and of itself, everything that you just said is the true question that we need to answer, right? But the problem is this. The problem is that everyone has free will. So you and I can try to our heart's content to give the people everything that they need to understand, because we see it. We know what they need to know. You guys need to know this, man. If you know what we know, you're going to be awake and you're going to go, what the hell's going on? And I'm not supposed to be listening to those guys, and I should be going over here with these guys. The problem is that everyone is on their own path at their own time. So we can't give them that, because the way the universe is set up is that we all, each individually, have to experience our own path. So the only thing you and I and anyone else can do, and what you just did literally by talking about what you were saying, is you can give people the tools, but you can't make them use them. That's the anachronism
But if
of
you
the way
don't
you can
present
lead
the
a horse
option,
to water,
if you
but you
present
can't
it-
make it drink.
I feel like in society we present things as it's this or it's that. There's no middle ground. And
That's
I feel
what
like
they-
that's
that's
how-
what that
whether
what
it's
that does
politics,
is
whether it's anything.
right. That's where you have the two sides.
Mhm.
Okay, you have the
You get
yin
the
and the
pushback.
yang. You have the good and the evil, or the other way around. Good and evil. Good's always on the right, evil's always on the left. So that is the pendulum that swings, that gives you one choice or the other only. They don't want you thinking about anything else besides you're either for me or you're against me. That's it. There is no other choice. And that's the lie. Those people are brainwashed on either side to the extreme right and the extreme left, which is what's happening now on the planet in politics. The extreme left is crazy and the extreme right is crazy, and all the people in the middle, which is all of us, we're going, what the fuck is going on, man? Who are these crazy people running this shit? That's the crazy people that have been running this shit the whole time on the planet that we were not aware of, and that we're only now becoming aware of as a society. Those are the crazies that have been in charge the entire fucking time. And you guys didn't know it. Okay?
Well,
Some of us did.
I use it in a really easy sense too for people to understand. I was like, there are these people in society that prior to everything good that's going on with the pandemic, that we're barely holding on.
Right?
Reality alone was a lot, and just life in general was a lot. These people are all still around,
Right?
and so if I go into a public place and they require me to wear a mask, I don't necessarily think it's benefiting me. But
Right.
if
It's
I
not.
know that I can comfort
But it
other
makes them
people,
feel better, right? So you put the mask on.
I
all
know
right,
that
whatever. You feel
it'll
good.
help the overall energy of everybody around us if
Right.
I do this, rather than
Right.
starting a conflict that I don't think is necessary.
Right, because there's no reason for it. Screw it. I'm not going to fight here. This is not worth dying for. Yeah, absolutely. You put
If
a
I
mask on.
got to
I do
go
the
into
same
your
thing.
private, if I got to go into your private business and I'm going to support you, I'm going to do whatever your rules that you have there.
Yep.
I mean, that's just.
Now, I don't agree with the having to wear the mask, but sometimes
I don't
the
agree with
ways
it
that we're
either.
fighting for here. No, it's not. I'll go online like you do, Jake, and like I do, and like Miguel does, and we'll talk about it there to the world, just like we're doing now.
Yeah.
We're not going to
But
fight it right
I'm not
here.
going
You're
to
right. I'm put the mask on. I'm going to come in and do your
but I
thing.
care about the
Yeah.
workers. I care about the business, and I want them all to be able
You
to.
don't want them to be
function through
afraid. I don't want them to
Yeah.
be afraid of me either. So I put the mask on so that they'll go, oh, okay, he has a mask. I won't die today, even though they have the shot.
And I also know that there's this fear in society that was brought to them by who knows what angle or what side that makes them fearful of what's going on. And I say, the least I can do is meet them halfway. I don't know what they're scared of, but the least I can do is meet them halfway. I know what I'm scared of. I can live with my own truths, and everybody else has to live with their own as well. And
that's the truth of it. The truth is that the powers that should not be are peddling fear, because the truth is that a society that is in fear is easier to control. And I wanted to say, Abby in the chat just said, my dad kept saying the bankers and Wall Street, and that is absolutely the truth, my friend. Bankers and Wall Street, that is the elite, that is the swamp, that is the powers that should not be. Those people are the ones that are making money off the sorrow of all of us, right? So, yeah, so true. You guys have a good point, Divine Divinity said. And that's the truth of that we're speaking. You guys see that and you know that, right? Yeah, my grandpa used to say the same at Abbey. So the truth is, my father used to, and he was born in 1927, so he's probably as old as your grandfather, right? And my father-in-law, who was also born around the time my father was, which would be your grandfather's age, and they knew what was going on. You had Ford of the Ford Motor Company in 1903 say that if Americans, this is a quote, if Americans understood how the global economic scheme worked, there would be a revolution in America today. 1903, he said that, more than 100 years ago. He said that about reality, but no one
I would
understood that.
say 20 to 30 years after that, we watched the textile industry go a certain route. When we followed the cotton gin rather than the production of hemp and things like that, and we pulled a lot of things off the market based on this money scheme, this idea of making the rich richer and keeping. I mean,
the stock market is literally for rich people.
Madness. There was this thing that went on where we wanted to pull common goods out of the public eye because we didn't want them to know about it, because we'd rather keep milking another cow that was in the area.
Well, and the truth is they've weaponized that. They keep making laws, making it harder and harder. You can make less milk from your cows. You can grow less vegetables in your own garden. They're doing that on purpose. You can't put a barrel out and let the rainwater fall into it, because that water is owned by the county that you live in, not you anymore. And so if you get caught doing that, it's a felony in some states. They're doing this shit. You can't have so many eggs. You can't have nothing that allows you to be off the grid. And they're trying to make it illegal for all of that to happen. So you have to be dependent on the stores. So whenever they want to, they just close the stores and put guards in front of it, and you're fucked. You have no food, you have nothing. And then they've already taken away all of your knowledge of how to do those things, how to hunt, how to fish, how to plant food, how to grow crops, what crops to grow when. I wrote a book about that. Okay. It's called Prepping/Survival for Beginners. Look it up. I have the book here. Hold on a second. I'll put it in the camera. I have to move a little bit because it's over in the library here. So hold on. I'll be right back.
If you also share it with me in the private chat, I can give people a link to it and share it on the page, of course.
I'll try to do that. So here's this.
I have to let everybody know.
For those of you who
know, Leo is the one that got me introduced to the awesome platform of stream.
Prepping/Survival for Beginners hold on. I have to set this down. By me, Leonard O'Neill, right? That's what it looks like, right? Here's the back of it. There's a picture of me at the time. If it'll fucking okay, so you guys can find this on Amazon. You can find it on your and the best place to do it would be what is that thing on Amazon? Not buying the book itself.
Send me a link. I'll share it on the page. Because I don't even know
if I can. Here's my other book that I have. I have 3 books. I'm gonna give you this one, right? How to get out of debt, surviving in the 21st century by me. All right, this one explains the global banking phenomenon and how they rip you off, and you can get out of debt pretty easily. And if you can't get out of debt, you can file bankruptcy, and I teach you that too, because that's what my wife and I did. And then I have Orion Rising, which is the name of my show and the name of my book and the name of my podcast, right? And that's the by me. There's my name there somewhere. You can see it if it paints. Orion Nebula, or the Orion thing above the pyramids of Giza, done on purpose. This is a sci-fi what if that I did, like Dan Brown did with the Da Vinci Code. The other 2 are actually, I was going to put them as one book, but I separated them because the preppers didn't like the financial system and the financial guys didn't like the preppers. So I separated them into 2 books, but both of them are what you need to know to survive right now in the universe. And then the Orion Rising is a what if book that was supposed to be the first book of a whole series, and I have the screenplay and series play in Hollywood waiting for some producer to want to do it. But that is a what if the everything that was happening in the Ancient Aliens pantheon. Remember that I created Ancient Aliens Worldwide, the group in 2012, which is 280,000 members as of last Sunday, a week ago at this time, depending on where you are in the world. So it was based on all of the shows in the first 12 seasons of Ancient Aliens, and that what if I found out afterwards is actually happening now. Right. Thank you for putting that up on the screen. So you can see my archives there on YouTube. If you're on Facebook, you can find them at Orion Rising, the page. But if you're on YouTube, there it is right there, Orion Rising. And there's my archives of every single show that I've done, including the shows I did before I was Orion Rising, when I was doing my books and my prepping book. And you'll see that I have those videos up there. So I have more than 400 videos for you guys to watch since I started that page back in 2012 or before that. I think I started it even before that. Somewhere right around there.
Leo, I wanted you to let everybody know about the current alien interview that you're doing, because I really like it and I like what you're doing. I know sometimes we get to talking about whatever happens to be the topic on the table of the day, but
right.
You always stick to the topic and get back to the main story when it comes to what happened at Roswell and the people that were interviewed about it.
And I think it's a really good story
that people don't know about.
Right. Thank you for that. Currently, I just got done doing the Law of One, which was 6 books done between the LL Research Group between 1981 and 1984. So you want to check that out. But what Jake's referring to is now I'm actually doing the Roswell interview of the back in Roswell, when we all knew that there was an alien spacecraft that crashed, and the government had protected that and whitewashed it and said there was nothing to see here but a weather balloon for the last 75, 80 years now. The real woman who was a nurse who was at Roswell, New Mexico military base was the only person that an gray alien being who was the captain of the downed spaceship that didn't, quote unquote, happen, would communicate with telepathy wise. So she, after she was about to die about 2 or 3 years ago, in her 90s, decided that her information and what she had stolen, remembered, and written down from her conversations with the entity called Errol, which was a female alien that was in control of the spacecraft. She took all of that information and she sent it to a reporter. And then she had a doctor assist her with her death so that she could not be persecuted in any way, because she was dying anyways. So she is now deceased. That information just hit the public within the last couple years. I have gotten a copy of the 4-hour documentary written by the person, by the researcher that got the information from her, that has the entire interview. And I am now 13 parts into the interview with Errol, the alien from the 12th dimension, who was the pilot and the captain of the spaceship that was crashed in Roswell, New Mexico in 1947. Okay, so you might want to take a look at that.
With you saying that the one was the female that was the pilot, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Would you identify them as grays? I'm not going to put a size on them, but would you identify them as grays?
That's a great question, Jake. The body that the alien is occupying is a resemblance of a gray alien. However, it is only an infrastructure. She calls it, the entity calls it a body, a dull body. It is only a infrastructure, like an ecosystem, that she's occupying. She is 100% energy, and her energy is occupying.
I've heard them described as vessels, and as almost a clone type race
Yes.
where things can be implanted in them. And
Yes.
it's interesting people's
Like the
depiction of
Borg is
Gray.
to humans from the Star Trek universe, they would be that version in the gray alien aspect, to where things could be implanted an eye or a laser beam or a sword or a whatever that they needed, just like they show in the Borg in the Star Trek series. Absolutely, yes.
I don't know if Abby's talking about us, but yeah, no, some of these topics we like to talk about a lot, and I don't get to talk about them very much because these are more esoteric topics, and Leo's able to jump in with me a lot.
Right,
And,
a lot of esotericism, right?
Well, with Mr. Pena, we like to talk about
Especially when we get
Sumerian
Miguel in here. We
history
get Mike in
a
here,
little bit
right?
more. We stick
Yeah.
more towards the Sumerians, the Mayans. Those are the things that he studies, and I try to find that middle ground there.
Yeah.
And depending on
I know,
who
just
my
before
guest
I
is,
saw
try
that
to
you
find
were
that middle
live,
ground with everybody.
I was reading the story of Gilgamesh, and then I was looking at the Sumerian text done by the Babylonians. So that's what I was doing before I saw you were live, bro. And then I jumped on. I was like, "Dude, Jake, what's up, bro?"
Yeah, no, I'm glad I caught you. I'm glad you were able to pop
We
on.
do nerdy stuff, right? Miguel does, you do, I do. That's what we do, bro.
Oh yeah, no, I've been talking about wild stuff like this all night.
Right.
I'm glad I decided to go on. I was glad everybody was able to pop on. I'm not kicking anybody off by any means. I'm happy to hang out. I just appreciated all of it, and happy to everybody tuning in.
Right, victory. Right, I agree with that. So what we have to realize, I just sent to my estranged wife. We're married still. We've been married for 7 years now, but we haven't divorced. We've been separated for 5. But she's my best friend, and we still talk, right? So the whole marriage thing is just, we're like, okay, on paper we're still married, but I literally just sent her. And if you guys don't know, you should take a look at Joseph Campbell. If you know who he is, then you know that he is one of the prolific. I can't say that well enough. He is prolific, a genius. He is deceased now, but when it comes to mythology and the ideology and the comparison to all religions and the comprehensive explanation of that and what that means, he makes me look like I have no idea what I'm talking about. He makes Carl Jung look like he doesn't know what he's talking about, but he's never ever had an ego big enough to challenge Carl Jung. He even teaches Carl Jung, right? But his information is more important. And Carl Jung, if you know the Jung Society, you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. But I would say Joseph Campbell, take a look at. And there's one in particular, there's a 4-minute video that I just sent to my wife that was entitled The Virgin Birth. Look that up and watch that video, because he talks about.
Is that one by Carl Jung?
And he talked, well, there's one video right after that. If you do that on YouTube, right after that, there's a video that shows the Carl Jung version of the ego that has the disappearance, that has the part that is erased, that the ego can't see, of the subconscious. And he talks about that. So it's a dual. There's 2 different videos that'll last you about 10.5 minutes.
So
that teach both.
With that little thought, without me watching it, could you relate it to what I would relate with as in my spiritual journeys as ego death?
Yes, that's exactly it. What he talks about as the virgin birth is the Kundalini energy, that of the East Coast ideology, which is where a lot of people are starting to integrate that with the West Coast ideology. But it shows the death and resurrection of Jesus as the Kundalini energy that comes up through the body, and it goes through the first 3 chakras, and those 3 points of energy are all the animalistic ideology and thought process of the human. And then when you go past
center, are you talking about center?
I'm talking about starting at your colon, and then moving to your genitals, and then moving to your gut or your belly button area.
Okay.
And
yeah,
those are
your throat, belly button, And
Well, no, if you go higher, you go heart from there. After you go, there's many. So you go the belly button,
7 or
and
8,
then
right?
and then you go the heart chakra, and then you go the throat chakra, and then you go the forehead chakra, and then the
Well, what
purple,
would you
which is down.
consider in the scale? What would you consider the primary 3 that you were just referring to?
Oh, those were the beginning 3, and that's at the base root of your body, which would be your colon, and then your genitals, and then your navel.
Okay.
Okay. And
In the
those
core
are
almost.
that of the animalistic ideology of the human race. Those are those instincts that are us as an animal. Right, the sexual center, the reproduction center, the I have to have food center, the basic ideology that is instilled in us in our brains that motivates us to survive. Okay, and then above those is the ascension, that is, you go to the heart chakra, right? And that heart chakra, when you expand, that is the creation chakra. And then above that is the creation chakra and the intelligence chakra. So those, when you go to the mind, then expand your consciousness as an awakened or awoken consciousness as an adult. You have then died like Jesus on the cross and have been reborn as a spiritual being of the universe, as an individual adult now, separate from those thought processes that were installed as a instinct. So you're no longer an animal, you are now a thinking. You have become the pneuma, you have become the God, you have become the creation as the adult, and you are thinking now.
So do you
I
think of
think,
it
therefore I
as
am.
do you think of like you just wrapped it back up. I was going to say, do you think of as the becoming as the understanding of your depiction as image of the Father in yourself?
Absolutely.
The recognition
See,
of that?
before that process, we would look at Jesus as the Savior and the follower, and that which we need to follow because He is going to save us. But what Jesus was teaching us is not that He was the Savior, but that you are the Savior because you are the one. You and me and everyone are the same, and we are the one. So we are the Savior. We are the creation. We create the narrative. So we are the Word of God. We are the
This
voice
brings
of
me to
God
my
because we are God.
favorite question that I spreck on Pena, and I do it on everybody. So, do you think, as a human, and whether you want to think of it as religious or anything else, do you think, in any way, shape, or form, your path is determined, or do you think, so? Just to give, without giving too much, vagueness, I want to give you a little bit of kind of how I feel,
Right.
just to see where you fall close to that. I like to think, because I don't think of string theory as a relative idea that I think of anymore, but I do like the idea of a timeline and thinking of it as a string. And if you flick it, it can vibrate in certain directions, multiple ways. It still has an end point and a start point. And I feel like there's decisions that can be made on that vibration. And I don't think too many drastic decisions are going to take you after an endpoint. It could take a longer route, and it might be a longer path to get there. But I think it's based on. I do still see human conscious decision involved in it.
Yes, and first I want to address the chat, and
Oh,
then
yeah.
and then we'll go to what you had said because that is very relative and oh man, yeah. Okay, so, but first I want to address Divine Divinity said exactly. It's how we use it. If we use it for good things, then it's fine. But too many of us use it for evil. Absolutely, yes. Right? But there's not really, because the truth is there are more good people than there are evil. The problem that we have is that our ego and our mind and our pain body focuses more on the negative than the positive, because we only need to be 45% positive to graduate, but we need to be 95% negative to graduate on the negative side. So everything is slanted in our psyche slightly more bellicose towards the negative and
I
violent
also think
than it is the positive. Okay,
there's
so
also
Abby said,
something-
but would we have been able to find out about the spread, right? Some truth to the end, to many on this level? Yes, and that's what we're doing now. We are now expending our knowledge to other people, Jake, me, and many other people, my Pena, and all the people that we all work with, to all of you. We're giving you the tools. We can give you the knowledge. Knowledge is the key. So we can give you the tools. That's the knowledge. But we can't make you understand the knowledge, because it is up to you to experience and learn that lesson. So I can lead a horse to water, but I can't make it drink. I can show you the key, but you can't use the key unless you want to, and then you're looking for the door. Do you understand?
I think of it on, like a low level parenting idea. It's easy to tell your kids the answer, like, oh, you shouldn't date till this age. They're still going to need to experience and go through their own things in order to get to that same conclusion that you're at. They need
Absolutely.
to be hurt. They need
And
to
that's
be
what
lifted
happens
up.
if you say, don't touch this, it's hot, the kid's going to touch it and burn themselves.
Yeah.
Because they've never done it. So you're absolutely
The
right.
warning
It's
is not
easy
the
to
warning
try and
itself
do
is
that.
not going to stop the action. The
No.
action sometimes needs to be experienced.
Each
Experience
individual
is a
needs
big
to
thing in life.
experience their life in their own way. So when we say, don't do that, it's going to burn you, they're going to reach out and touch and go, oh, that's hot. Now I know what burning means. Right. The perfect example of that was during Sweet Home Alabama, the movie, right? To where at the end of the movie, or close to the end of the movie, Patrick McDreamy was going to marry what's her name, and she hadn't signed the divorce papers, so she decided when he finally got there and told her, you haven't signed the divorce papers, you're not divorced yet. She realized she loved her current husband and didn't want to divorce him now, and she said, I can't marry you because I'm already married to the love of my life. And Patrick McDreamy said, Patrick Dempsey is who I'm referring to. He said, wow, that's what this feels like. He didn't get upset. He accepted the experience for what it was and said, this is what it feels like to be stood up at the altar. And he accepted the experience of what was happening to him. His mom went crazy. Everybody else on his family went crazy. But he then left, walked away satisfied, because he had an experience he had never had before.
Well, and I also think there's a safe balance in that with relationships, where you have to ask yourself, if you do love something, do you have the ability to let it go? And if it's something that's meant to be, it'll come back to you. Or if it's something that you're going to try to trap, and it's going to, go farther away from you.
See, that's a great question, because if you're in service to others or in service to self, you're going to choose a different path. If you're in service to others, you're going to look at someone and say, okay, I love you enough to let you go. And if you love me enough, you'll return. And someone who is in service to self, I'm very selfish and it's all about me. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to conquer you. I'm going to make you mine, and I'm going to make sure that you stay mine as long as I want you as mine. So there's the difference in how people choose, because there are only two kinds of people on this planet: those in service of self and those in service to others. Should be the other way around. Service to others is on the right, service to self is on the left. Because the positive is always on the right and the negative is always on the left. The positive on your right shoulder, you have the devil on one shoulder and the angel on the other. The angel is on the right side because that's your consciousness. That's your conscience. Not your consciousness, your conscience. Saying, don't do that. That's bad. And then you have your ego, which says, do it. It's all about me. Fuck that guy. Fuck that girl. I want.
Directions like left and right, and associating with that.
Right.
And when you're thinking about our planet as a whole, is it different in China?
Our planet as a whole is absolutely the same on the planet. We give and take small things that are semantic to different cultures, right? But otherwise, their version of what our version is of creation stories and God is the exact same. I have just been delving down that road to listen to the creation story in almost every religion or every facet of everything we have in history that I could find. And the creation stories are all the same. They just take place in a different place at a different time with a different God figure name for the position of that storyline, but it's all the same. Right. I even had people on my show who said, what about Odin? And I explained to them how that entire Thor Odin scenario was the same thing as the Gnostic gospel of truth, which was the same thing as the Mesopotamian gospel, which is the same as the going back even further, Sumerian, and even further back than that with Babylonian. It was the exact same storyline. The difference was the
Do you think
name
the Babylonian predates the Sumerian?
Yes. The Sumerian and the Babylonian, the difference between the Sumerian and the Babylonian is that all the Sumerian texts, they did what everyone else did, and they changed the name of the deity, whichever was the god, to whatever god was the god of their city. Right. And so it was the same deity and the same ideology, but they changed the name. So what we call
that explains a lot more when you think of like Greek and Roman cultures coming together.
Yes, if what we call the Jesus phenomenon, the last time on this planet that we had that storyline with the God was called Jesus. Everything that Jesus did in that story is told 12 times prior in 12 different countries, dating back 25, and we're thinking more like 60,000 years. It's the same story of the same thing, repetition with a different name as the god. One was Gilgamesh. One was Noah, one was Enoch. In the story of Enoch, he was a god, but in the story of Gilgamesh, Enoch was not. Or I should say Enki. I apologize because Enki and Enoch.
That's a fun conversation.
Enoch, Enki.
I would love to know who you think Yahweh is in the interpretation of the Bible. And when we're talking about capitalization of certain letters and your interpretation of that.
Yes,
I think
we should. When we have a
semantic, that's a fun one to dive into.
Yes, because all the stories of creation, from the creation till now, are the same story.
Well, it's not just creation.
The story of you.
We see these stories repeating on levels. How many different societies have a flood narrative?
Everyone.
We acknowledge
every single scenario that we have on this planet has been repeated countless times throughout the universe because it is the same story over and over with slight differences. What the creator of the universe decided was we as the creator, we want to experience every single experience that there is possible. So myself as an androgynous being, as a man and a woman, we have decided that we are going to create different beings who will experience in our mind as a daydream. We are making up a character in our mind and we're giving it life and it's moving forward. And then another and another and another and another. Because we are infinite, we are not bound by 9 or 10 or 12 things that we can focus on at once. We can focus on everything. But we're not trying to control it. We're just trying to experience it as it's experiencing everything on its own.
And tying with those personal experiences, I feel like a lot of the time people look past things they don't understand, and I feel like we have to address the things we don't understand, and that's usually what's presented to us. Like whether you're talking about a battle in the sky that was going on that you can't explain, and you're describing it as what you see. Maybe it's chariots of fire in the sky. Maybe it's a flaming ring. However you happen to determine it, because you don't have another point to grasp from to explain what you're seeing. I always point to the medieval time battle that was going on over, I believe it was above what we now consider Germany,
Yes.
where they had they have depictions of these dots in the sky having this battle,
Yes.
and
That was
it's,
the
it's
War of
very
the Gods.
interesting. And same with some old artwork and depicting
Yes.
UFOs inside
I
of it.
share that in some of my videos where you see that German stories, but you don't hear about the ones where they had like this ship that dropped the anchor and got caught on the cross of their
Yeah.
church, and that's not in my videos. But yes, absolutely. And then you have that in the Indian text, and then you have it in the North American text, and you have it in the Roman text, and you have it in every text everywhere. And that was the time. That was the time when, in between what was going on in the War of the Gods, where there was a vacuum, where what had happened was you had these gods that were coming down here and they were trying to do what they were trying to do, and they failed. And then they ended up leaving, and there was this vacuum. There was nobody that was paying attention to the earth. So you had all these marauding groups who came down here to rob the earth of its natural resources, because we got a ton here. And in that time period, you had these aliens showing up, and they were doing evil shit to humans. Some of them were raping humans, some of them were marrying humans, and hey, check out these women. And so this is what you hear about in the ancient aliens tales, where all these aliens showed up here and they're like, oh, here, let me give you some information on how the universe works. Let me teach you shit. Those people were coming down here, and they were getting in trouble with the universe by interfering. And then we have this and now in our society now we have this code that we have, like in Star Trek, where we have this code of conduct where you can't interfere with any races. That's true to the universe. You're not supposed to interfere with the races, but many races came here and interfered. Those are the stories where we all of a sudden created the stories of many races created us, and for different purposes, one being slave labor, one being for their pleasure, and different ideologies, and all of those are wrong. We weren't created by
diving into that
aliens
topic a
at
little
all.
bit. Let me dive into that a little bit. So
Mhm.
when you think about like your depictions of like these Egyptian pictures of these large beings with smaller beings sitting on their laps, or
Right.
fallen angels, or this race of being that intertwined with man.
Right.
And I also think there's this interesting depiction in the Bible of lizard people and the serpent in general. And you had brought up the Indian beliefs as well, and I feel like a lot of Native American beliefs talk about these gods, what these ant gods coming up from the ground.
Right.
I think
And the serpent gods, right?
What's that?
And the serpent gods.
Yes. Yeah. Winged serpents, to be more specific.
Winged serpents.
I think there's something to
dragons.
winged serpents in society.
Yeah. Well, see what has happened. What you have is, first of all, you have people around the world seeing the same things and not having a reference point that is the same as other societies. So therefore, they describe what they're seeing in a way
my question I was trying to direct with that was: do you think of them as a yin and a yang, or do you think of them as a positive and a negative? Because when I think of it as an interpretation, I think of it as a battle that went on that people are seeing.
Yes.
And their interpretation of it is what was written down that we have now.
Right. And you're absolutely right. It's both. You're saying the same thing. When you say yin and yang and positive and negative, that is the same thing. The yin and yang, one is positive and one is negative.
But wouldn't that be picking a side with it rather than addressing it as a balance?
No, it is.
You have to have this with that. Without one would be less beneficial than the other.
Absolutely. You can't have either without the other. So that is an actual natural balance. That is the balance of the universe, the way things work here in this 3D reality. Everything is 50-50, even though it's 90 90-10 or 85, 85-73 or 85
Whatever the
75.
swing is at the time,
Yeah,
honestly.
whatever the swing at the time is
Yeah.
here on this planet, it's 50-50 when it comes to the ideology. So you're not going to have one without the other. You have to have, well, left with the right. You have to have up with the down. You have to have good with evil. You have to have light with dark. That's the way it works here in the 3D reality. There is no choice. It is literally half and half, even though the amount of people that are evil are only 70 to 85%. And the people that are good are the opposite of that, which is most of the people on the planet. The people that are evil leverage themselves into positions of power and control. Therefore, they become heads of state, presidents, the heads of corporations, heads of channels that own multiple corporations that are broadcasting your television, heads of corporations that own companies that are internet, heads of companies that make movies, heads of companies that give you magazines, radio, apps, no matter what it is, they're in charge. So in your mind, you think evil is dominant when it's only 7 dudes worldwide.
Well, I mean, I also think that has a lot, and this is another reason I want you to check out that interview, because I know you know most of the outcome of it and
Right.
kind of where it went. When you do check out that interview, also a day later, CNN put up their 9-minute video that complemented, it was a compilation of the 3-hour video that Dr. Sanjay Gupta did with Joe Rogan. And it's interesting to see the narrative that they presented and the side that Dr. Sanjay Gupta took on his network channel that he didn't necessarily take on a 3-hour podcast with somebody else. You see, you see a side
what you have to realize is that when you're watching television, when you're watching the news agencies, 90% of every news agency that you're going to see on television is going to be slanted towards the progressive
and that's
left.
that's what I was pointing to, though, when you made that last topic was
right.
Yes, it's easy to think of these four news agencies that are taking over the market when you think of classic media. Your CNNs, your Fox, your ABC, your NBC. Your major staples.
There is no independent. They're all slanted to either far right or far left. Fox is far right. Everything else is far left.
Emerging culture of actual journalists, I would say, that have pulled away from what we consider the mainstream when it comes to this online content that we didn't have access to before.
That's us, brother.
Yeah, we have a different.
Not
just us. I mean, I got my influence from people like Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, people I saw that were bringing facts to the table.
That's us.
Yeah,
we are the ones who are telling the truth to the rest of the world. Everything else that is mainstream is a lie. It's all propaganda, and it's propaganda for one side or the other. And they're ever swampers. Those people are forever government. And that's why they're not defending anything. If, in fact, there's a problem in our southern border, where are the Republicans saying there's a problem at the southern border? There's like 3 guys. The rest of them are just sitting back, not saying a fucking word. Why? Because they want those people as slaves too. Because they're being backed by the same fucking people who are paying the left. And that's why nobody cares about what's going on the southern border. The gas prices and the problem with that. Why are these Republicans not saying, hey, what the fuck? We were energy efficient a fucking year ago and we had $2 gallon gas. What the fuck are you guys doing? The Republicans are shut the fuck up silence.
They'd rather see somebody suck up a loss.
That's because they're making money off of it.
Then try to reach a middle ground to keep a higher playing hand.
Because they're getting paid.
Yeah.
They're getting paid by people that are paying them to do exactly that. So you have to understand that's the swamp. The swamp is the rich and the elite, the fucking people, the powers that should not be, who think they own this planet, and the rest of us are slaves. You, me, everyone. They see us as slaves. They don't want us around.
And Shane, one of our viewers jumped in earlier and was talking about this. They were talking about a second Revolutionary War. And I said, society would want that. They want a divide created in society, whether it's sides, whether it's politics, whether it's religion, whether it's anything. They want that divide created so there's a conflict.
Absolutely.
And
I will say to you, thank you, Jake, for bringing that up. It's very important that people understand that they want us to have a rebellion. They want us to be rebellious. They want civil unrest. They want a military
They want us to
conflict.
not talk.
They want us to not talk. They want us to turn to action. They want us to go to war against them so that they can defeat us easily, because they have spent the last 1,000 years making sure they can't be overthrown. Mahatma Gandhi had the secret. Stephen Biko, who they killed, as well as Mahatma Gandhi, and then after him, Nelson Mandela, and then after him, you had Martin Luther King, who they killed. You had John F. Kennedy, who they killed. You had Bobby Kennedy, who they killed, who were not telling you to go to war. They were telling you that peace and protest by peace is the way, not burning things down like Black Lives Matter, who is a socialist group that is hired by Antifa, which is supposed to be an anti-fascist group, which is a fascist group.
Antifa,
and they go out attacking. It's actually them.
We all know.
Yeah,
Antifa's
it's them,
just
not
an
Black
ideology.
Lives Matter. Right? Black Lives Matter is
an ideology,
a
right?
group of people who are trying to help themselves, but Antifa pretends they're Black Lives Matter and they burn everything down. They're a fascist group. There's no difference between them and the Nazi brown shirts who became the Nazi SS once Hitler took charge. Okay,
I think the public narrative with this two sides divided is one is a Nazi group that is a bad group, and the other is it's an ideology. It's not even a group.
Right.
We shouldn't address it as a group.
Right.
We should put it as an esoteric idea of people that think a certain way.
What you need to understand is that the Democratic Party, I feel that you guys need to understand, those of you who are getting triggered by me, I am not a Republican.
Oh no, and I'm not either. I'm not
right?
either. And that's
I'm registered as no party.
That's why I play devil's advocate with you, is because you can actually address these ideas.
I do the same thing. That's why I love talking to you, Jake, because you do the same thing I do. We have the same ideology. We're more libertarian, but we're both independent. Not even independent. We're no party. So what you guys need to understand is that the Democratic Party that you guys see in charge now claims that the Republican Party are a bunch of racists. I demand, and I say to you, that if you don't do this, then you're lying to yourself. Look back in time and find out who it was in the South who was seceding from the North because of slavery, and you'll find that it was Democrats 100%. And then further from that, once they lost the war, they assassinated Lincoln, who was an abolitionist. And look up what abolitionists mean. Abolitionists are people who want to abolish slavery. But he ran a Republican.
Just the first thing that you talked about. There's a whole group of parties that switched at a certain point that people don't like to address.
Yeah, they don't want to know about.
A party that started the KKK that people don't like to address.
Right.
There are things that happened that in history, the winners write the tales. And when it comes down to it, whoever's holding the majority at the time is going to write the tales. And I think they all need to be addressed when you're looking back at history.
Spoils. Absolutely. Jesse, he has his name listed as Jesse James. He says, I don't vote. I want to say to you, I didn't vote either. My entire life, I voted once, and that was for Ronald Reagan on his second term because I was old enough to vote. I did not vote for a president from that point until 2016. And that's because I believe what you believe. I don't vote because I think it's bullshit. And then I realized, and take, my friend, a civics course if you haven't. Look up what that means and understand what it means, because you'll change your mind. Your vote does count. Everything that we say counts, even though we think it doesn't. They don't want us to think it counts.
Whether I'm talking about
diet, vote means nothing, and it's the truth is the opposite. When this is what's happening in this country now, people are standing up and they're saying no to the shot. They're saying no, you're going to have to fire me, and the society is shutting down. And now we're playing chicken with this government. And the longer we go and allow people to not work and allow people to say, no, I'm not getting the shot and you're going to have to fire me, and allow people to have shortages in truck driving, shortages and there's not enough truck drivers. There's not enough people to be in the hospitals. There's not a people. All those people that are getting their jobs taken from them because of this is going to flatten. Look what happened to Southwest Airlines last weekend because a bunch of people who didn't want to get the shot called in sick. They had to cancel more than 10,000 flights in one fucking day. We have the power.
I think United actually came out with another.
United came out and said we're not going to do the mandate because they didn't want to get fucking shut down by their own employees. You're absolutely right, Jake. Absolutely right.
And I wanted to point this out, Jesse. So I try to find this middle ground with everybody. So when you think about president, sometimes that election really pisses me off. Sometimes I find it coming back to voting for the shiniest turd sometimes.
Right.
I understand people not wanting to get involved with that election. And if you don't, what I would do is I would try to tell people work on it on a local level. Right. What can you work on in your own community and change in your own community on a grassroots level that is going to get you to a long-term solution that you want?
Yep. You need to do that.
The greatest thing about this country that we're in is states' rights. What
and
you can do in your own county.
Individual personnel rights of each individual citizen in the city, in the county, in the state, just like Jake's talking about. Absolutely.
Tiffany, you're right. Yeah, some people have to vote for the lesser of two evils. Can you imagine that when you're voting for two people that are supposed to be the best in the country on both sides, and you find yourself voting for the lesser of two evils? Like,
right, and the truth is, when we have an election with a president that's either right or left, that's either blue or red, there's only two choices. We have to choose the lesser of two evils. Now, the problem with that is the propaganda machine got most Americans believing that not Trump was the lesser of two evils, and now we have buyer's remorse, right? So those of you who voted for Joe Biden, if you have half a brain, you're realizing the consequences of that now. And you're like, wait, maybe I shouldn't have voted for this guy. How bad is that orange guy? After all, he must have been evil because this is pretty bad. If you live in the state of California where we pay more taxes than anyone on the entire planet, you actually get it. But if you don't, because you're in California and you don't understand that we pay more taxes than anyone on the planet, you should read my book, How to Get Out of Debt.
I use this fun argument when people talk about at least in the last election, which side is more racist? Is it this guy or is it this guy? And
they're both racist. They don't care about any human being except for the elite.
Well, and that's why I presented them with a result that they didn't expect. So when I casted my vote, so say I was to make I understand my state and I understand where my state's going to vote. I live in Illinois. It's more of a Democratic state, and Barack Obama's
like me
from
in California.
Illinois.
We're the stronghold for the Democratic Party, so I can
Illinois
vote.
and California are right there.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah. So if you're going to vote Republican in Illinois, Chicago is actually going to take up anybody outside of Chicago's vote.
Yep.
Regardless of what your party ideology is.
Yeah, there's just too many of them in that sector, and they overwhelm the population.
So for me,
just like Democrats as a whole overwhelm the population of the rest of the parties together combined. Absolutely, across the United States. Yeah.
And so when they presented this argument to me of pick the lesser of two evils, pick the less racist person, they said you have Donald Trump here and we have Joe Biden. And I said, you know what? Kanye West got my vote. He's got to be less racist than both sides, right?
Right. Well, the truth is, they're both.
If I play that card,
yeah. But if you look at it, you literally have Joe Biden. I mean, the truth is, Joe Biden was on the side of the KKK most of his life.
Is dark. His history is very dark.
Right. Yeah, I'm not even messing around with the whole sniffing of girls' hairs and touching people.
Oh yeah, no, we're just talking about buses.
I'm just talking about politics,
jungle references.
Yeah, jungle references that even black kids are as smart as white kids, or as smart as He said that even black kids are as smart as white kids. What? Why would you say that? That's racist. Yeah, absolutely. He voted with what's his name, Jim Crow. He voted to non-segregate because he didn't want our church, our schools to be turned into a jungle of people. I mean, come on, let's be serious here. Don't even pretend that he wasn't fucking racist. He was racist his entire life until he ran for president.
And I've had, and this is where I find myself
Openly
defending certain people rather than others, is because I have a lot of gay friends, and I would say I would probably say in my general life, when it comes to immediate friends that I have over at my house, I probably have more gay friends and gay couples come over to my house than I do straight couples. And
it kind of happens that way sometimes, right? I mean,
yeah, sometimes it just works
but
out.
I want to go back and say that for those of you who I triggered because I was attacking Joe Biden, I'm not saying that Donald Trump isn't a racist motherfucker.
Oh, I'm about to attack Donald.
I'm just saying, I was telling you
not
about
Donald
Joe
Trump
Biden,
now.
and I didn't attack Donald Trump, and I should easily, and should have, and Jake and I both agree that we should have pointed out all the bullshit about Donald Trump's racist sexist bullshit.
I will never defend Donald Trump's verbiage of situation. That's not my job.
Fuck no, not my job.
But what I will
so I
point
want you
out
guys to know that Jake and I are, neither one of us are in any way conservative, quote unquote. We're both middle of the road freaking moderates, and we don't associate with either party. And I wanted you guys to know that in case you didn't get it. Go ahead, Jake.
But I will always point out to people that that like to overlook certain things is Donald Trump was the first president to ever come into office that was supporting gay marriage on his first term into office.
Right.
I think that's very significant.
Yeah,
and a lot of people don't want to address that.
No, they don't. Because after that, they had to make him evil. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, it wasn't a topic of discussion to Donald Trump. It didn't seem as something that needed to be addressed. Not that he went out of his way to diminish it or anything else. Yeah. He just wasn't on the table.
Okay. Yeah, it was part of his. It was okay, and we shouldn't have to trip on it. And that was his ideology towards that. And that's
prior to Buttigieg.
Yeah,
running
Buttigieg. He's
for
actually
office.
Related to me, by the way. He's like my third cousin. His last name's O'Rourke. That's my mother's maiden name. He's actually my third or fourth cousin.
Interesting,
right? Yeah, small world. Yeah, he's like fourth, maybe fifth. He's somewhere he has actually related. O'Rourke is not like Smith and Jones, so he's
a lot of people don't know that Donald Trump put one of the highest ranking government officials that happened to be gay in office prior to Buttigieg even running for president. Absolutely. And a lot of people don't even like to adjust those small things. Whether they want to talk about where the economy was.
And they don't want to know that Donald Trump also employs more females than males. I had that reputation when I was a retail manager. I actually did employ more females than I did males. And I had the reputation of because I did that. People assumed I did that because I was trying to have sex with all the females, or that I wanted to have beautiful women around me in the hopes that I could have sex with all of them. And they had nothing to do. Yeah, it had nothing to do with why I hired women. I hired women because they actually work 10 times more than that more than men do. Men, if you're not watching them, they huddle around. They start talking about sports and cars and stupid shit. They don't do anything. Women, when they're bored,
talking about intention. If you're looking for more structure, women are the ones you need in there.
Yes, women
more control and more structure.
Traditionally trained men how to be who they are. The men are all fighting in a war, in a clan war or war, whatever. If you're European, that's happening. Then they die and they don't come back. So the women, the mother is the one who teaches the children how to do everything, boys and girls, how to do everything and how to fight and combat and army, everything.
I know Tiffany's laughing because she thinks it's funny, but I know she agrees with us. It's interesting that that women build our young men in society. They build our young women, and I think it's the fathers and the significant others always make a significant role It's just a
Absolutely.
matter of how much it is.
You
But
have
when
to
you're
have
talking about whoever's
you
doing
have
that
to have
nurture
the
side,
masculine and the feminine. And I'm not saying you have to have a man do the masculine
oh
and
yeah,
a woman
I
do the
don't I
feminine.
don't
I'm
think
not saying that at all. If you know my family, you know that my family is completely everything. We're blended in every way. So you can have two females and one be
oh yeah,
masculine.
I
and one
always
be
I always
feminine.
tell people the only
You can
thing
have two
that
males and do
science
the same.
shows us at
Yeah,
this point is that two parents is better than one.
absolutely.
It doesn't show us that which sex is better than one, but two parents usually are more
See,
beneficial than one.
and divine, she says, I agree, but men do a lot as well. Absolutely. That's what we were just getting to because of the lag. She came in a little bit late, right? So the truth is, you're absolutely right. Men are a vital role. And if you can have a man do the masculine, then it helps even more. But you don't have to. You can have a female do the masculine, but it's not as well as good as a man doing the masculine. And the same, you can have a male do the feminine, but it's not going to be good as a female doing the feminine. So you're still going to get the same outcome. It's just going to be to what degree because of the child. And does the child understand and realize as they grow that the masculine and the feminine that they see isn't 100%, and they recognize that in society where that represents itself, where you see a female being very feminine and a male being very masculine,
And I
and
think
all the in betweens, and that triggers in their mind, and they're okay and they develop properly. But we have
oh
to
yeah,
have that for everyone to do it, right?
oh yeah, no, and I think we were just thinking about it on the nurture level, but
Right?
say you think about it on a physical level, where people
Absolutely.
try to compare apples to oranges. To
Yeah.
me,
You
when
can't.
you're talking about the physical
Yeah.
level, the person
Yeah.
that I think of that I usually reference the most on this topic is Jordan Peterson.
Right.
And the reason I reference him on this topic is because he talks about, yes, like there's a small percentage of women when you're talking about society that can be more physically prowess than a certain percentage of men, but
Right.
it is not as high as the contrary. If Brock Lesnar was to become a woman today, he would be higher than a greater percentage of women in the prowess of physicality.
Yes.
There's a certain crossover that has to be recognized. There's not saying that women can't be as strong as men in certain points, but you have
No,
to
but it has
recognize
to do
some
with
physical
the ego, and
capabilities,
it
just
has
like
to do with
carrying capabilities on
testosterone.
the other side.
Yeah. It has to do with testosterone and the brain and what it does to the brain. And
Oh
women
yeah,
don't produce enough testosterone. They only produce about 7%, where men produce 1,700% in their bloodstream, and it averages between 700 and 900 parts per million most of our lives. That changes the chemistry of our brain and how it works in our body and how it develops. So they can be as aggressive, but you're right, there's still a chemical compound that doesn't allow them to be more aggressive. And that's the fight that's going on now, where you have men who are identifying as female, and they're trying to do the sports, and they're trying to, they're literally having a male body, which is male dominated, with the, other than the chromosome itself, they have the testosterone of a male, and that makes them stronger, faster, and the whole nines. And they're trying to compete with women, which they automatically take the women out of the whole equation. So
do you know what I
in
think it's going
everything,
to lead to? Do you know what I think it's going to lead to in a future society when you're talking about combat sports, at least?
yeah, you're going to have that extra. You're going to have the male, the female, and the in between. You're going to have that. The non-binary.
I think you're always going to have that. I think when you're thinking about it on a competition level, just like weight class, you're going to be now tested for testosterone levels to see if you're on the same balance.
I think we're going to have to.
Your high and your low, and you're going to find that middle ground in order for competition.
Yeah, that's why I think we're going to have the third party. We're going to have the male, we're going to have the female, and we're going to have the what they would call like non-binary. So you're going to have that male female component where you know what I mean. That's going to be in between the two. We're going to have a third party. We're going to have to have a third category, because otherwise we're looking at people who were born in the wrong body, and we're telling them you don't count. That's not true. We have to tell them they count. So there has to be a middle ground for them. And that's how we have the LGBTQ. We keep adding on to that because there's nuances involved in the androgyny, and this goes back to, if you read the Gnostic Gospels, most of them refer to the creation, who created the universe, who we would refer to as God, is in fact a male female together androgynous being, both male and female. And that's what's been kept out of the Bible, because at the time the Bible was being written by male dominated cultures who were an aggressive society, and they couldn't have the feminine being equal to the masculine. And that's what happened when after Jesus disappeared. That's what happened when Peter usurped the Christ religion, and immediately said women are subservient and they're they're owned by us, and they cannot be any clergy, and they have no vote, and they put them into a slave labor property ideology, because that was what the Hebrews believed in at that time. And so that was done that way because Peter was gay and he was in love with Jesus. And he said many times, I hate her, I detest her and her entire kind. So that meant either she was a female and he hated that, or the fact that there's a good possibility that she could have been African and that he was racist. And then he said, it's better to marry than to burn. Meaning, at that time, when you were in your 30s, you should be married because it was part of the religion of the Hebrews. Jesus had to be married as well to speak in the synagogue. You cannot be a rabbi. A rabbi means teacher when you translate it to English, unless you are married and have children. Therefore, Mary Magdalene had to be Jesus's wife, and she had to be either pregnant or have children. Okay. Otherwise, Jesus could not speak in the synagogue. How can I or anyone give knowledge and counseling on marriage if you have never experienced it? So in that religion, you were supposed to be married by 30, and you were supposed to have children or be having children before. And Peter did not, and he said it's better to marry than to burn. So he was jealous of Mary Magdalene because she was the consort or companion of Jesus Christ. And
Right.
back then the word companion meant wife, meant spouse. Doesn't mean buddy like now. Now it means friend, buddy, you're my companion, we're hanging out, we're just a couple of dudes, we're chilling.
The real
Back
question
2,000 years ago, it meant spouse. So Mary Magdalene was Jesus's spouse. When she left after Peter usurped the church, she showed up. She disappears from the Christian Bible. She shows up in the south of France. When she does, she has a little girl with her. The little girl's name is Sarah. In Hebrew, Sarah means princess. But she claims this little girl is her slave. And that slave grew up to marry the king, the Merovingian France king. And their offspring could speak to animals and heal people with their hands. Sound familiar? Traits that Jesus Christ had in him. So Jesus was gone. The church was usurped. Mary went to the south of France. The south of France started a religion that talked about Jesus's religion and said that the religion in Rome was lying and usurped and was not what Jesus was teaching and was in fact evil. So the Pope sent his knights, this is in the book Holy Blood, Holy Grail, sent his knights to the south of France, and they murdered 2 million people. 2 million people murdered.
I think it's obvious just in our public religions. You see a branch there. Yeah. There's a certain religion that considers Mary a whore. And
then that's the Roman Catholic religion. And again, that was a pope that was 15 generations after Peter, and he claimed that Mary Magdalene was a whore, and that's where the storyline came from. I would
point to the book that we don't have enough evidence on yet, but it also points to an interesting thing that points to Jesus kissed Mary Magdalene on her what?
Yes, and that is the Gospel of Mary. And Dan Brown used that in the Da Vinci Code, and he was genius because in that book, people, if you don't know, Jacob knows, and that's why he's saying it. In that book, that word is missing out of the text, and Jesus loved her so much, he even kissed her on her, and that word is torn out. It's missing. We don't know if it was torn out, but it's not there. And then it says she on her face. So we can assume that he kissed her on her face. 'Cause I don't think he smacked her. I don't think he punched her. I don't think he kicked her. I don't think he slapped her with a baseball bat on her face. So everyone thinks and assumes that, but we don't have that word in there. And Dan Brown in the Da Vinci Code eloquently put that in there. And he had the Tom Hanks character interrupt him when he went, and he even kissed her on her. And then he went, now play fair. And he didn't get to say the word. And it was beautiful because the word wasn't there. So truthfully and legally and technically, he couldn't say kissed her on her face because we don't know that in history. Right? But we believe that. Yeah, we believe that. In the religion at the time, look it up. In the religion, the Hebrew religion at the time, Jesus Christ could not teach in the synagogue unless he was married. Okay, but the church had to change that. So in the beginning with Constantine and the council, the first and second council of Nicaea, and then the 100 years following that, which people always think that the council of Nicaea was where everything was changed, but it was started there and everything was changed after that. All the books were taken out and thrown away that did not paint Jesus as God, and only the books that talked about Jesus from child to in the Beatitudes, what the Roman Catholic calls Beatitudes, his strife for his sacrifice, his death, and his resurrection. All the other books were taken out. Those books talk about the creation of the universe. If you haven't read the Gnostic Gospels, you should. If you haven't read the Mesopotamian,
there's a lot of significant books that were taken out of the Bible.
There was more that was taken out that has knowledge that you need to learn. Jesus Christ said to the world, the way to heaven is through me. He meant my knowledge. And I will get into that because you can see me. I will be speaking later this month on the 24th about this. And you'll have to pay to see us because it's a paid event. I'm working with Aaron Fowler, and he's putting on a webinar on the 24th of this month. Yeah. He's putting on a webinar. I think it's $11.11. And if you guys want to hear about the creation, I'm going to give you all of the details, the truth about the creation of the universe and how that works on that. And if you don't want to see me there and you miss me there, later on in November, I'm going to be speaking on Stephen and Evan Strong's Australian. They have this our ancient origins tour that they're doing, and they're on 13 or 14. That's going to be $22 American and 22 cents. And Aaron is $11.11. The 22.22 for the Australian is a full day. That one's next month, and that one in American dollars comes out to be somewhere close to $13 or $14 because the Australian, I'm going to be speaking on both there. I'm going to do 30 minutes this month and 60 minutes next month, unless that's changes. So you guys might want to tune into that because I'm going to give you more details about the origins and the creation stories of the universe and how they correlate and how they are all the same and why.
So when I was younger, I was super into. I loved diving into religion, and as much information I could find about it. I did a book report on the Bible when I was younger because I grew up in a Christian household. I went to Christian camps when I was younger and stuff like that. Right. I eventually, and this is what actually got me and Mr. Pena talking, and he'll tell you my first question I ever had for him that I asked him to present me was the story in the Bible about John Lot being presented as a good person in the Bible for sacrificing his daughters over the angels to be raped by the townspeople in the towns of Sodom and Gomorrah.
I'll be right back. Got to pee again.
Oh, you're fine. And I always use that as a point of reference that kind of threw me off with religion, but it got me to dive into it a lot more. And Frank Zappa. I actually have a Frank Zappa poster in the other room. But what brought me to it was that story, and I could never find myself presenting my family over religion because I think religion, as it's supposed to be perceived, is that your family comes first, and I don't I do think you should worry about your immediate people that you brought into this world rather than yourself over them. And don't get me wrong, I've always been an advocate of if your glass is empty, don't be trying to fill other people's glasses, because it doesn't necessarily work. But I don't know. I have this thing where I studied religion and I watched so many people like talk ill about something like marijuana. And I was like, well, you do realize marijuana is in the Bible, right? And they go, what? And I'm like, well, yeah. They talk about these oils that they rubbed all over people's bodies. They had these versions of tinctures that they had developed a long time ago that they reference in the Bible, that they were rubbing on the skins of it on people, and we're getting a euphoric effect from it. And I always point out things in the Bible like the acacia tree. If you look into what we would consider the acacia tree in the Middle East, it's a highly rich DMT plant. And so when you think about the acacia tree burning and somebody seeing a vision that was next to the acacia tree burning, there's a good chance that they might have ingested some DMT and had a specific visual experience based on the plants that they were around and the circumstance that happened. And I think there's a lot of things that people like to overlook because of what they were told about the Bible, how it's supposed to be interpreted, and man law that seems to supersede the Bible and its original context and stories. And I don't know. I just always find myself. I think it's safe to question things in a healthy way in order to find a better solution for yourself, and especially for your own mental well-being, on understanding reality and everything that circumferences that, whether it's your immediate, whether it's your exterior, when you're comfortable enough with your immediate. I agree with you, Tiffany. I think family and kids come first. And I understand the story with Lot and sacrificing his daughters. The idea was you were supposed to have this blind faith in God. God then handed down the ability that wouldn't happen to Lot's daughters, and Lot was considered a good man for offering his daughters in blind faith that God was going to save them. And for me, I know I could never offer my daughters up in blind faith of any religion. It's just not something I could bring myself to. I don't know if it's a personal thing that I've been exposed to or what it is, but when I think about that story, when he offered up his daughters, I know it was a test from God. I can recognize that from an exterior perspective. I just don't know if I would ever pass that test.
That it's actually pretty intense that you bring that up. You have to understand that test was a test that was being done more than 2,000 years ago, and it was a test of faith. I agree with you. Blind faith, I could never do that. I could not give up my daughter or daughters.
I mean, just anybody in my immediate family, my mother, my daughter, any women that are. I'm too much of a feminist and a classic feminist.
The story, you have to take that story not as a literal story, but as a metaphoric story, right? There's only a few ways that our brains comprehend things, and Carl Jung talked about that, where the ego there was a portion of the cycle of the thought process that was blind, that the ego could not see, and the subconscious could not see. Or I should say, well, yes, the subconscious, but the superconscious was happening at that moment. And there were certain decisions that were made based on all of those things. And that was what the id was that created our psyche. So that is a parable on complete giving over of all faculties.
And I think it's presented all through the story. Even when you think about his
Right.
wife looking back at the end of the story.
Absolutely. That
says, "Don't
entire
look back."
story,
The
that
pillar
entire
of
story,
salt is
I
very
would see.
important to that.
Yes, that entire story, in modern perspective, I would see as a parable that should have been taken out of the Bible for our time. In the
And
time
that's
that it
why
was put into the
when I tell a
Bible,
lot of people about
needed.
the Bible stories, and when I talk about stories that I think personally have been taken out, whether because I don't think Eve was the first woman on this planet.
Well, no, we hear about Tiamat, we hear about Lilith, right?
I
Just
do
a
think
couple.
Lilith is a significant role when you
Yeah,
talk about a feminine power. And I
agreed.
do understand why white males would not be okay with a dominant female power in the Bible. I get why we
Well, it
have
doesn't have to
that.
do with the color of the skin. White males doesn't have to do with the color of the skin. It has,
So I
has
would
to do with
say
the
King
culture.
James, the version that is most popular, is usually
Well,
written by a white male. I would say the more popular
well,
versions of the
you
Bible we
also
have
have to
today.
look at if you want to go down that road, let's go down the road of traits of races, and you have the white culture being from Europe, Western, Southern, and Northern and Eastern Europe. Those cultures are the only cultures on the planet who have ever seen women as equals, ever, period. All
I
other
mean, we'll
cultures
just think
on this
about how.
planet, all other cultures on this planet, if you look at them as a whole, have depicted women as secondary, as slaves, as possessions that they own. So when you look at the lie that is people saying white males are the ones who are putting women to shame, that's the same as saying all Republicans are racist.
I would
When the
say
fact
no.
is
I would
that
say
every
there's a middle
90
ground there.
that 100% of every single KKK member in the history of KKK, other than 20 years ago to this day, were Democrats. When the Democrats, or when the KKK was at its height, when there was 2 million people in America that were the KKK, they were 100% Democrat. When you look at the Civil War in the South was 100% Democrat, fighting to keep slaves, against the North, who were not 100% Republican, but they were all diverse. But all the parties at the time agreed that slaves were bad. But they were the ones that were in the North. So you have this reverse psychology that is trying to be told by the current Democratic Party, claiming all white Republicans are racist, when in fact it is the white Republican race that freed the slaves.
I also think there's a balance of this white bleaching that I see in Christianity, and I specifically put it on white males for the simple fact of how we depict Jesus in society today. He's a brown-haired, blue-eyed person from the Middle East,
right?
With white skin.
Right. White skin, looks like a white guy, right?
Blue eyes. I think it would be weird if a Middle Eastern king wrote that narrative.
Agreed.
And I don't believe that Jesus would look like that, but I do believe that's the bleached version that we have now.
Let me explain that. If you look at, I talked about this earlier. If you look at the creation story of the universe, you'll find that every society tells the same story. The Hebrews did it, the Christians did it, the Gnostic Gospels, and in fact, the Book of Truth would be the first one I would tell you to watch or listen to or read. And then the Sumerian tablets, the 7 tablets. And then from there, I would suggest that you read the Babylonian tablets. Because what you'll find there is that each one of those tells the exact same story, but they change who the hero or the savior's name is. And that goes every time that story has been told in history throughout our entire existence in this cycle. And it's reoccurred. The thing that hasn't changed is the story of what we call the Jesus phenomenon. Hasn't changed. The last time we had this savior, this character who was the revenger, the savior, we called him Jesus the Christ, Jesus from Nazareth. prior to that, many times, as far back as possibly 12 times, there was another character who was identical to what we call Jesus. But here's the thing. Each city who would get a hold of the story, city were states at the time, city-states, they were countries unto themselves back then. They weren't large countries like we have now. Each city was their own country. They would change the deity, the name of the Savior, to whatever name of whatever they had as their Savior. So coming forward throughout time, every time the name of the Savior and the name of the God creator was whoever they said the God creator was and the Savior was. However, the story in and of itself never changed. And that is the creation of the entire human race throughout time. I have not found a story that deviates from that creation, other than when they change things like, depending on the society, say in the North Society, the Bohemian Society of the Vikings, the feminine was equal to the masculine. Therefore, the evil one was not Tiamat, the feminine, because the masculine and the feminine were duality the way things are in real life. The same with the Celts. Everyone in Europe and everyone Northern, Southern Europe, they all had the same ideology. That has spawned all of the religions that we have on the planet now that have the duality between male and female. All of the religions, except for those in the Far East, are all male-dominated religions, and they have cast the feminine to the side. So Tiamat, which was prior to these religions, Tiamat was the devil, and she was slain by the Savior. When you have Thor, he's slain the dragon figure from the ocean, but her name was not Tiamat. She was not the goddess. His mother was the goddess.
The Mahabharata and the study of that is also depicting a battle that may have happened in the sky that may have resulted in what we now consider the asteroid belt. And also, these gods could also be planetary structures that we refer to. I also can respect that.
That was the time I referred to earlier, where we had the interlude between the two times. One, where there was a vacuum, and we had all these marauders coming down that were stealing our resources. Those are the ones who try to claim that they're in charge and that they are our creator gods, and that we were slaves before that and we're slaves now. Those people.
The reason I pointed that one out is because I think it was significantly before the time we were just referring to when we were talking about Jesus. I think there is the missing years of Jesus that are not accounted for when I do think he was traveling to China and other Asian countries where he is represented in those countries, but is not recognized as Jesus.
Agreed.
And I think we have a good record of this, but not a lot of people want to acknowledge it and say this is the same person, but it does fall along that same lineage.
But see, agreed. Because
without
that was
it being, without it being that singular person like Muhammad or something like that, I don't think Muhammad and Jesus were the same person. I think there was a Muhammad and I think there was a Jesus.
Their higher self was the same person, but the being that was on earth was different. Absolutely. 100%. That's what needs to be understood. If you go back, Gilgamesh was Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Enki was Jesus. Anu was Jesus. Right? Thor was Jesus. The story of Arthur, the king, King Arthur, he was Jesus. That story that is being retold is the same story.
Do you think two terms in the same religion can be determined as the same person? Because I wanted to double back on this. Yahweh, capital and lowercase God, I think it's significant in the Bible and what people interpret it as.
Those stories.
I've never really dived into this with you, Leo. I have a very deep thought about religion and its whole construct and how it's developed. And I don't get to really travel down this very much, so I do appreciate you entertaining this
No. I'm
conversation.
more than happy to try and go down this road and see if in any way I can help people to understand this. The religions, everything on this planet has been usurped by evil people and corrupted. So the religions that we have on this planet currently, every single one that we've ever had that you can imagine, has every time a religion, an orthodox religion has come to be, the powers that should not be, you have to understand that evil people want control of everything. So as soon as a church pops up, or as soon as a corporation, or as soon as a country, or as soon as anything pops up that has a hierarchy, evil people want to be in control of it. Period. So they immediately find a way to make themselves in control and have power. That's what they seek. There are two kinds of people on the planet and in the universe. Those who are in service to others, and so those who are in service to self. If you are in service to others, you like to help people, you want to help people, you care about people, you want the race that you're in to graduate, you want them to gain in independence or whatever, and knowledge and love. But if you're in service to self, you don't give a fuck about any of that. If you're in service to self, it's about me, bitches. I'm in charge. I'm in power. Fuck you. You're my fucking peasant. You do what I tell you to do. I'm going to gag you with my penis. I'm going to do whatever I need to do to make you submit to me, because I have the power and the control. That's what it's about. There is no difference between that. There is good and evil.
Do you think there's a balance though too, when you think about it, like whether you're thinking about politics or whether you're thinking about it on like an esoteric level, when you're thinking about something like Jordan Peterson would say, like cleaning your room before you worry about the exterior, worrying about your immediate before you worry about your exterior. Is that still a healthy balance in worrying about yourself before helping others?
That is the key to the Porsche, my friend.
I have a common thought process of saying you can't fill other people's glasses if yours is empty.
Absolutely. That is the keys to the Porsche. You are on to the question that will give you the keys, and then you just need to find the door. People, listen to what Jake just asked me, and I'm going to repeat that for you because this is actually very, very important. I literally just gave my wife a video today and said, you need to watch this because it has to do with what you're going through. I literally just did a webinar a few months ago on becoming. It was called Numa and Becoming. And here's the keys to the Porsche, right? Here's the keys to the door. You then have to find the door. I can tell you what the door is, but that's the thing. I can give you the tools, but you have to want to be able to use them. I can lead you to water, but I can't make you drink. Okay. All of us have to learn this lesson on our own. But the answer to what Jake just said is just that. What is important is you, Jesus, and all of the apostles and all of the prophets are trying to tell you that there is no external savior. That the savior for you, the way to heaven is through me, Jesus said. It was the knowledge that Jesus was telling you. He was giving you the tools. He was giving you the tools, but you had to see them for what they were and find the door. Jesus is the door. If you read the Gnostic Gospels and many of the other texts from all over the planet, you'll hear a recurring theme. And in our generation, because Jesus was the last name of the deity, but you'll hear it in all others, is that to despise thee, enter your deity's name here. And in our society, Jesus was the last of those saviors, of those prophets. Jesus. So to despise the Lamb, which is Jesus, is to not even be able to see the door. Jesus said to you, the way to heaven is through me. So Jesus's knowledge is the door to your leaving this panic room, this prison that you're in, and the key is the knowledge in and of itself. And what is that knowledge? The knowledge is what Jake was talking about. The knowledge is that you, me, and it's in every creation story. We need to understand that there is no separate creation from ourselves because we are one with the Creator. Therefore, Jesus, who was the Word of God, created, he was the sublogos to the logos. The logos was God. That is the Word of God. That is the Word, and the Word is the Word. The Word is love. Jesus is the sublogos. God created Jesus. That who is our mother, father, gave birth to Jesus. Jesus then gave birth to the universe that we're in, the Milky Way. And then we, from Jesus, gave birth to the solar system that we're in, and then our planet. So we are the sub-logos. We are the sub-love creation. Once you understand that we are that, we are not of or created by the Lord, but we are of, are the Lord, are the creation, are the universe. Once you understand that, you understand the 3, 6, and 9, which Tesla understood. That we are the three energy.
The same simile I made earlier, where
Right.
I think you can see it on an outside perspective, not thinking about religion. This is
Right.
that separation from ego, because ego to me is you getting in the way of
Yep.
yourself, whether you're talking about idol worship, if you want to take it to a religious sense, where you're representing something more than Jesus. When you're supposed to represent yourself in Jesus in the Bible, as being part of this being, that anything other in front of that is your ego getting in the way. And that's why I represent it as ego death in
Absolutely.
my own interpretation.
And that is the only way. Thank you, my friend, for going even further down that road. In fact, this ties in 100% with the video. If you look up Joseph Campbell and look up the virgin birth, it explains what Jacob was just saying. That what that is, the virgin birth, that Jesus was born of the Virgin Mother Mary, and that after the birth, she still was according to the Roman Catholics, which I'm a knight. I was knighted by the Roman Catholics, and I'm also a Christian minister. For those of you who don't know, I'm not some guy that's bashing the Christian religion. I'm a minister in 2 different Christian religions. Okay.
I don't know if I've ever told you about this. My brother is a youth minister and an ordained pastor.
There we
when
go.
it comes to being able to marry people as well, and so is my grandfather. I was raised in a very Christian religion, so I respect it, but I like to dig into it as much as possible and get that separation from what I would consider man law that kind of supersedes where religion and the two fracture.
Well, and here, let me finish chewing here, and I'll give you.
Oh no, you're fine, man. You're totally fine. I know
Sorry,
we've been
you caught
going
me.
a while. We're
Yeah, you
3 and
caught me,
half
yeah.
hours in, and I know
So-
we could go for another 3.
Right, exactly, right. So the death and the resurrection of Jesus, or what Joseph Campbell would call the hero of 1,000 faces, is that the mythology is every religion, every spirituality on this planet that we actually have any scrolls from today have the same story no matter how far back we go. And that story involves what we call the Jesus factor or the Jesus phenomenon, because that's what we call Jesus. But what Jesus was explaining to us and playing out for us was, and this is explained by Joseph Campbell in that video, which is only about 4 or 5 minutes long, is that, and I love that, because is that the death and the resurrection of Jesus is not the crazy thing that we think it is. He was showing us that that was the door. He was showing us the keys that you, all, me, you, everyone, we need to look within and not look without. Jesus was without, and that's not where the Savior is. We are the Savior because we are the creation. We are the creator. So you need to look within yourself.
Within, yes, exactly.
Yes, you need to look within yourself, and you need to correct those problems and acknowledge the problems that you have, I have, me have, and fix me and all the damage done to me by society, by my family, by whatever torment that happened to me in my life, where I was raped and pillaged and beaten and shot and whatever happened to you in your life. And you overcome those things. It's the Kundalini energy.
And it's the overcoming. And it's the overcoming that makes you stronger and doesn't make you live in the fear of being a victim, whether you're talking about politics, whether you're talking about anything. Putting yourself in that victim mentality is detrimental to your own health.
Yes, and that's
I
the
think
death
it,
of
I
the
think it's
and the resurrection.
important.
The Kundalini energy comes in through the root chakra, and you have the root chakra, which is in the intestines, which is the colon, and that
Well,
is the snake.
what
That is
people
their
describe
Kundalini,
as your,
and it's
going with
spiraling.
your gut.
Right. Yes, it's
People often
spiraling
describe it as that.
around, and it is eating, and it is constantly eating because that's what it does. That is what our intestines do. It consumes, right? And then when you move up above that, you move into your sexual organs, whether you're a male or a female, and that is also based in what? Bestiality. It's based in being an animal. So
From
our
nature.
eating to consume, our eating to survive is an instinct, and it's an animalistic instinct, the same as procreation. We want to procreate, so we use our genitals to procreate. That's an animal instinct. It's basic. And then above that,
And
when you get
that's why
into
I think mind and heart are separated from those, because I think some are nurture and some are
yes,
nature. Nature
yes, let
is
me get to
your
that, my
root
friend.
chakra.
You
And
are
then I
onto
think
it, my brother. You are onto it. So then, when you move up farther from that, and you get to now the heart chakra, so now you're into the heart. That energy there is the love energy, and when you move above that into the thinking energy, the throat and the mind and the love and the knowledge, that is above those things. So when you graduate as a human, as a person, as a being, from the animalistic instinct of the soul, which is the lower three chakras and the lower three energy points, to the next level of love, understanding, and knowledge, which is the heart. And like Jacob was saying, the heart, the throat, and the forehead, and above that into the fourth, you're then reborn. You have died and have sacrificed your life like Jesus on the cross, and you're reborn now as a higher being. Even though you're still on earth, it is the heaven on earth, because what is hell? Hell is literally, if you look it up, is the place where you are completely devoid of God
well,
and
and I think
God's grace.
understanding those is
Yep,
what gets you to what resident frequency you are on this plane of existence.
absolutely.
Is your balance with that, and how you're going to move up or down,
Yep.
depending on how well you can balance those.
And what you want to do, whether you
And
choose to
and
be
just like we were
positive
talking
or
about,
negative.
that's your immediate that you worry about before you worry about the exterior.
Yep.
Man, we
You're
rounded it
on to
back
it, brother. You
perfectly.
got it. You got it going on. Just keep continuing what you're doing.
I appreciate it. Tiffany was saying, I think dreams are messages, but can also be past lives as well. I keep a journal next to me whenever I sleep, just because I wake up with sometimes some of the wildest dreams, and I'll forget them in a little while. So it's nice to have that journal and that notepad next to me to be able to write these things down, because I feel like they're gone. I do think there's something there. I can't pinpoint what it is.
Dreams are there's three kinds of dreams. There are three kinds of dreams. There are those dreams that are literal and they mean something to you. Then there are dreams that are metaphorical. And a metaphorical dream is like the way I speak and Jesus speaks, where we speak and we tell the same story twice. And you recognize that. You're like, he just said that, but in a different way. That's metaphorical. And then there is prophetic dreams, right? And the dreams that are prophetic are very obvious. And one example was Joseph Campbell talked about this in the next video that you will see. If you watch the first one I told you about, it'll actually load that one. This woman came to him and said she wanted to tell him her dream, and then I'll tell you mine afterwards. And he said, I'm not usually one who wants to hear people's dreams, but she kind of cornered him. He said, okay. So she said, I'm standing and I'm finding myself in this dream standing outside of a cave entrance, and I want to go in the cave, and I know that I need to go in the cave, but I'm not sure, right, if I need to go in the cave, but I know that I needed to go in there. And then there's these owls that came out of the cave, and they had these eyes that were these black beans, and they were about this big. And then all my clothes caught fire and burned off of me, but it didn't burn me, and all the ashes of my clothes fell to the ground, and the ashes of the clothes clothes, when I looked down, had these little gold coins in them that were the same size as the owl's eyes. So now my job was to collect these gold coins. And what do you think about that? And he said, that's very just simple and obvious that is a prophetic dream. And it's obvious it's a prophetic dream. And what it means is that you were seeing this cave, and whenever you see a cave and you are drawn to the cave, that means that that's the dark night of the soul, and there's transformation in your future. And you didn't go into the cave, so out from the cave came these owls who had these black eyes that were a certain size, and their eyes were the fire. When they gazed upon you, they burned your clothes, and the clothes that you have say who you are. You dress as you present yourself to the world, and it burned that away from her, and then showed her something new, where she had to pick up the coins, and it was brighter and it was better than, and it came out of the ashes, and that's a transformation. So the dream was a transformation for her of her soul from where it was before until where it is now. So it's very simple to understand. Okay. I had a dream, and this was about, 25 years ago, close to that. My father's been dead since I was 19. I'm 54. So 25 years ago, I had a dream, thereabouts. Don't quote me on the year. And in the dream, I found myself on a mountainside and in front of a cave entrance. And I was known that I was drawn to this cave entrance, but I was afraid to go inside. So immediately, this Kachina doll, I don't know if you know what that is. If you're American, you know what that is in Southwest America. That's a Native American doll that came from the sky, that were supposedly, we don't know, they called them Sky Brothers. They were aliens from the sky, and they have different uniforms that they wear. This one was the white bird, which was the eagle, the white eagle, the bald eagle. And some human was dressed in the Kachina doll outfit of this white eagle, but was beckoning me to come into the cave. So I followed him into the cave, and I couldn't see anything. And eventually I kept walking. And this is the same story as Gilgamesh, by the way. If you read the story of Gilgamesh with Enki, they were walking into the darkness, into the underworld, and they went for 12 leagues in the underworld without being able to see. I didn't go that far, but I think it was about as far. I never counted, but I went for a long time in this darkness, and there was no light, but I kept moving forward. And eventually there was a light, and I went there, and it was a cave where there was a fire. So I walked up to the fire, and above the fire to my left, there up on the side of the cave, was this man in this outfit of this white Kachina doll, and he was flapping his wings, and he was doing his Native American dance, and he pointed at the fire, and then he pointed off in the distance. So then he flew down to the fire, and he pointed off in the distance, and I followed where he pointed, and I could see a dim light, so I continued to walk into the darkness following this light. Now, mind you, the normal human person can see 10 miles in distance with one little candle flame. We can follow a candle flame from 10 miles away and find our way. So I don't know how far I went, but I went a long ways, and I followed that little teeny light until I came to another cavern that opened up with a brilliant light, and there was a red dragon in that cavern on top of a pile of gold that was immense, like the movie with Smaug from the Hobbit movies, with all this gold. And this dragon was a red dragon, and I knew this dragon's name. This dragon was Tiamat. And this dragon knew my name. It didn't know my name as Leonard. It didn't know my name as Leonard O'Neill. It knew my magical name that I go by, which is Kelto Stormcrow.
I like that you pointed out the name, because the name is very important.
Yes, Tiamat is very important.
Right? Names are powerful. When
names are powerful.
Things.
Right? And so Tiamat said to me, "Why are you here? I have been waiting for you, but you never came before, Kelto Stormcrow." And I said, "You know my real name, my true name." And the dragon said, she said to me, "And you know my name. So you must tell me my name so that I know that you are truly who I am speaking of." And I said, "You are Tiamat. You are the wise, and you are the red dragon, and the fire, and the strength of all dragons." And she said, "You have done your homework." And I had said, "Why am I here?" And I had this conversation with her, which I wrote down, and I'm going to publish that as a book called The Conversation with a Dragon. And that conversation had to do with the creation of the human race and the freedom of all those entities that we consider not real, like the Fae and the fairy and the dragon and the leprechaun and all of those things that we think are just some sort of fable, that they exist in the universe and they left this reality because we pushed them out when we lost our spirituality. And they've been wanting to come back into our reality and rejoin our reality.
Do you think those things that you refer to, whether you're talking about fairies or other leprechauns or other things, that gnomes, I think there's a lot of things that fall in that category. I would even put Bigfoot there.
Yep.
Do you think
all
those are things that operate on a higher dimension or a higher frequency than ourselves, and we can only tap into them at certain times?
Yes, absolutely. Because what has happened to us is that thousands and thousands of years ago, the human race on this planet lost its spiritual mind. Literally, we became so enthralled with the Matrix, which was done on purpose by those who were in charge, those people who were the Luciferians, those people who were from the the Maldek, and those people who were from Atlantis, took control of our planet and entrapped this planet into this prison. And everyone says, well, we're a prisonary colony and we're created for slave labor. That's a lie. We're already in this prison because that's what the creation created for us, as a panic room that teaches us to become adults. So the truth, with many lies that the devil or the evil people have told, is that you're trapped in a prison. That's the truth.
With an outsider's perspective of religion,
right?
Could you look into that same situation and say, these higher beings, whether we want to call them gods or not, created us in their image, but for a purpose. And I think you could still keep that on the basis of religion, just with that description, but maybe their purpose for us was different than what we thought it was, whether it be slavery, whether it be mining gold for a planet that has a depleting atmosphere and they need gold for their atmosphere.
All those stories are bullshit, brother. The truth is, this was created by the one true creator so that we would grow and have to learn as a being and have to sacrifice ourselves as a animal, as instinct, because that's what we are when we're in the first or the second. And then we realize, I think, therefore I am. And then we have to separate ourselves from that which is animalistic and graduate into that which is a human being, or a higher being of thought, of love, of knowledge, and we graduate. That's the death and resurrection. That's us dying on the cross and sacrificing ourselves and then renewing and becoming. So all those stories and all those creations are bullshit.
I think there's plenty of interpretations that can get you to that higher level of, I mean, whether you want to call it esoteric knowledge, whether you want to call it heaven, whether you want to call it this divine entity that you're tapping into.
Yes, good one. Because the truth is this: it doesn't matter what road you take. Once you choose a side, that's what we're supposed to do here. First and foremost, am I an evil soul in service to myself, or am I a good soul in service to others? Once you make that choice, your entire package goes down that road. You're either on the dark side or the light side. So then you either are doing everything for the reason of serving other people and helping, or you're doing everything for your own gain, period. So all of that stuff is also a metaphor for what it is that we have to choose. So once we choose, and we can't even graduate in the I'm going to die and be resurrected until we make the choice, because where you go.
Do you think if you're thinking of higher powers, do you think it's detrimental to your thinking to think this only occurs on our planet? Or do you think it happens only in our universe, or do you think it's even larger than our own universe?
You are on it, bro. The answer to that question is everywhere in every universe, everywhere in all the universes, throughout every single part of reality that was
Well,
created.
and I
All
have
of that. Wait,
a
wait, wait.
leading
Let me
question
finish.
to that as
All
well,
of
though.
that, when you are in this situation in the third density, the third dimension and the third density, all of the rules that apply here only apply to this density. All the rules of physics.
Which brings me to my next question. So, do you think other people in this existence that might not be on this planet, do you think they have their own versions of their own Bibles and their own creation stories?
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah. And
But
they're all the same.
but
Here's the
but
crazy thing.
But the
If you
question is,
break
do they
them
have the same
down,
creator?
it all is the same creator. It always goes back to the same creator. The only story that is the same is the creation story. All other stories are made up by all of us because of where we live and what we think we should have. So the variations of our semantics on how we worship that or how we get to that point of understanding is completely changed by every solar system, by every planet, because it's supposed to be slightly different. The experience can't be the same 100%. So it has to be different
And
slightly.
knowing that the experience can't be the same, can you ever reach a point in a civilization where you almost have that that godlike power to be able to seed another civilization with your own God-given abilities, if you will? Are you able to travel to an exterior planet and seed a organism that wouldn't be there without your influence, which is also triggered down by God's influence if you're created in that image and have a purpose?
We actually have that ability. I talked about this on my show the other day. We have that ability on every level because every level is identical to every level that precedes it and every level that is brought on by it. So that's why I say we're the macro to the micro, right? So we have on this planet, we have the dynamic of Australia being way out in the middle of nowhere. On our planet was a penal colony, and the people rose up and changed their ways, and they rose up against their penal colony and become their own people. We on Earth are way out in the middle of nowhere, and we're on the precipice of waking up and taking back what is ours and becoming our own entire species on this planet. It is the exact same scenario that's playing out in the universe. It's playing out on this planet. So we have that on every level. So the truth of that is that because of that, we are and we do play that scenario out even at this level, but things change only in that when we get to a higher level, the semantics of how that particular place works changes. So the narrative, like I said before, the narrative here is we have many different societies with many different gods and different names, but the storyline is identical. That means Jesus,
on a fathom level, you can only think of like the second dimension to the third dimension when you're thinking of, and it's still only in a philosophical level when you're thinking of the two-dimensional to the three, because it's actually 2 3-dimensionals that you're thinking about. You're just trying to make an analogy in your head. Like when you draw a picture on a piece of paper, it's actually a 3-dimensional picture. You're just interpreting it as a 2. And this is the only interpretation we have on the levels that we can think of. Once you start getting into farther spectrums, you can't understand what that would mean yet.
Absolutely. That has to do with our level of understanding. If you look back in time, the people that lived on this earth when Jesus was around, 90% of them were not awake in any way. They were all very asleep. So a lot of what Jesus said didn't resonate at the time. It took hundreds and hundreds of years. Now, when you read this, I don't care who you are, whether you don't know religion or not, you read it resonates a lot more than it did.
Which is why I think Jesus, in the ideology of how things had to play out, he had to be crucified in order for this message to get to the point that it's at today. When you're
perfect example of that is Muhammad. Muhammad didn't allow them to crucify him or to kill him and sacrifice him. He did not become the martyr.
I have too much earthly tie with Muhammad that I I have a
Right,
an
but
earthly bias.
Muhammad was,
Muhammad.
in fact, equal to Jesus. The difference was Jesus had already
Jesus
sacrificed
didn't
himself, so
didn't have his
Muhammad
young
didn't
of
have to.
wives and the multiples that he did, and he didn't clearly hurt these wives. When
Right,
we're
but the
thinking
truth
about the
is,
actual
okay, the
individual
truth is he
Muhammad,
lived within the bounds of the life that he had, and he
I
reaped the
agree.
spoils that he had.
It's the nurture nature side, but at the same time, and that's the one thing that's the problem I have if we're thinking about something like cancel culture. I think it's bad to go back in time and cancel somebody for the reality that they were living in,
Right.
and that can be
Agreed.
understood.
Agreed. David Wilcock talked about he has gotten information from the other side talking about humans, us, and hold on.
Well, you're good.
And I don't know if you guys have ever seen any photos. You look back in time and you go to a place where they have these photos from the 1800s or 1700s, and you recognize somebody and go, "That's my freaking brother. That's my freaking grandfather." Okay. They have discovered that the truth is we come back looking very similar to what we looked like before. So similar, if you've watched any of the Philip K. Dick movies, especially the precogs in the movie with Tom Cruise, where they had, it was pre-crime, where they were going and trying people for something that they were going to commit in the future and stopped it from happening. The truth is that the technology we have today that allows us to do facial recognition is so good that you can be identified as the exact person who occupied a body 200 years ago because you look that much like that person now that they believe you were that person then. And if you created a crime, say you were Genghis Khan and you murdered hundreds of people, you could be tried today on the facial recognition proves you were actually that fucking person 2 generations ago. But we don't do that because we haven't gotten to that point in our society where we're going back further in time and saying you committed a crime 2 generations ago and we're going to arrest you for it now. But we have the ability to prove it.
What do let me pick your brain on that one a little bit. What do you think of when people talk about creations like Chronovision, like a dialing in device that I even believe we have patents by certain members of clergy in the Catholic religion that actually have patents with these devices of creating these chronovisors that can dial into certain times in historical events. Do you think that's a plausible thing, or do you think it's something that we haven't reached yet, or a technology that the public isn't aware of, or wherever it may fall?
I think that that's a possibility, and the reason for that is that I have met humans in my lifetime, and I'm starting to get to that point. I pray that I get to that point sooner than later, but I have met humans who are transcending into the 4th dimension or the 4th density. And you have to understand that the past, the present, and the future being separate only happens in 3-dimensional reality. That's it. All other realities prior to and after this reality, past, present, and future, happen now. So it wouldn't be difficult to have a device that transitions itself to the 4th dimension, which sees the past, present, and future all as one. The Q phenomenon shows this. Q is not one person. Q is 7 people in an algorithm, and they work in the CIA. I got this from the CIA. 7 people, right? It's 4 men and 3 women. I heard the other way around, 4 women and 3 men. So I don't know exactly what the dynamic is.
So with it being an algorithm, thinking of it like an algorithm, what would you consider the room of error when you're talking about predicting certain events? Because I do think there's a balance with
question. Bro, you are so on it tonight. You are so on it tonight, brother. I love that we're doing this tonight because you are on this shit fucking cool. Right? So the margin of error is 100% when it comes to the future. What? What, Leo? What did you just say? The future is not written. The future is seen. And even in the Star Wars sagas, they tried to play that out.
Back to what we talked about earlier. Like, I like to think of our timelines as a line, and you can flick that string, if you'd call it. If it's drawn at 2 points, there's a vibration, but it's going to have the same end destination and the same start destination. My question
but not
is
necessarily. Here's the thing: you have to understand that
how
we are the
determined is it?
creation. You, me, and
Like,
everyone else.
do you
is the
think you have a
creation.
purpose in life, though?
Well, here's my point. Yes, everything there is the purpose in life is to experience things that are not normal, to experience things that are different from what has already been experienced.
Do you think you necessarily will face those things?
So yeah, and so we create the future. We don't. The future doesn't happen to us. It's not created by the God. It's not created by anyone before us. We create the future with our collective consciousness, because we are all here on this planet. We humans on this planet are a collective consciousness. This planet is alive. It has a consciousness. We are alive on this planet, and we're keeping this planet alive with our creation power, because we are the one. And we are just a little piece of the one. We're a daydream that's playing on a stage that the one has enacted for us to play on. But we're still the one. We're still the creation. We're just a sub creation. But we have that creative ability because we are not a creation of the one. We are the one. So we have that narrative. That's why the old movies in the Matrix showed you that Neo was outside and of the Matrix, not becoming an enslaved by it.
So with that analogy, when I think of Neo, I do think of him as the one. When I think of man being in the image
Gilgamesh.
of God,
he was Marduk, and his nemesis was Tiamat. Only it was the male-dominated side, so it wasn't Tiamat. It was in fact Loki. Do you see? It was the Thor and Odin version that you were getting. That was so there was no female character in there. The female character was the knowledge bringer, just like the mother. She was the mother. She was the Mary Magdalene character. She was the knowledge bringer, the oracle. And that's what the dynamic that I'm living under now. I have the coalition that I'm with that came from Orion to stop the evil ones. I have an oracle. I have a battery, which is the universal energy, and I'm playing out the balance character. I'm not the Christ character. The Christ is the Savior. I'm not that. I'm that which balanced Jesus with everything else, with the oracle and with everything that Jesus is supposed to do. We haven't met the Jesus character yet, but we know that is soon to come. So in the coalition that I am in, I am that balance character that keeps Jesus in tow and on point and has him go through the process. So I am the bringer of the process of transformation. I am not the Savior. I am not the one who is here to show you the way. I am the John the Baptist character to Jesus. I am the one who will show you Jesus is coming past me, but I am here to help you understand and find Jesus when he comes. And then I will introduce Jesus and say, this is your Savior. And those who want to believe that, this is what the character that I'm playing right now, only for not everyone. I'm not here like Jesus was. I'm playing that character for those who find me and listen to me on a smaller scale. And that goes on a larger scale. And Jesus was on the largest scale. And there was people here that you listen to, like for instance, Moses was the balance character, and John was the balance character in the Jesus right in that storyline. And so on a smaller level, I'm the John character, and I'm preaching in the desert prior to Jesus that he is coming. But I'm telling you the same thing John was. Jesus is the Savior. You are. You are the Savior.
With telling people of this second coming, or Yeah, I would say the second coming.
Well,
With
let's see.
telling
Here's
people
the thing:
about
there
the
is no
second
second. The
coming.
second coming is you. Each one of us, in our time, when we realize that we are the Savior, that we are Jesus, that we are the
Well, no,
God.
I'm talking about in general when you think of a Revelations time presentation of an Antichrist and a resurrection and people picking sides. I wanted to ask you more of it, just an exterior question about what
Sure,
your own opinion is on it.
sure.
Do you think the majority of society would follow the right side?
Yes,
Um,
and
or
yes,
do you
they
think
do.
they would be
I
fooled
think
by it,
that
or
I
would they
think
be
that
fooled by the Antichrist?
no, I think that well, right now they're having this is the see what we're going through right now is the dark night of the soul. The truth is that 90% of our society knows the answer to the question. They just don't know that the question is being asked.
Well,
So
and
because
that's
they
why I
don't know
feel like
what
the
question is being
armies are
asked,
being
they don't know the
established
answer.
right now.
Yeah.
Do you think the what line do you think the majority is on? I think the armies are being
Fear.
established right now of who's going to serve what side.
No, people
Like,
are in fear right now. They haven't actually made that decision, but we're pushing them to. It is what's happening. What we're going through in the end of Baktun 12 and the beginning of Baktun 13. That's the beginning of the age of Aquarius, which hasn't begun yet. We're in the interim between the two. So we're in the chaos at the end of one wave of things, literally 33,000 year event cycle, and we haven't begun the second cycle yet. So
oh yeah, no,
we're
I think there's two
the
levels to it because people like to talk about a big filter. I think there's a voluntary filter, and then there's going to be a mandatory filter at the
agreed.
end,
Agreed. Oh man,
where
dude, we need to have these conversations more often. You are fucking brilliant, bro. I need to have you on my show. I'm not kidding. You're fucking brilliant with that.
I'm
See,
a
you know
donor
what it
that
is?
smokes too
You know
much
what it
weed.
is? Pena occupies both of our thoughts so much. I love Miguel, but he occupies both of our thoughts so much that we don't get to talk about what we want to talk about. We end up going down his road and my road. But you being here without Miguel right now, I love him to death, and I'm going to end up doing the show with him.
Oh no,
But I need to do a show
I
with
do the
you
same
too.
thing. I love the
Yeah.
balance he gives me with
Yeah,
my own.
agreed.
Like this is just a different
Dude, you're
balance, and I
asking
like
the
it as well.
questions that people need to hear. For those of you who are actually here in the audience listening, I
But
don't
we
know how
got
many of you
we
are.
got 4 people tuning in right now.
All
We
right, you
appreciate everybody
four
hanging out.
people that are on here live are hearing something that is. I'm not even kidding you. This is almost as important, if
And
not
this is
as important,
rare
as
to both
Jesus
of
was
us
trying to
because
tell you.
me and you
Because
haven't
we're
had these
reiterating that.
conversations.
Yeah, we're reiterating this thing. So you're on point. The truth is that that the whole entire thing plays out depending on whatever level you're on. So your consciousness and your choice and your ability to make that choice will depend on where you are in your development as a brand new soul, a baby soul who said, I am something. They're calling me Patches, and that's my name because I'm a cat and I have patches, and they called me that. So therefore, my mind sees me as that character. What does that mean? Well, you have to develop that. So when you die as the cat, you're born in this place as a human. And then you wake up and they call you something different. And you go, okay, I am Jessica here and I am a female, they tell me. And now I have to understand and try to figure out what it means to be what I am. And
Oh yeah,
this
no,
is
I
the
think,
place
and I
where
think
you're
that has
brand
to do
new,
with
right?
that's where I tell people, just especially if you're thinking about things in a religious aspect. I think the worst thing to do is to think that Jesus died for your sins so you can do whatever the hell you want.
Right.
Because I think that's detrimental to religion in its structure. I
Agreed.
think the best thing to tell people is you want to better yourself and better society. Once you've bettered yourself, it's that immediate we were talking about, and then also the exterior. But that's how you go up into higher residencies.
Absolutely.
I do think of it as more of a reincarnation process.
Well, it is. You're
as
absolutely right in your thinking. And here's the thing. That's like the Roman Catholic Church and the biggest problem that they have. And I'll tell you a story about that, where they can do whatever they want. And as long as they go and confess to their priest, everything is wiped away. So they can go out and be evil for 7 days or 6 days. And on the seventh day, go and confess. And they can be, back
the
to
seventh
square
day
one.
is meant for rest. Come on.
Yeah. Right. And that's bullshit. Right. So this is so fun and interesting, she said. Thank you, Jacob and Leonard. You're welcome. So here's the thing. The truth is that that it doesn't matter. I mean, the truth is, okay, we already won the war when the Jesus factor happened as many times as it has over and over throughout society. The last one being approximately 2,000 years ago. 10 years from now, it'll be the 2000th anniversary of Jesus' death. He died when he was 31. So in the year of our Lord, A.D. Anno Domini, which means in the year
Ooh,
of
I
our
like
Lord,
I like that you placed the year.
yeah, it was.
A lot of
Anno
people don't like
Domini
to do
means
that.
in the year of our Lord, 2030, 0 plus
What made
31.
I was gonna say what made you not place it to 0?
Because 0 is when the year he was born, and that's when they started counting. The Roman Catholics and the Christians started counting in the year of our Lord, Anno Domini. Before that, it was BC, which meant before Christ. Christ was born in what we call the year 0. From that point on, he was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and at the year 31, he was crucified. So in the year of our Lord, 31, he was crucified. We call that BCE now, or CE, Common Era, and in BC, which was before Christ, is now BCE, before Common Era. That's non-denominational spirituality. But
And
but
AD isn't
AD,
after death anymore.
yeah,
It's
well,
been
AD
evolved.
doesn't mean
I
after
think
death.
there's another
AD,
interpretation of that as
everyone thinks
well.
that AD means after death. It doesn't. That's where the problem is. They think after death means he died in the year 0. He didn't. AD means in the year of our Lord. It means Anno Domini. It's Latin. AD is Anno Domini. That means in the year of our Lord. So we started counting when he was born at 0, and he died at 31. So Jesus died in the year AD, which is Anno Domini, which means in the year of our Lord, 31. So in 2031, it'll be 2,000 years since Jesus was crucified. So coming up in 10 years from now is when Jesus was crucified. It'll be his 2,000th year anniversary of his death. Okay. So the what Jesus was trying to tell us was stop thinking about things in the animalistic brain, the lizard brain ideology, and start thinking about things on a higher level. And 2,000 years ago, we were still at a time prior to that, we as a human race went way, way, way away from God. So the accountants of what the definition of hell is the absence of God, that you are no longer in the light of the Lord or the Creator. We as a human race went way away from God. Why? Because God locked Satan up, who fell to the earth, in the earth, and made him the Lord of the earth. Therefore, we humans, who were not created by the Creator, according to some text, we were created by a sub-creator, which is Tiamat, which is not the mother-father figure, which is 2 generations beyond that, who she created Enki, and she created Enlil, and she created Gilgamesh, and a few others. That is where the human race was created. So we were created out of blasphemy. Right? So we're part of the fallen angels that have come to this earth, and we need to prove ourselves by doing this. Now, that's a metaphor for those people who are in creation, who are in the knowing that they are alive for the very first time, and everything is wiped away from you, and those thoughts are put into your head, as well as you have free will, and the opposite and the positive notions. We don't know which to follow, and we have to make that choice. Do you see?
And
So there is just as much negative thought
correlation there as
process
well
on the planet as there is positive. So every time you have a negative, you're going to have just as many positives or negatives, the other way around. Negatives, you're going to have positives, and positives, you're going to have negatives, because they have to be 50-50 in this reality. Everywhere, in every universe, for every soul who is in this place in the third dimension. And we have to choose and understand and wade through this reality, and we're in a panic room inside of a panic room inside of a panic room, and we have to see that, understand that, and then look around and go, what's the way out? Well, there's this Jesus phenomenon.
I think if you're thinking about it as a religious sense, and what we have in society, I feel like if you're thinking about it religious, the tools are offered to you. If you're thinking about it in a societal method, you have to find the tools, but they're here.
They are right in front of you.
Where I make this equivalent, where I've made it before in some of the different arguments what we made just tonight, but I would make it again here is when Jesus offered himself up for sacrifice on a religious aspect to take this burden off of you.
On a
That is
spiritual aspect.
again that
I can't stress as much that there is a difference between religion and spirituality, and that religion is an orchestrated, orthodox thing that is power and driven by money and getting people
but I
to
think
sit in their
it, but I,
seats.
I think it can be
Spirituality
understood
is a
so many ways.
personal choice and a personal enlightenment that is personal to every single individual
Yes.
of a higher self. I'm sorry.
And I think it can be interpreted in so many ways, and that's why I was pointing out. I think you can think of the resurrection of Christ as this burden that was taken off your shoulders, this ego that was taken away
Yes.
from these blinders that were taken off of your eyes.
Yes.
It was
Absolutely.
okay. Here's the key to the door. We're going to put the door in
I
front
am
of
the
you.
door. Here is the key, and you are saved. Yes.
And let me give you a
real.
real world analogy on top of that.
Right.
Okay, you can be at ground zero, but you can put what we like to call first world problems in front of you that only rich people find themselves at. Like you see societies with higher amounts of money having higher suicide rates for a certain reason, because they're putting different stresses inside of their own reality that they wouldn't necessarily have.
Yep. Having money and wealth doesn't make you spiritual or aware of your surroundings or make you an adult and make you understand what you need to understand in the universe. It doesn't. And so you're worse off by having personal wealth than someone who is absolutely poor, because those people who are poor
or just
have
free
reality
of
as their
societal,
reality.
Constructs. Societal constructs or values, what you'd consider in society besides family and just feeding the immediate.
Yep, absolutely.
I mean, that's the Gandhi idea that we were talking about in the beginning.
Now, the webinar that I was trying to do in September and then October, which we haven't done, was postponed. That is your reality getting in your way or holding you back? Because it is. The answer to that is yes, because all of the conceptual reality that we see, you have to understand that we have the pain body.
Just the way you said it, it makes me think, just the way you said it makes me think the reality that you're putting in your way.
Yes,
because it's already been pulled out of your
conceptual reality. You are living and associating with conceptual reality, right? Where do I live? I live in this city because we all call it this city. That's a concept. Where do I live? I live in this.
But it's actually, and even in that immediate
concept,
you chose to live
in the United States of America. That's a concept.
Why do you? But even on the smaller aspect, why do you choose to live in these cities when you know that there could be a better outcome for yourself?
Absolutely. But see, everything in reality, the television, the radio, the internet is another ego that is designed to hold us into that reality and not ascend. Everything is designed to keep our vibration at a low level so that we don't graduate and can't, because we don't even know that our vibration is that of a barbarian, of that of a lizard, that of a basic being of human in our animalistic thinking and reasoning. So we can't have that death of the soul and resurrection that Jesus went through, that we're all supposed to go through in a proverbial sense, not in a literal sense, but in a spiritual sense, because the birth of Jesus as the virgin birth was a spiritual birth, not an actual birth, because his mother did not, when she gave birth to him, everything went back to her being a virgin after she was done. So she was physically untouched. So the entire storyline of Jesus probably wasn't real. It was a proverbial story. It was another story that was told that would show you the truth. But all that story was told over and over and over and over and over throughout antiquity with a different name for the person who was in charge of being the savior, all throughout time. And you can read any of the books of any religion of any country on this planet currently, in any history that we've had dating back as far as we can imagine, and all of the storylines are a version depending on whether or not they had a male dominated god or a female dominated god as their religion or dominant religion or spirituality, or both, a duality of those two. If they have a duality of the two, it's closer to the reality of the universe. If they have a male dominated, the female takes a back seat. If they have a female dominated, the male takes a back seat. If they're the two prior or equal, you have like the Viking or the Celtic, where the feminine was just as powerful as the masculine. So she wasn't the antagonist. She wasn't the Tiamat character. It became a male character like Loki, and Loki was the antagonist. But then after killing Loki, Thor had to kill the serpent, and Tiamat has always been referred to as the serpent. But this time, the Tiamat name, the female name, there was no name for the serpent. It was the serpent. It wasn't the antagonist who became his mother or his creation. But in all other fables, it was, unless you were like Zeus, and Zeus was trying to kill the sun, where you had Zeus trying to kill the three sons, or the god trying to kill the three sons, and Tiamat warned them in all the other creation stories, and then they killed the father. Loki kills the father. Zeus kills his father, Zeus kills his father. And then the story changes to where he's going to kill the son, and the mother who sacrifices herself by hiding the son and giving the stone, and Zeus eats the stone, and eventually he dies because his son kills him. Moses was the firstborn son. The mother hid him, and he was taken out of the waters and raised as a prince, and eventually with the king, and eventually the savior of the people, again the savior character. And then he took everyone out of Egypt. And it's the same with all the characters, the same with Arthur. And Arthur, his wife, became the feminine who was equal to him. So the feminine who was the antagonist, who was Tiamat, was his sister, who had sex with him and begot a son. And the son tried to kill the father, and the father had to go to war against the son. But he had to have a transformation and understand that he and the land was one, and he had to sacrifice himself to be reborn again.
I think all of these significant events, all are checkpoints that you have to go through. Whether you're, so say you put Jesus as an ideology,
right?
And you could represent it as ideas that are presented in society that will eventually be accepted at a later point, but are rejected until they're proven later. So whether you're talking about Jesus being the path and the way to live as being the best represented human on the earth, we didn't know that until after his death. We didn't know that until a later point. Whether you're talking about Rosa Parks on a bus, whether you're talking about these are things that were pushed back against and the immediate, but doesn't mean they were the wrong answer.
No, if you look at Revelation, if you look at most of the prophets in the Bible, they're told instantly and foremostly, immediately when they start having a prophet, all these things that I am showing you will be locked up and not to be understood by the masses of people, of man, until the time of the tribulations, until the time of the end times. All these things will not be able to be deciphered by them until the time where they're supposed to know this knowledge, and then they will know all of this knowledge. That is everywhere in every single Talmud, in every single religion. And then they give you this cryptic craziness that goes on that nobody understands, and it's the possibility of the world coming to an end, and it's going to have come to an end a certain way, and we don't understand it. We can't unlock it. Go back and read that shit now.
Well, and I think it's important not to try to unlock it too. When you know that the end date can't be determined by man, right, in a religious aspect, I feel like it can't be predicted. I think it's also a egotistical human nature to be like, oh, the world's going to end in my time.
Right.
It's a small blip on this planet that I'm so significant that the world's going to end in my time, and it's all going to happen around me. And it's that other interface with ego that wants to overshadow even the evidence in front of you.
It's ego, bro. You got it. It's exactly it. What's happening right now on this planet will never end. Will never end. Because this is what's supposed to happen in this place for eternity.
Oh, yeah.
Because here is where you're supposed to come and face these challenges and make a decision.
As a battle between good and evil.
Yeah.
I don't think people can see it as a battle of good and evil. It can also be an internal battle. It's
is.
not necessarily,
Everything that is without is within.
Mhm.
Right?
Yeah.
Everything that is above is
Circling back.
below. Everything that is within is without. So when Jesus said, right, cast ye the first stone who is without sin, that was him saying to them, those of you who have not sinned ever, then you can pass judgment on this. But here's the thing: only pass judgment, lest ye be judged. Okay, so when you look at someone and you judge them and say that person is this or that person is that, you are then judging yourself because they are you. They are a reflection of you. So for you to say that's a bum and that person's a drug addict, you're saying that you're a bum and a drug addict because I am that person and that person is me. We are the same.
Well, and I think
most
it lets
people don't
that argument
understand
go on. I think it lets it go on that immediate level because it tells you that you don't have the right to judge, and it also tells you that these people are already going to be judged. It's not your job to do
It's
it.
your job to do it. They're going to judge themselves. There is no pearly gates where you go up in front of and there's some dude standing there with a couple of guards and he's got a clipboard and he's going to judge you. You die, you meet your guides, your higher self, and you guys sit down and you, with them, judge you. They don't judge you. They are there to guide you to judge yourself because this journey is separate and only for each of us, period. So the guides are there only to give us tools to help ourselves, not to do any judgment, not to pass any judgment, nothing. None of that happens. There is no God sitting there passing judgment. You didn't do what I told you to do. You're smoted. I'm going to smite you down. None of that happens. God gave us all complete autonomy, free will to do what we wanted because God is us and she wants all of us to learn everything that we could possibly imagine and experience it all. And so therefore, the only way that happens is that we have to be created a billion trillion times. And then we have to have a trillion different kinds of things happen to us, but we have to continue to change the narrative slightly. And the only way that can happen is that we all have to integrate and work within and around each other so that we also change each other's mindset and future every time we speak and experience each other. And that changes the experience just ever so slightly, so it's not the same as it ever was before. Because we are the culmination of all of our experiences, and that's what we make our decisions on. We make our decisions independently on the experiences of our existence going forward. So no matter what happens to us, that's why in an accident or a fire or whatever, the police interview everyone that's there, and you'll come up with 7, 8 different conversations as to what they saw. But in those 8 conversations from those 8 separate people, when you talk to every one of them, you can find out the truth of what they all saw.
Or you'll find a little correlation or a little crossover where it makes a little bit of sense. And then you can start establishing something.
It's like when you're dealing with children. If you have more than one child, you know this. They all tell you that the other one started. He said, she said, they said, I didn't do anything. And then he hit me. And then he hit me because she hit me. And she hit me because he hit me. And I didn't do anything. It was her fault. They all lie and make themselves the victim. But when you separate them and say, okay, what happened here? And then they paint themselves as the victim. You go to the next one and say, okay, what happened here? And they paint themselves as the victim because children do that. You throw away both their stories as bullshit, but you take 2 of them and put it together. And what's the common denominator? They're both going to tell you what really happened. But we're from their perspective and them painting themselves as a victim. That is what people do in real life. When it comes to anything that happens, they're going to paint themselves as the victim 100% of the time. That guy started it. I was just sitting here. I don't know why he's got a gunshot in his head. I didn't shoot the gun. I just had it in my hand and it went off when we were fighting and it hit him in the side of the head as if I was holding it to the side of his head or the back of his head, but I didn't have my hand that way. I don't know how it happened that way. And then the other guy's going to go, dude tried to fucking murder me, and he put the gun in my head and pulled the trigger. And then ballistics are going to say that dude motherfucking put the gun to the side of the guy's head and pulled the trigger. It wasn't some other random angle. And then you're going to get the truth of it. But you have to ask the question and assume that both are going to lie to you because of their ego. Their ego wants to be in charge, and they want to be the victim. They don't want to be in trouble. And that's what happens until you give till the death of that characteristic that is in you. and then you rising to those emotions and memories and thoughts that are the adult of knowledge and love and understanding and learning. And that gets away from the bottom three energy points that are all animalistic. That
And when
are
I
all
when I try to
psyche of the animal.
explain when I try to explain this to other people when it comes to like a reincarnation aspect, if you're not talking about it as a religion and moving, to higher planes of existence, which it is, it's just a different thought process of getting there.
Right. Right.
I try to convince people because I think it's the same on an animal level. I think you're adding human characteristic if you
Well,
don't
absolutely.
think that you can be incarnated into a different species that is a lower level or lower vibration than yourself.
Well,
I
it's
think
that way with
I think
everything, bro. That's the cycle of life. And this is what I was talking about before about the cyclical nature of life. We're living it here on this planet. Say the planet itself revolves 24 hours in one single day. That's a diurnal cycle around the sun, or for our planet, we don't go around the sun in one day. It takes 365 days for our planet to go around the sun. That's another cycle. And then we have a cycle of nature, right, which is 365 days where we go through spring, summer, autumn, fall, winter, and then back around again. And that's because of the 364 and a quarter days it takes us to go one entire year around the planet. Then we have beyond that, we have another cycle that is bigger than that, where our sun revolves around the center of the known universe, or the Milky Way, our universe. And that is a bigger cycle. That's that 333,000 year cycle that the cycle that the
What about the
people
what
of
about the
South
fun
America were
what
talking
about
about.
the fun small one to put in there? The elliptical
Hours,
orbit
minutes,
that about every
the moon.
3.5 to 3.8 thousand years that people like to note. I always
Right.
like to point this out because I think
Yeah.
it's something that people throw into this conversation a lot, and I don't think
Right,
it's
and
always.
that's the other planets that come into our orbit, and Nibiru, and those things, and including Tiamat coming back, and Tiamat was the antagonist in the storyline. So Tiamat,
It depends on your interpretation of
yeah,
what Tiamat is and what
yep,
all these other things are.
yep,
Because I also
absolutely.
think Tiamat and all these things can be identified in our immediate constellation. It doesn't necessarily have to have outside bodies in order to describe it.
No, I agree with you in that. It's a matter of interpretation, but the importance there is the story itself and the characters that are in it. You'll find that in every level of our understanding. So the Tiamat character will reoccur on every level, including down to a chimpanzee or a cat or a
But I
dog.
feel like
They're
the
going to have that.
placement is different depending on who's defining the story, whether it's Zechariah Stitchin, whether it's the
Well,
actual
yeah.
Mahabharata and their depiction of the story,
Right.
and
And
a
that's a
battle in
level
the
of
sky.
consciousness interpreting something. And if they're not awake enough, they're going to interpret it what they know as the truth to be at that level. So you're going to get many different like Stitchin, Matt and Zach and I are Stitchin. I haven't read his stuff, but I have read enough to understand that his interpretation of the Dead Sea Scrolls was wrong.
Yeah.
Right. I haven't proved that 100%, but everybody that I've talked to, every scientist I've talked to says, here, read this.
I would
He's
say
wrong.
I would say everybody can at least prove to the fact that he was biased when.
Well,
he
yeah,
was
because
going
here's the
to-
thing. Here's the thing. The narrative driven by the Orion Crusaders. Those are the evil people that came from the Belt of Orion. I'm part of the crew of the coalition of good people that came here to stop them. A lot of people go, "What? There's good people in Orion? We just only know from Orion, from the raw of the evil people." So they just take it as gospel, just like the Bible. They read it and they take it for the words that they read, not the actual understanding of what's being told to you. So people tend to doubt me because I say that I'm from Orion, but I'm not evil. Well, you must be evil because Ra just talked about the evil people from Orion. That's not true. Ra told you that they were from Orion's belt themselves. Okay, so if you're paying attention to
I think
Ra, you'll see that Ra said they were from Orion's belt, but they're not evil. They screwed up and they gave us information that we weren't ready for, not knowing we weren't ready for it. And it was corrupted by the priests, the caste system, the evil people in our society, and has been ever since. And prior to that, they didn't know, they weren't aware of that. And now they're still here, part of the council that is protecting our planet and locking down our solar system and keeping people from coming down here to rob us and pillage us and to make us screwed up even more than we are, so that they can help us fix ourselves, because we are now stuck and have been for more than 125,000 years. Okay?
I don't think we have. I think we keep relearning the same information. Like we said, that it's repeated. I think people
I
like
agree with that. And the more I learn, Jacob, I wanted to say again, brother, that's the storyline that we're being taught. But the more I learn is that then that's true, bro. And that we're not really stuck. And that what we're stuck in is each one of us only. And that this doesn't change.
Well,
We're stuck from the evil guys. And we're not really stuck. We're actually, it's just me, you, and everyone else. We have to get through our shit and we get out of here, and there is no we as a society are stuck. I'm learning that the more I ascend, the more I realize those stories that I just said to you that they claim we're stuck is not true. We're not stuck, bro. All of us are stuck because it's supposed to be that way, but it's individual. Agreed.
I think Thor and Ra, one is the Holy Spirit and one is considered the Father when you're thinking about it on a religious aspect of how to interpret the stories that you have in front of you. And a lot of people don't think of the Egyptian or the Greek interpretations like this because you think of multi-gods.
Right. But it's still the same. It's all the same. What they did was they separated
what you're interpreting as the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same thing. And the more I learn about all these different creation theories, the more I realize it's the exact same story. They just change the names of the deities depending on, like I said before, whether your religion is based more on a male-dominated religion or a female, or the duality. That changes the dynamic of the storyline, but the creation and the propagation and what is going on now at the end of the creation story is what's happening now is the same. It gets to the same exact place. The only difference is which one of those do you need to choose? Are you more oriented towards the masculine, or more oriented towards the feminine, or more oriented towards the duality? And then you'll find your way. So it's all individual to each one of us. And that's why there's multiple stories with multiple outcomes, good and evil. So you're going to have multiple stories for the people who choose evil. You're going to have the same thing: masculine, feminine, duality, evil choice. Masculine, feminine, duality, good choice. So that's 6 different, minimum of 6 different versions of the same story, and everywhere in between, because people they're not cut and dry. We're not black and white. We're not 1 or 2. We're not 3 or 4. Sometimes we're 5, 6, 7, and 10. We don't know where we're at, but that's a place for each one of us because we're individual. So it doesn't matter where you fit. There's a story that resonates with you that is the same story that everyone else has to go through, the same exact journey. You just have to find out where I am. So you have to look within you and make peace with you and say, where am I sexually? Where am I religiously? Where am I spiritually? Where am I in the world? Because where you were born in the world decides how you think. Being born in America gives you serious fucking shit that you would not gain anywhere else on the planet. This is the most elite, preferred, preferential, elitist people on the face of the earth. You have no idea because you haven't lived outside of America to understand how bad it is for the rest of the world. You're privileged.
I don't have to live outside of America to know that I live in the most diverse country in the world
with the most richness. Because the money that you make, this is the scary thing. There was a guy, and this is no joke, in 2019, he had an interview, and he's in a third world country, and his crop, what he did was he was growing corn, and he was cultivating corn and growing corn and selling it on the market of the world market, and he was taking care of his family of 7 people, putting all the kids through college and school and feeding his family and paying for the entire company of people to stay afloat and making a profit. By the end of the year, he was so excited. He was giving an interview to this documentary that came out here in America. And they asked him, how much money did you make in 2019? He said, I made enough money to where I can double my profits next year by investing half of the money that I made. And half of the money that I made is still enough to take care of my entire family and pay all of my people and double my company's output for the next year. And they said, how much money did you make in net in 2019? He said, 50 American dollars. 50. We make that in a day in this country. Minimum wage. You take home that amount of money that kept that man, his entire family, and his entire corporation going for a year and gave him 25 extra American dollars to double his company next year in 2020. Think about that. The amount of money that you make per day at minimum wage is enough to have a family of 7 and an entire company in most countries and double your output for the next year and double your
I do think it has to do with
$50.
the society that we built around ourselves, at least as well. When you look at other societies that present goods and services, the quality can be different based on the society you live in. And I do think there's a cost that comes to those things. And I don't want to, I always use this political argument. I don't think in offering like free healthcare, we should ever risk having better doctors in the field. I don't think we should sacrifice paying good professionals to be in their positions in order to get more people healthcare. I think there's a balance in there that people don't want to always recognize.
Right, agreed. We have to find an equal ground in our society, and that won't happen until enough of us wake up and become adults to where we see things like teachers, doctors, nurses, and pay them more money than we pay them, because they are the ones who are teaching our children. They are the ones taking care of our children. They are the frontline workers, emergency workers, first responders. They should be making more money than they are. They should be rewarded in some way that they're not being rewarded now. They're being treated like they're the bottom of the barrel.
This is my favorite thing that Joe Rogan pointed out in the argument between Dr. Sanjay Gupta and himself was that he goes, the biggest thing I see that's a problem in society is we had these people, these healthcare workers, defend us in a pandemic, risk their life, according to media and everybody that's depicting this, severity that's going on.
Right.
And it's a life-changing illness. And now you are now required, in order to continue the profession you've been saving people in, to do something that they ask in order to continue to have your job.
Yep.
When you are probably the best in the field at your job because you made it through.
Doesn't matter, because they want you to get a fucking shot. Yeah. Yeah. And that you're going to lose your job now. It doesn't matter that you're the best in the world at that job, but because they want you to get a jab with whatever it is that they're trying to push on you that's illegal according to the Constitution of the United States, they want you to get it, or you have
not under an emergency order.
No, see, I read all of that. It's bullshit. They made that up, bro. I read that when it first was enacted, right? So what happens is the governor or the ruler
because
of the country,
I think it's bullshit just for the simple fact that I think you have to be able to prove that there's no other viable solution. And I think that's what they're having trouble doing on a public aspect.
Well, they have the entire time, because they're lying. They've lied since the beginning. the amount of virality of the disease, meaning how the possibility of you dying from
I don't want
COVID.
to. I don't want to get too much into the numbers.
Right. We don't want to go too far because they'll ban us. But the reality is that it's no different than the common cold. And everyone is buying into the fact that, well, we must have eradicated the flu and the cold because nobody's gotten it in 2 years. No, that's not true. Everyone who's gotten it has been.
Well, I'm more worried thinking about the creation or development of what we have now. However you want to classify it, because it technically hasn't been classified if it was a creation or just a development. Apparently, that hasn't been justified
that makes
yet.
a big deal over whether or not this thing is real or not. And it's
Well, I think it makes a difference if it was created or
naturally
just developed on its own.
Yeah, couldn't have happened on its own. There's no virus in the history of the universe that has ever done what they claim this one did on its own ever.
That's why I think it's
that's
so
like saying the moon. Our moon is in a position on this planet that no moon in any place in the universe that we have ever seen has been in the place that our moon is in reference to our planet. No moon anywhere is as close and in an orbit that is exactly like our moon. Okay.
I don't think any moon that we can recognize makes a significant difference, especially when you're talking about our oceans.
Right? If it wasn't for the moon that we have, our ecosystem breaks down. The reason for that is that Maldek, which used to be a planet that was here, and that would, because it was here in the orbit that it was in, created our ecosystem and allowed it to work the way the moon works now. The people of Maldek blew themselves into obliteration with nuclear weapons, and that became what we call now the Kuiper Belt. That is the destruction of a planet that used to be in orbit in that place. Without that planet being as big as it was and dense as it was, it changed the gravitational pull between the sun and our planet Earth, and that destroyed our ecosystem because we did not have the ecosystem set up that was natural. Therefore, the moon, which came from a different place outside of our universe, was moved by someone, us, the universe, the creation, somebody in charge of the logos, someone in charge of the matrix, moved the moon from another place into orbit in the exact place that it's in now, and placed it exactly where it is, so that it is exactly 1/3 of the distance between us and the sun, so that it is exactly 1/3 the size of the sun, so that it exactly eclipses the sun that when its shadow casts down on the earth, so it creates a lunar eclipse and a solar eclipse, which doesn't happen anywhere else besides Earth. Okay. And that changes our ecosystem and the energy that is being sent down to the earth, and it affects us humans. Right now, we are about a week away from a full moon, and I can feel the energy building as it does daily. I'm one of those people that is in tune with the moon energy, and I am ruled by the moon energy. You can lock me in a box and leave me sit, and I will say, now is the apex of the moon. And it could be 3 a.m. where I'm at, but it'll be actually precise, because that is how much the moon affects me. Not everybody is affected by that. Some people claim that, well, you just have like impurities in your body, and that's why you need a bunch of black walnuts and you'll get rid of the moon energy. And I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. You have a nice day, right? So I don't know, but I don't really care. The truth is, when the moon is full, I have more energy than when I don't, and most people do. I become restless. I turn into a vampire, or I turn into a werewolf, and I start hunting, and I start running, and I start howling at the moon, right? So people say I'm a werewolf at that point.
Well, and that's
I am from Ireland, right?
Point, so. You noted a point of nature and almost a hunger type aspect. I think it's something that people don't justify is in their system. Like they don't want to recognize that. They want to.
Well, that's the animal
like as a higher, as a higher thing that doesn't worry about those things.
I don't know about that. There's nothing to do with me. That's like people saying I don't talk about politics. I don't talk about religion, and I don't even want to talk about aliens. Well, now you've just taken
when they're
away
so entwined, you don't even know that.
The universe. You've literally taken half of the universe away. That's what atheists do. That's what scientists do. Who there is no God. There is nothing that is crazy other than what we know. And so they're literally limiting themselves from 50% of the reality of the universe itself. And those people will never, because they are despising the Lamb. I despise God. There is no God. I don't believe in that. I'm an atheist, and there's no proof. By doing that, you'll never find the door. Because according to all the gospels that were taken out that they didn't want you to know about, because they didn't understand it.
And I do support the idea though that there are some gospels that were taken out because of date. Like I'm fine with that acknowledgement. In studying religion, there's a lot besides all of the original ones that were written so much after the original people involved. At least 100 years after.
Yeah, there's some that we don't need because we've evolved. If you look at the Old Testament as it is now and think about it in a realistic sense, they say don't eat pork. Well, the reason they said don't eat pork and pork is detestable had nothing to do with the fact that, we're pretty much a lot like pigs, and we might be a pig in some sense. They might have used us as the base to make us when the aliens created us. Lies, bullshit. The pig.
I also think you can look at the Old Testament and the New Testament.
7,000 years ago, we didn't have any way of preserving the pig. So if you didn't cook and eat the pig within 24 hours, it would poison you and you would die. Therefore, the pigs were unclean, and they didn't want you to kill the pig and eat it. So for those people who are Muslim or Jewish and I don't eat pork because my Bible says so. Well, do you cut your hair? That same Bible says don't cut the hair at your side of your head ever. And don't get tattoos. You have a tattoo? Do you pierce yourself? Do you cut your hair? Blasphemer. You're going to hell because you ate pork. I don't eat pork. I'm a vegetarian. Okay, let's go down that road. I didn't go down that road earlier when you were talking about it, but let's go down that road. For people who are vegetarians or vegans, because they say, well, I don't want to eat animals because they think and they move around. You're eating plants that are alive.
Oh, yeah.
Plants are alive.
So your judgment of sentience. Your judgment of sentience doesn't make you any more or less valuable to society.
Absolutely. So people who are higher than thou, and they go, I don't eat. You're just cultivating those plants or those animals, and they don't even have the free right to get away from you. And you have them in pens and quarries, and then you kill them and eat them, and then you plant shit in a fucking garden over there with a fence around it, and those plants don't have a chance. They're growing up just so that you can pick them and eat them. There is no difference between me killing a cow or me killing a pig and getting bacon or getting a hot dog or getting a hamburger. There's no difference between me killing a chicken and eating a chicken after I barbecued it than you picking those plants that you planted for the only reason of your consumption, and they are alive or they wouldn't give you any sustenance. There is
so for me, I feel like
you're not high and mighty. There is no high and mightiness. It's a choice. I'm okay with your choice. You feel that that's necessary for you to only eat vegetables. It's okay. Don't judge.
Oh yeah, I think both should be. I think both should be considered okay. I feel like where people should draw the line is actually at gluttony when you're thinking about these things, because if you're killing a chicken to eat one leg and you're throwing the rest out, like there's a balance to these things.
Yep.
And I love
if you're killing buffalo because you want my diet because you want the fur only to sell it like they did when they almost annihilated all the buffaloes in the United States, then that's gluttony. You're not eating the meat. You're not killing.
No, I say the same. I say the same thing to people that are in a building and they feel like it needs to be at 75 degrees. I mean, if you're going to make the same argument with me that I shouldn't wear leather shoes, then I would tell you shouldn't have AC running unless it's a life or death situation.
Right. Absolutely. So it's a matter of perspective. There was a line in Star Wars in The Empire Strikes Back, and it might have been it wasn't Return of the Jedi yet. So it was The Empire Strikes Back, where what's his name? The dead Obi-Wan Kenobi was talking to Luke Skywalker, and he said, Luke, you need to understand that some of the truths we believe in are based on a certain point of view. And he said, a certain point of view, it's based on our point of view. Okay. So here's for instance, right? We as Americans think it's hideous to kill and cook a dog. The people of Southeast Asia do that
I don't feel
regularly.
the same.
Yeah, regularly. And it's a delicacy. We feel that it's a delicacy to have pork ribs, bacon. Those people who are Muslim, that is
Cow.
the devil. That is the opposite of being holy. We like to eat hamburgers and kill cows and eat steaks. Those to most Muslims is hideous, and to other religions, because the cow is the sacred cow of God, and we are
Well, and
eating and slaughtering their deity, and that is blasphemy according to their religion. But we look at them and go, "Shut up, dude! I'm having my hamburger and my barbecue."
Well, I
chicken.
think there's also a certain
Tara,
level.
You got a turban on your head? Get out of here!
I think there's a certain level to survival there that people don't want to recognize as well. If you talk about like an invasive species that's in a society that's hurting the wildlife and its surrounding because it's not natural to there because of human influence. If you're talking about pythons being let loose in fucking Florida because they're taking over the ecosystem, or iguanas in the area. Right. And I think it's okay to eradicate these animals in order to save the rest of the population.
Right.
And I feel like
sometimes that is necessary, right? We have a gnat population that people don't realize. Gnats, little teeny gnats, they breed at a level that if they weren't the most sought after food by most insects and birds and animals on the planet, they would own the planet in less than 5 days. There would be so many gnats you couldn't breathe without inhaling a gnat. No one realizes that. Gnats breed they make rabbits breeding look like the rabbits are just not doing anything. Okay, but every animal, spiders and mosquitoes and birds and they eat gnats because they're everywhere and they're abundant. So they always eat them. So because of that, the gnats overpopulate, and then most of them die. That's an ecosystem that works because the natural balance of what's going on. And we affect that balance in ways that we don't realize. In Yellowstone National Forest, we went and hunted the wolves to almost extinction. In fact, extinction in Wyoming. In Yellowstone. And because of that, the deer population started dying off, and many other life forms.
And it's also because we placed those wolves there.
And it was because of what the wolves do to the environment that made the ecosystem not work. And one scientist in the 70s realized this, and it took him like almost 20 years to get the world to listen to him, that we needed to reintroduce the population of wolves because they kept the population of other animals in check. Not that they killed everything and overpopulated, but because they were the predator, and animals would have to change their ways, because what had happened was all the other animals would go down to the water and not have to worry about a wolf trying to kill it. So they became more prosperous, and they ate all the plants, and all the plants died around the rivers, and there was no food. So they had to go further out from the rivers, and they started dying off. The wolves there, being the threatening species, kept all of them a little bit skinnier and a little bit in check as far as their numbers, but didn't eradicate all of them, and it kept a natural balance in the ecosystem. And they didn't agree with it for a long time, and they took 47 wolves and they repopulated Wyoming, especially the area around the national park. And because of that, they procreated, and now there's almost 1,000 of them. And guess what? Everything is flourishing now, including all of the animal life that was dying off. And that was because we eradicated something, like we're doing with the bumblebee. First, we had a problem with the honeybee 10 years ago, and it almost became eradicated. It turned out it was a pesticide that we were using. Now the bumblebee is dying just as fast as the European honeybee was dying 10 years ago, 15 years ago, and they don't know why. Well, I'll guarantee you it's another fucking pesticide by fucking Moderna or one of those fucking countries that is making the bullshit corn that has this GMO corn and all this other shit with the pesticides. They're going to figure that out, but it won't be until we almost annihilate the population. But what we have found is that all other species, this is what we were worried about with the honeybee, if it dies, who's going to pollinate? Are we going to have people that literally go out and pollinate shit? Right? That was what it's coming down to. We were wondering if we were going to go out and pollinate shit. Now I'm going to get to Ben and Jerry's in a minute. Right? So Ben and Jerry's was worried about that, and so they pushed for putting the European honeybee, which is not indigenous to the United States, Central America, or South America. That's why it's called the European honeybee. All of the Europeans who came here, the monks and the priests of the Roman Catholic Church, when they were coming here and they were trying to convert everyone, brought many things: the eucalyptus trees, the honeybees from Europe, all the stuff they were used to in Europe. They brought it here and started growing it. It started taking over the agriculture in the area, and that's what's happened here in the state of California. So the honeybee, the European honeybee, became the dominant factor in who was pollinating all the plants while they were trying to make honey. And then when they almost died out, all the other species that do the same thing, including the bumblebee, flourished and became 10 times more populated than they were before, because they were no longer being squelched. And so then everybody realized that the ecosystem would right itself, which happens, the chaos theory happens. But now they're concerned because the bumblebee population is dying and they don't know why. And they're going to find out that it's our problem. We did it. We made some pesticide or some fucking thing that's killing them off. Guarantee that's what's going to happen. They'll figure that out.
It's so strange that we actually have these things in society that a lot of species don't recognize. Whether you're talking about wolves, coyotes, you actually see it in the most. They do this when they're producing a litter, where they make a call out to other coyotes in the area, and their litter is actually determined based on the callbacks that they hear from other coyotes in the area. Their litters.
The less they hear, the bigger the litter gets, right?
Spread.
Yeah. The more they hear, the less the litter is. The less they hear a response, the bigger the litter is to populate, to keep the population at an even keel. That has to do with the balance, natural balance of the universe, which we don't understand at this level.
Oh, yeah. But we know dogs don't have this. A lot of wolves don't have this anymore. For some reason, coyotes still have this in their DNA where they do it. And it's an interesting
wolves
thing
call out to each other, right? They call out to each other all the time, and that
Mm-hmm.
determines their population as well. So it's all cyclical. It all has to do with all of that natural balance. But when we humans get involved in things, we change the natural balance. And why is it that we have that ability? The reason we have that ability is because we are the creation. We are the creator. So we're not bound by the matrix. We control.
I also think
the
it's an
matrix.
ignorant process, though. You know what I mean? I don't think it's like
we are the
change it
creator,
without knowing
and we
that
have
we're changing.
amnesia. We are the creator, but we don't know it. So when we're children, we're destroying our environment, not knowing that we're doing that because we're children. Once we choose to change our ways and graduate, then we have the dark night of the soul and we die, or we are crucified and we're resurrected as an adult. So we go through that dark night of the soul and the resurrection, which is what we're supposed to do. And then we gain the knowledge and the understanding that what we're doing is wrong, and we change our ways. So we're going to have the ebb and flow because it's supposed to be that way here. The only place that it changes is after here. So this is going to be an ever flux, ever changing ebb and flow between good and evil throughout time for the entire existence of time, and it's never going to change. The only thing that changes is that the balance that swings from pendulum to pendulum. Right now we were swung before all the way over to almost no spirituality, and right now we're swinging back to spiritualism, and everybody's becoming more and more spiritual, and the death throes and the fight from the evil is we're in their version of the Battle of the Bulge. Last ditch effort, give them everything you got and try to scare them into defeat and surrender and hope it works by showing that we are fierce and we are lions and we will destroy you and we can kill you at a whim. And those of us who understand the difference are going, no, you can't. And then we're looking to the masses and we're going, relax, breathe. It's okay. I got this. Look, I'm still alive. They can't kill me. And then they're going, you're my God. You must be my savior. And we're going, no, we're not. But if you need to do that so that you stand up, then see me as something that's better than that, what you are. And yes, follow me. Let's go. And that's where we become the leaders. And we say, hold the line and get back there and fight, stand and fight them, hold the line. Look, I'm doing that. There's other people just like us that are doing it. And there's other people who follow us and they're doing it. And then the masses start following us. And that's how we overcome the evil of the universe, because it only takes one of us to stand against all of them. And until you realize that, until you understand that, you'll be afraid of them. And once you understand that You alone are equal to the masses of every evil in the universe. You, by yourself. Because why? You are the creation. You're not just one single little teeny person. You are the entire creation. All of us individually are. We're the entire creation. And once you realize that, then you're going to see that and you'll understand that, and things become easier, because then you go, what? They can't beat me. I'm a rock star. And I train people in this. I train people who are ghost hunters. Well, what do I do if I come across an evil spirit that's occupying a house? You kick it the fuck out, man. You're in charge. They're dead. You create energy. They don't have any. They have to borrow it. You are a rock star. They are nothing, no matter how scary they seem. And once they realize that, 100% of the time, they walk into any and every place they go, and they exorcise all evil entities from that place, ever, from that point on, because they actually understand, I'm the creation. I am in charge. We are all in charge. But if you get too big-headed with that, then you fail. If you think I am the only God, I am the only one, you failed.
Oh yeah,
Failed.
no, I feel
Then
like
you become Luke Skywalker when he was going to go in the cave, and he saw the cave, and he was there with Yoda on the moon, and he says, "What's there? I sense evil there." And he says, "That place is strong with the dark side. In you must go." And he started putting on his belt with his gun and his lightsaber and his laser gun. And he said, "Your weapons, your lightsaber, you will not need them." And he said, "What's in there?" And he said, "Only what you take with you." And so he listened not to Yoda, and he put on his weapons, and he went down there. And there, all of a sudden, he found Darth Vader, right?
Therein lies the willingness. The people that plant their feet in the sand and don't move from that point are the ones that are, doomed to repeat it. I feel like if you're not willing to change,
what you're
then
doing,
you're stuck.
absolutely. If you don't have the understanding to learn from what you're doing, then you'll never learn anything, and you'll just sit there, like you said. You bury your head in the sand, you bury your feet in the sand, whatever it is. If you don't move forward, you'll never move forward because you don't want to. Yeah, it's a matter of choice. Absolutely, I agree with you, brother.
Man, all right, we're over the 5-hour mark. I feel
right.
like
I know, it's like 5:00 in the morning. I need to smoke another bowl and get some sleep.
I totally understand. I appreciate everybody that's still hanging out. We still got 4 people.
Yeah, if we got 2, 3, 4 people, I don't care who you are. I love you guys. I love
Oh
you
yeah,
for staying
thank
on
you guys
with
so
us.
much.
Right, you guys are some mega fans of Jake's to be on here still. I know, because I don't know any of you guys. I'm looking at the names, and you guys are all Jake's fans. But I love you. Yeah, thank you, Divine Tiffany. Thank you. It was a great show. Right, Jesse, I see you're still there. Whoever's still here listening to us, I love you. I love you guys. Listen to my show. Watch Jake's show. You'll see us working together more in the future. You'll see me on here. You'll see him on my show. We're going to be doing some webinars, hopefully together in the future. And we're trying to get our information, your information, and all this information out to as many people as we can on this planet. And we try to get as many versions of the story that we're telling you tonight, because not every one of us has the right. We only have the right what we think is right because of our experiences. So each one of us individually is going to have a different narrative, but it's going to be close to what Jake and I are talking about. And that's why we like talking about this, because we know that there's going to be a broad difference in understanding, because you're you, but we are one. But we're all individual, because we're supposed to have individual experiences. So we have that no matter how we want to choose not to. We have to have individual experiences because we're individuals, as well as being one mind.
Good night, Tiffany. Good night, everybody. Jesse, James, everybody that tuned in. Anybody?
Have a great night, guys.
West Haven, thank you. West Haven just shared our video a minute ago here.
Thank you.
I appreciate it to everybody that is keeping up with us. I appreciate it.
Right. You guys have a great night or morning. As I would say on my show, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good morrow, depending on where in the world you are tuning into this show. Because I don't know where you guys are from, so you could be from anywhere in the world. I'm on the West Coast. I'm in California. Jake is in, Central Time, right?
Yep, Midwest.
Yeah, he's in the Midwest and Central Time. Some of you are probably East, and some of you might even not even be in this country. So wherever you are in the world tuning into us, thank you for being here. I love you guys, and hope to see you on my show, Jake's show, and wherever else in the future. that we can enlighten you or help you in any way. Chicago, welcome. Welcome.
Jesse James
Jesse
is
said
also out of Chicago
See,
land
so now
area.
we're going further. You're Mountain Time, right? Or are you Central Mountain Time? You're going further east, right? Chicago, Illinois. I don't know if that's not quite East Time yet, but it's close, right?
No. We got Texas here. We got Central.
Texas.
We got
Right.
people hanging out.
Right. So you got everywhere in this country, right? Midwest, all the way across to the east. That's the beauty of.
So yes, I agree with you on the closing statements. I'd like to quote Mr. Truman. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Is that what it is?
Yeah, and I changed it to good morrow because there is no good night, because if you're in another place, you're in the morning, right? So I changed that to good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good morrow. But you're right. The actual quote is.
Oh, we got New Zealand people out there. If you're in the afternoon yet, I mean, by all means, we had New Zealand people when we came on first, so we got a little bit of everybody out there.
Absolutely. That's the way it is on my show too. My podcast, the MP3 version of it, is listened to in 64 countries. So whenever I go live, I don't know where the people are listening to me. And Facebook, YouTube, the same thing. People are all around the world. So we love you guys, and our job is to try and enlighten you, to help you to learn, teach, and to teach, learn. So we're trying to teach you something, but by doing so, we learn from you. And if I don't learn from you, then I'm not doing something right, because you have something to teach me, because you have a different experience than mine. So I always try to interact with my people when they're on my show. They're like, wow, you actually pay attention to the chat. Most people don't. And I'm like, that's because I'm not better than Jesus. Jesus told you that yet let he who is without sin cast the first stone, and judge not lest ye be judged. So Jesus was trying to tell you that I am not above you, so therefore we are all the same. So why would I then be arrogant enough to think that I'm above Jesus when I'm not, to say whatever I'm having to say is more important than Jesus, and I won't listen to you. Jesus, Muhammad, and all of the prophets sat down and they talked to the people. I am not above them, so I would never try to say that I am them or above them. So why would I be arrogant enough to think that I shouldn't be paying attention to my chat and I shouldn't be talking to the people who are me? Right? So you guys are me. Jacob is me. All of you guys, we're all one, and what you have to say is just as important as what we're saying. No difference. I'm not better than you. I don't know anything that you don't already know. I just know I might know something you forgot.
We're just talking our interpretations of what we've learned on our journey.
Absolutely, Jake, you're the man, brother. It's our interpretation.
But, I appreciate it, everybody. Everybody have a good night, good morning, and everywhere in between.